So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto learned Sage Mode with Toads. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to see part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1 Trials of a Sage. Naruto appeared in the clearing in a swirl of leaves. The forbidden scroll strapped to his back. After laying the forbidden scroll on the ground, he took out an empty scroll, an inkwell and a brush before he started reading through the forbidden scroll, writing down any that he and Kurama thought would be useful. After nearly half an hour, he rolled up the forbidden scroll and strapped it back onto his back. He blew on the fresh ink to dry it so that he could roll up the scroll and place it back in his equipment pouch. Alright, now that the scroll is dry, I can get to learn that new Naruto exclaimed before he created 100 Bunshin. Alright you guys, you know the hand seals, get to practicing. Alright boss. The clones called out as they started practicing when Naruto asked them. For the next hour, the clone practiced while the original was meditating with a bit of Senjutsu chakra flowing through him, allowing him to sense if anyone is close by. When the hour was nearly up, Sakura walked into the clearing ready for war. Hello Sakura-chan, you are just in time. Iruka-sensei and Mizuki team are close by. They should be here within 5 minutes. Naruto said as he let the natural energy return to nature as he stood up. Sakura nodded her head as Naruto started dispelling his clone. I didn't expect them to become proficient with it already. What did you learn from Naruto? Sakura asked with curiosity only for Naruto to grin. You will see when I use it on Mizuki team. Naruto said, causing Sakura to huff but nod in understanding. Alright, then I will hide using Maguragakure no Jutsu. Naruto nodded as Sakura submerged into the ground without even leaving a trace of her presence. Why would Naruto steal the forbidden scroll? Iruka thought as he rushed through the forest surrounding Konoha. As he was passing close by to an abandoned cabin, he sensed Naruto's chakra signature. Changing his direction, he quickly rushed towards Naruto for an explanation. Within a couple of minutes, Iruka appeared on the branch of a tall tree and saw Naruto creating a few Bunshin before dispelling them and again creating a few before dispelling them again. Naruto, what are you doing? Iruka called out as he jumped down from the tree and landed beside the blonde-haired Jinchuriki. Iruka-sensei, I found you. Naruto exclaimed only for Iruka to shout out, Baka, I am the one who found you. What were you thinking about stealing the forbidden scroll of sealing? But Mizuki-sensei said that if I could steal it and learn from it, I would pass and become the rookie of the year. Naruto said with confusion, hoping that Iruka will not realize that he was faking being confused. After all, he already knew the test was a lie. Mizuki, but why would he say something like that? Iruka said before he heard the sound of a shuriken flying towards them. Iruka looked up to see a shuriken flying towards Naruto's back. Naruto was about to jump away when Iruka pushed him out of the way, the shuriken digging deep into Iruka's chest. Coughing up blood, Iruka glared up at Mizuki. So that was your plan, Mizuki. Have Naruto steal the forbidden scroll, then you come by and kill him. Do you hate him that much? Mizuki laughed at that, you are naive Iruka. It is not that I hate the gaki. In fact, he and I are a lot similar. Like me, he took the first chance to become stronger. I will take the scroll after killing you too and then head to Orochimaru-sama. He shall then grant me great strength. Iruka and Naruto frowned as Mizuki declared that. I won't let you get the scroll theme. I hate traitors and you will die your treachery. Naruto screamed as he threw a Futon chakra-coated kunai at Mizuki who just leaned back, letting the kunai punch through the tree trunk behind Mizuki. Naruto, have you wondered why the village seems to hate you? Mizuki said with a sick grin causing Iruka to panic while Naruto put on a curious look. No Mizuki, you mustn't. It is forbidden. Iruka called out before he coughed up a bit of blood. Let me tell you then, you are the Kikbi no Imp. You are the demon fox that attacked Konoha 12 years ago. Mizuki said, expecting Naruto to freeze up. Unfortunately, for the traitor, Naruto just lowered his head, causing his bangs to cover his eyes. After a moment, a small chuckle left Naruto causing both Chunin to stare at the blonde Jinchuriki in shock. You really don't understand Fukinjutsu, do you? Moreover, we have known about the Kikbi for a long time now. Isn't that right Sakura-chan? Naruto said, causing both of the Chunin to look at him in confusion. What do you mean Naruto? Sakura isn't here. Iruka said just before the ground under Mizuki exploded with the pink-haired Kunoichi emerging from the newly created hole with her fist cocked back. Ta! Sakura chanted as she struck Mizuki with a chakra-enhanced punch, launching the traitor back before he puffed into smoke, revealing a splintered log. Using a quick shunshin, Sakura appeared beside Iruka. Hold on Iruka-sensei. I will heal you up. Before Iruka could even protest, Sakura pulled the Fkma shuriken out and placed a green glowing hand on the wound. Iruka looked surprised but smiled when the soothing feeling of the Iram chakra permeated the wound, causing it to heal up quickly. After Iruka was healed up, Sakura turned to Naruto and asked, "Naruto, where is the team?" "He is on the tree at 9 o'clock from our position," Naruto said, as the sides of eyes were pigmented orange again. His sclera was now yellow, and his pupils were horizontal bars. Sakura nodded before she rushed towards the tree and with a single punch, caused it to fall as the punch reduced the base to tinder. "How is she this string?" Iruka asked in awe as he watched Sakura take down the large tree with a single punch. "If I am not mistaken, it seems to be like Tonari-sama's famed super strength technique." "That's exactly what it is. Sakura-chan has perfect chakra control. She is using that control to release bursts of chakra to increase her strength many times over. She decided to surpass Tonari of the Densetsu no Sannin." Iruka nodded when he noticed Naruto's eyes. "What happened to your eyes?" Oh, it is the final state of my taijutsu style. I merge my chakra with natural energy and coat my body in it. It strengthens my strength to levels even beyond Sakura-chan's, while it also gives me very strong sensory abilities. If I need to, I can fight Mizuki with my eyes closed," Naruto said, causing Iruka to gape at Naruto before an explosion drew his attention to Sakura and Mizuki's fight. He watched as multiple explosive tags exploded around Sakura. To his shock, Sakura was not there when the smoke cleared. "Sakura-chan is wasting too much time. She doesn't have the stamina to continue for much long," Naruto said, causing Iruka to look worried. Before he could voice his worry, Sakura appeared beside them from underground. "I thought he would be a pushover and he is, but he isn't letting me get close enough. You will have to defeat Naruto. I will watch over Iruka-sensei," Sakura said as she panted lightly. Naruto created 5 clones and rushed Mizuki, who was drinking some kind of purple liquid from a vial. Just as Naruto and his clones reached Mizuki, the traitor convulsed before he started mutating into a man-lion hybrid. Jumping back, Naruto and his clones watched with disgust as Mizuki's muscles bulged up and his hands and feet grew claws. "What the hell is happening with him?" Iruka asked only for Mizuki to give off a demonic laugh. "This is just a bit of the power Orochimaru-sama has offered me. Now all of you will die here," Mizuki said before he rushed towards Naruto and his clones with increased speeds. Just as Mizuki was about to bring down his clawed hand at Naruto, a clone kicked the mutated Mizuki away as the original was weaving hand seals. "What will a puny do to me?" Mizuki called out seeing Naruto weaving hand seals. As Mizuki was about to mock Naruto some more, Naruto finished weaving all the hand seals. "Hakuanjim no jutsu," Naruto called out, causing Iruka to gasp as he himself, Sakura and Mizuki were caught in the technique. "That's Nidame's. Measly, you expect to defeat me with a," Mizuki called out as he brought his hands into the ram seal and released a pulse of chakra while calling out, "Kai." To the man's surprise, he was not being dispelled. "What is happening? Why isn't the dispelling?" "It was created by the Nidame before the creation of Konoha. It is a real illusion. Even the vaunted Sharingan or the all-seeing Byakugan are blind under the effects of this technique," Naruto said as he rushed towards the blind Mizuki and proceeded to beat the man unconscious. After 5 minutes of constant pummeling, Naruto dispelled the revealing a bloody and bruised Mizuki, returning to his former human form. "So you learned. I did not think you could learn any with those massive chakra coils of yours," Sakura said, causing Naruto to pout. "Ah, don't be like that, Sakura-chan," Naruto whined when Hiruzen appeared in the clearing with 4 Anbu. "Ah Gigi, you got my message?" "That I have, Naruto-kun. I do not agree with your methods, but I am happy that your plan succeeded. Not only do we have proof that Mizuki was a traitor, you and Sakura-chan have proved that you two have good teamwork and are very skilled. Now let us head to my office so that I can debrief you two and Iruka-kun," Hiruzen said, getting nods from the 3. Anbu takes Mizuki to T&I and tells Anko and Ibiki that they have free rein on him. "I want every little information they can drag out of his worthless carcass." The Anbu nodded as they picked up the unconscious Mizuki and vanished in puffs of smoke and leaves. "Congratulations to you two for completing your first A-ranked mission. It would have been a B-ranked one, but with Mizuki transforming into that weird hybrid creature, an A rank is warranted. You can pick up your pay from the mission desk after you get your formal license. Now I have been waiting to ask this, but why did you two hide your abilities?" Seeing the stern expression on Hiruzen's face, Sakura gulped, but Naruto just grinned. "A ninja is supposed to look underneath the underneath. That means we have to see through deception. If deceptions are so common in a shinobi lifestyle, why not use it to cause enemies to underestimate us? Therefore, we decided to hide our abilities until we are forced to reveal them. Are we in trouble, Gigi?" "No, you're Naruto-kun, Sakura-chan. I just wanted to see why you two did it. I understand your reasoning. You two will be splendid ninja in the future," Both of you show the characteristics we look for in Konoha Chunin and Jonin. Your teamwork was exemplary and your individual abilities were nothing to sneeze at as well. If what I suspect of your abilities is true, then I can say that with a bit of experience, both of you will become Jonin within the year. Hiruzen said, getting a nervous smile from Sakura and a bright grin from Naruto. You can hand over the hat within the year Jiji, Dadabeo. Naruto exclaimed as he stood up only for Sakura to pull him down back to his seat by his ear. Aitai. 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 Let go Sakura-chan. Calm down Baka. If you keep behaving like that, I will oppose you getting the hat. Any Kage is supposed to both be the strongest shinobi and the one with the coolest head as well. The Kage is not only a leader. He or she is also a diplomat who helps keep the peace between the villages through talks. You still have a long way to go before you are ready to become Hokage. Hiruzen and Iruka watched with amusement as Sakura scolded the overexcitable blonde Jinchuriki, who had a sheepish expression on his face. Ahem. Hiruzen coughed, getting the two genins' attention. Sakura blushed in embarrassment while Naruto turned his attention to the old man with a curious expression on his face. As much as I am amused with watching Sakura-chan scolding you Naruto-kun, I have a large amount of paperwork to go through, an amount that is increased by a great margin due to Mizuki's duplicity. So I would suggest you head home and have a good night's sleep. Sure thing Jiji, but why don't you use Kage Bunshin to help you do the paperwork? With the memory transfer ability, you would be done in half the time if you use only one clone, not to mention multiple clones. Naruto said with a confused expression while Sakura and Iruka observed Hiruzen's wizened face change expressions from confused to shocked to self-loathing to suspicion. Thank you for the tip Naruto-kun, but how did you know about Kage Bunshin and its memory transfer ability? Ah. I may have peeked into the Forbidden Scroll and learned a couple of things from it. Naruto exclaimed with a nervous expression as Hiruzen stared at Naruto with an unimpressed expression on his face. What did you learn? Hiruzen asked with a tone that brooked no argument. Kage Bunshin and its derivatives and the Nidame's Kakuanjum no Jutsu, nothing else I promise. Hiruzen stared for a few moments before sighing. Alright Naruto-kun, now that I think about it, how did you defeat Mizuki within the field? It blinds everyone within range including the user. You have to be a sensor of unparalleled skill to be able to fight blinded. Hokage-sama, he said something about coating his body with chakra mixed with natural energy, whatever that is, allowing him great strength similar to Tonari-sama and strong sensory abilities, stronger than mine. Iruka said, getting a gasp from Hiruzen. Do you know how dangerous it was using senjutsu? You could have become a stone statue. Hiruzen exclaimed as he moved beside Naruto's chair and kneeled down in front of the fidgeting genin. How did you even learn of the technique? Accidentally Jiji, while meditating in training ground 44, I sensed a powerful presence all around me. I subconsciously started absorbing the energy and mixing it with my chakra when I felt a funny feeling in my feet. When I opened my eyes, I saw my feet starting to become stone. Using all my concentration to force the energy out before attempting to do it again, this time consciously and more carefully, after a few more failed attempts, I succeeded in being able to do it without becoming stone. I experimented with it as I felt it was incomplete when I saw a small toad in the forest fighting a small snake. I sensed both giving off light auras of this natural energy flowing through them. Since I did not like snakes, I studied the toad and tried to copy its techniques. After a few more failed attempts, I was able to recreate the same flow of chakra and natural energy within the road within me. Now I can fight just like that little toad. Naruto said with a grin while inwardly he was sweating in fear of being caught in his lie. Hey Kurama, are you sure the old man will buy that? Sure he will. Do not let another person know about you and that pink-haired teammate of your being from the future. If others try to change the events, the future could turn out even more disastrous than before. Naruto sent a mental nod before turning his full attention back to the aged Hokage. Hiruzen scrutinized Naruto for a few minutes before nodding, alright Naruto-kun, I believe you, but know that what you did was very dangerous. I hope you do not plan to teach it to anyone else. In fact, the Toad Summons clan will be interested in you. My student Jiraiya is the present Toad Summoner and human Gamma Sennin. I will see if a representative of the Toad clan will come and meet you. Developing a senjutsu style alone is rare. To be able to copy another style is unprecedented. Even being able to learn senjutsu requires a massive chakra reserves and extreme dedication. Hashirama-sensei did what you did. He developed his own senjutsu style. The monkey summons offered me the chance to become the Seru Sennin, but I declined as I do not have the time to learn their senjutsu style. Be assured that the Toads will offer you their summoning contract. Hiruzen said, getting an excited nod from Naruto. Remember Naruto-kun, senjutsu is a kinjutsu without a proper trainer or the proper chakra reserves and willpower to use it. Do not teach anyone else. Ah no, Hokage-sama and Naruto had already started teaching me how to make my own senjutsu style. I already know how to connect with natural energy. I just haven't been able to draw it in it. Sakura said, getting a surprised look from Hiruzen. With a thoughtful look, Hiruzen made the ram hand seal and pulsed his chakra, causing him to look surprised at Sakura's chakra reserves. You have a very large chakra reserve for one your age, who isn't a Jinchuriki and Uzumaki or both. At that, everyone looked at Naruto who gave a sheepish smile. Most of your chakra feels spiritual in nature instead of physical, so it means that your chakra is mostly made of yin chakra. You have the reserves to learn Senjutsu, but I would advise building up your yang chakra a bit more before attempting to mix natural energy with your chakra. Sakura nodded in understanding before she stood up and bowed. Thank you Hokage-sama, I will make sure to do as you advised. Hiruzen nodded and made a small dismissing motion, causing the two academy graduates and their teacher to stand up and move towards the door when a small puff of smoke caught the group's attention. Wait a moment you three. Gamaharu, what have you come here for at this time of night? Hokage-sama, I bear a message from Jiraiya-sama. Here is the scroll he entrusted to me, a small brown toad said as he handed Hiruzen a wrapped scroll who took it with a small thank you. I shall be leaving now, have a nice night. Wait Gamaharu, I need you. Young Naruto-kun there seems to have developed a Senjutsu style similar to your clan style Senjutsu. I want you to inform your sages and leader and see if they are interested in meeting with him. Hiruzen said, causing Gamaharu to look at Naruto in shock. Child, would you please go into Senin MMDM? I need to see if it is true. Naruto nodded and calmed himself before he started drawing in the natural energy around him and mixed it with his chakra. Orange markings formed around his eyes that had turned yellow with orange bars like pupils. Gamaharu observed the young blonde Jinchuriki for a few moments before he summoned an old green toad with a grey beard, a cloak, and a wooden staff. Gamaharu, why have you summoned me at this time of night? The old toad asked only to see Naruto in his Senin MMDM. You child, who are you? How did you learn our style of Senjutsu? I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage, Dadabeo. The old toad nodded. I accidentally created an incomplete form of Senjutsu which I then perfected after seeing a toad and a snake using Senjutsu in Training Ground 44. Since I do not like snakes, I recreated the same flow to the toads. Am I in trouble Gamajiji? The old toad stared at him with a scrutinizing expression before he hopped onto Naruto's shoulder and stared at his eyes. After a few moments, the toad nodded to himself and jumped back to Hiruzen's desk. You have an unconventional prodigy here, Hokage Dono. Jiraiya has kept an eye on the child from time to time through us. We all know that he is not a good shinobi, but he has determination similar to Jiraiya-chan himself. He has been hiding his abilities, it seems, along with the pink-haired girl. His present reserves rival that of Senju Hashirama at his prime. The girl has a greater reserve than Tonadi-chan's when she fought Hanzo. These two shall be great in the future. I think so too, Fukasaku Dono. What will you do with Naruto-kun? I thought that you and your clan deserved to know that he created a copy of your style. This one is still crude to a certain degree. I will talk to Gamabunta and see if I can get him permission to sign our contract. It should not be a problem and I am sure that Jiraiya-chan would offer him the same in the future. Meet me at Training Ground 9 the day after tomorrow at noon. I want to see how far you are along with your mastery of our Senjutsu style. Bunta will be there along with my wife to evaluate your worth. If you impress all three of us, I will take over your Senjutsu training personally and make sure that you become in tune with nature to the same degree Senju Hashirama was. What do you say? I would be honored by Gamajiji. Call me Pa, Naruto-chan. I am sure that you and the Toad clan will become close. Naruto nodded in agreement as he grinned. Then I shall be off. Good night Hokage Dono and I hope that you don't mind us using Training Ground 9 2 days from now. Not at all Fukasaku Dono, in fact I and Enma would love to watch you evaluate him. The old toad nodded before he disappeared in a puff of smoke along with Gamaharu. Alright, off to bed with you two and Naruka, I want you here after lunch tomorrow to discuss potential teams. With the new revelations, the teams may need to be readjusted. No Jiji, what about my makeup ninjutsu exam? I learned the Kage Bunshin, so shouldn't I have already passed? Naruto asked getting a surprised look from Iruka and Hiruzen after compassing themselves both nodded to the young blonde Jinchuriki. But you do Naruto-kun. You have mastered the hardest variant of the Bunshin no Jutsu. Come back here tomorrow for your headband. No Hokage-sama, if I may? Iruka asked, motioning to his own aide, causing Hiruzen to nod in understanding. Iruka turned to Naruto. Please close your eyes Naruto. Sakura watched as Naruto closed his eyes and waited. Iruka took off his aite and then placed it on Naruto's forehead and tied it at the back. Congratulations Naruto, as of this moment, you are a proud shinobi of Konoha. Wear my old aite with pride. I know you will honor the meaning it holds to a ninja of the leaf. Thank you Iruka-sensei. I promise to make you proud. Naruto said with tears in his eyes. Beside him, Sakura watched with pride and hidden affection. Ahem, I think that you three must be going. I will quickly handle the paperwork and head home as well. Hiruzen said, causing the three to blush before nodding and vanishing in swirls of leaves. Hiruzen smiled before he created 10 bunshin and started going through the mound of paperwork. Why have you called me here, elders? A gigantic red toad asked as he hopped into a shrine-like building where an equally gigantic yet extremely old toad sat with two smaller toads sitting beside the old one. I called a meeting between you and the elder due to a human child who has gained my attention. Fukasaku said, getting surprised looks from the female toad and the gigantic red toad. The old one ignored everything happening around him. Why has a human garnered your attention, Elder Fukasaku? The red toad asked with surprise, getting a laugh from Fukasaku. Why wouldn't he, Gamabunta? He created an incomplete senjutsu style, and then after observing a fight between one of our own and one of Manda's in the Forest of Death, he recreated the same flow of senjutsu chakra we use. He even showed me that he was able to go into Senin MMDM without help. I have asked that we spar 2 days from now at noon, at Training Ground 9 in Konoha. I want to see how far along he is. I wanted to ask you two to help me evaluate his abilities. Who is the child, Pa? Minato-chan's son Ma, from the reports he may seem an idiot without talent, but it seems that he and his friend have been hiding their true abilities. A true prodigy if I say so myself. Either that or he learns kinesthetically instead of reading about it. If it is the second one, then he may have trouble learning about Fukinjutsu. It would be a shame if he can't learn Fukinjutsu. Both his parents were great masters of that nearly lost art. Gamabunta said, getting nods from the two elders while the large elder seemed to be sleeping. So what do we do about the boy? Do we wait until Jiraiya-chan gives Naruto-chan the chance to sign the contract, or do we offer it to him? Ma asked with confusion, getting thoughtful looks from Gamabunta and Fukasaku. Let us evaluate him first. Then we can think of offering him the contract. Gamabunta said only for a cough to get their attention. They turned to see the extremely old toad cough and sit up straight. Great Elder? Fukasaku asked with trepidation. The Great Elder never gets himself directly involved with clan matters unless he gets a vision. Fukasaku was afraid of what the elder had seen now. Tell me, does the child have blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks on his cheek? The Great Elder asked, causing the three other toads' eyes to widen in shock. This was the most lucid sentence they heard out of him. Not even the toad sages, Ma and Pa, had heard him ever being lucid. Yes, he is an old geezer. Ma said with a shocked face, getting a small chuckle out of the old toad. Good, that is very good indeed. We have found the Imjin no KM. Offer him the contract outright. I shall take him in as my apprentice as I had Hagoromo. The Great Elder said, causing the other three toads to gape at the old toad. Not in living memory did anyone know of the Great Elder taking an apprentice. Of course, Great Elder, the three toads exclaimed in unison. And call the present toad summoner here as well. I wish to speak with him. Last time I spoke with him, I was too deep in a trance to tell him all that he needed to know. I want him here by tomorrow morning. Moreover, I shall be evaluating him the day after tomorrow, so I shall go with you. The Great Elder said, getting shocked expressions from the three toads who just nodded in a stupor. Then go, I must sleep. It has been over a millennium since I had a good night's sleep. The three watched as the Great Elder got out of his chair and moved to the unused bed made of leaves on the other side of the chamber. He laid down and promptly started snoring, causing the three toads to stare in surprise. Ah. What should we do now? Gamabunta asked, getting a shrug from the two younger elders. Why don't we just get out of here and go to sleep? I can reverse summon Jiraiya-chan tomorrow for his meeting with the Great Elder. We do not have to discuss Naruto-chan's situation anymore. The Great Elder has already decided to take him as his apprentice. We cannot overrule his decision, not when he finally decided to involve himself in clan matters again. Ma and Gamabunta nodded in agreement before the toad boss headed towards his home, while Ma and Pa left for their hut. Gamabunta was sitting at the edge of Training Ground 9, with Ma and Pa sitting on his head. On his left side, on a tree branch, Hiruzen and Enma were sitting while drinking a cup of steaming green tea. On his right, Sakura was sitting on a tree branch while pursuing a scroll of advanced medical techniques. On the other side of the tree that Sakura was sitting on, an old man with white hair, wearing an ornate kimono with a hit I8 engraved with the kanji for oil on his forehead. The white-haired man was going through a notepad and perversely giggling at random intervals. Naruto was sitting in the middle of the field, meditating. The area around his closed eyes was pigmented orange. To those sensitive enough, they could sense the subtle flow of natural energy from the surroundings into the meditating blonde shinobi, and then out of him. To the eyes of the experienced sages, they could see that the child was close to mastering Senin MMDM. How the hell did the Gaki become this good in such a short time without any help? It should be impossible. Minato, Kushina, I hope you are watching over him. You two would be proud of how he is turning out to be. The white-haired man thought before returning his attention back to the notepad in his hands. For the next half an hour, the group waited for the Great Elder to arrive only for Ma to keep getting agitated until she finally exploded. Where the hell is that old geezer? First he commands us that he will test the child, and now he is late. Calm down Ma, I am sure the Great Elder will be here soon. Jiraiya said, getting a glare from the old purple toad. This is unbecoming of a sage Shima Dono. Enma said only for Ma to turn her frosty glare at the Monkey King. Besides, I have been here for nearly an hour. A disembodied voice called out causing everyone but Naruto to jump in shock. A strong whirlwind formed on top of the trees behind the place everyone was sitting before dissipating to reveal the Great Elder sitting on a tree much too small to hold his weight, yet not even bending in the slightest. How did we not sense you, Great Elder? Fukasaku asked in shock only for the Great Elder to chuckle. You still have a lot to learn about being a sage. You two are good but not good enough yet. A sage meant to become one with nature. You just absorb the natural energy and mold it with your chakra to produce Senjutsu chakra. A true sage would keep the natural energy flowing like the child is doing now. He sensed me the moment I arrived because he was flowing the natural energy through him instead of completely absorbing it to create Senjutsu chakra. The Great Elder said, getting shocked looks from everyone present. Child, tell everyone how it felt when I was hiding. The place you were in seemed to be vacant, yet the concentration of natural energy was considerably greater than normal, and the flow there was unnatural to a certain degree. The Great Elder nodded with a pleased smile. And the feeling of the rest? I could sense their chakra levels, their health and even to a certain degree, their emotions. Is that normal? Yes, that is normal for the style you used. The style Fukasaku-chan and Shima-chan uses is the imperfect version of Gamma-sen and MMDM. Tell me, why did you decide to flow nature energy through you instead of absorbing it? I was training to decrease the time I needed to create Senjutsu chakra by repeatedly creating and dispersing it. I have decreased the time by at least 5 seconds now. The Great Elder nodded before he hopped into position in front of Naruto. Keep that up and when you can do that 10 times within a second, you would have mastered the imperfect version. After that, I will start training you in achieving a constant flow of natural energy even while moving. You will be molding Senjutsu chakra as if you were born with it. With time, you would even be able to rival all the Bijk at the same time, though I doubt young Kurama within you is pleased with my assessment. The Great Elder said, getting wide-eyed looks from everyone. Kid, tell Gamamari Jiji that he is still the senile old frog he was the day father died. Kurama roared in anger. Ah, Kurama says that you, Gamamari Jiji, are still the senile old frog you were the day his. Father died. Naruto said getting confused looks from everyone except Sakura and Gamamaru. The Great Elder laughed in mirth. It seems that the old fox still resents that comment I made about his ears looking like rabbit ones. Naruto laughed as well, while Kurama was roaring in his mind about how his ears did not look like rabbit ones. Anyways, all joking aside, let us spar. I want to see how good you are in the imperfect sen and MMDM. Naruto just nodded as he crouched down before he jumped towards Gamamaru with his fist cocked back. Gamamaru just raised a webbed palm and smacked the child away by barely moving his hand. In fact, everyone saw that Gamamaru just waved his hand and Naruto was smacked out of the air 10 feet away from Gamamaru. Use the connection to nature to manipulate the air to dodge such strikes. Gamamaru roared before he swung his staff at Naruto, releasing a wave of visible greenish-blue chakra. Naruto's eyes widened in shock before he calmed himself and tried to do what Gamamaru had told him. He flooded the surrounding air with his Senjutsu chakra before mentally commanding the Senjutsu-infused air to move him high into the air. Everyone watched in shock as Naruto literally flew higher into the air before leveling out in a wobbly hover. Hiruzen and Jiraiya watched in shock as Naruto flew down and tried to strike Gamamaru on the head, only for a wall of greenish wind to cause Naruto to bounce off and nearly crash into a tree. Growling, Naruto used brute force to uproot the tree and then flew up into the sky with the heavy tree. What the hell kind of spar this? Jiraiya asked in surprise, getting nods of agreement from everyone else, even the hidden Anbu. Take this you old frog. Naruto screamed as he threw the tree down towards Gamamaru who just thrust a tongue out, glowing with green chakra and shattered the tree into tinder. Kit, use my power. As much as I hate Senjutsu, if we can combine your Senjutsu with my chakra cloak, then we can fight better with the senile old frog. Maybe even defeat him. Kurama said, causing Naruto to nod his head. But child, you understood what I meant. You have already partially mastered wind manipulation. Now show me your true power, I can sense it bubbling within you. Let it all out. Gamamaru said, causing everyone except Sakura to worry. They all realized that Gamamaru was talking about the Kikbi's power. Everyone watched as Naruto's whole body became clad in a golden cloak of chakra with black ceiling lines flowing through it. A shocking development was the absence of malicious killing intent they all expected. The next shocking feature was that Naruto's eyes were still golden with orange eyeshadow and a bar-like pupil with a vertical split running through the center of the bar-like pupil. That is what I was looking for as a child. Show me how strong you truly are. Gamamaru exclaimed before he tapped the ground beneath his feet with his staff, causing the very earth below Naruto to tremble and transform into a giant toad mouth, which then tried to eat him. Sen. Doku no. What kind is that? Enma asked as the toad head made of earth tried to eat Naruto only for the blonde bitch Xenon to fly out of the way before materializing the head of the Kikbi and pointing it down towards the rising toad head. Balls of blue and red chakra started gathering in front of the Kikbi head before compressing into a black ball of dense black chakra. When the ball was the size of the fox's head, it contracted before the fox head roared releasing the ball. The child already knows how to create a bijkama. The black ball glowed orange-red as it collided with the earthen toad head and exploded releasing a massive shockwave. Gamamaru just waved a hand causing a shield of green wind to materialize in front of him. When the shockwave dissipated, only a crater remained with Naruto flying in the air, the fox's head still materialized and Gamamaru calmly dispelling his wind barrier. Good, you and Kurama are well synchronized. In time, you two will be able to work together even better. Now I want to see you go into Bijcam MDM. Gamamaru demanded a feral grin from Kurama's disembodied head. With a sudden spike in chakra pressure, a body formed under the head, clawed hands and feet along with 9 flowing golden tails appeared as well. In front of the group, the Kikbi stood with all its majesty. Kikbi. It's free. What should we do? The civilians screamed in shock as the younger generation who learned that the Kikbi had been killed watched in awe as a giant old toad jumped into the air and created a swirling ball of greenish-blue water from thin air before launching it at the Kikbi. With a single flick of one of its 9 tails, the Kikbi easily crushed the ball of water before throwing a large tree at the hovering toad who raised his fist, glowing with a deep greenish-violet chakra, and rammed it into the tree, causing the greenish-violet chakra to immediately encompass the tree before the tree disintegrated to nothing. Sen. Hakai Ken. Alright Gamamaru Jiji, Naruto and I give up. We know when we are defeated and since this is just an evaluation spar, I do not think going any farther would be wise. Not with the amount of destruction that would happen to Konoha. Finally learn some humility, have you Kurama? Hagoromo would be proud of you. In addition, you young Naruto, you have proved yourself of strong mind, being able to remain happy and sane, even with the burden of holding the great Kikbi no Imp from the world. What's more, you have been able to remove the hatred he had for humans and befriend him, gaining a great ally to fall back on, should you find yourself overwhelmed. I accept you as a toad summoner and my own apprentice, the first after Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Rikidm Sennin. As his descendant, I expect great things from you. The old toad sage said before he landed atop one of the trees under him. The populace of Konoha saw the Kikbi land opposite the toad and bowed. Has the brat really removed the hate from Kikbi's heart? One of the civilians asked, getting confused looks from the children near her. It seems so and has complete mastery of its power as well. We should have trusted Yondaime Sama's sealing skills and his trust in the child. He should have been honored as a hero. A man said getting a scoff from another man. Hell no, it just proves that he was the demon himself. We should have killed it before it had regained its power. Now it will just wait until it grows bored with playing a human and kills us. Thus give him a chance. If he had such power for so long, Konoha would have been destroyed long ago. A woman said when an Anbu team appeared on a nearby rooftop, along with many Jonin and Chunin appearing on neighboring rooftops. A Jonin with silver hair, a masked face and his 8 covering half of his face, walked forward with a shocked expression. This can't be happening. How can a child barely 12 years old tame the Kikbi? He is now like the Hachibi Jinchuriki. The man exclaimed hysterically when an Anbu walked up to the man and patted his shoulder. I don't know how he did it, but he should be respected for achieving the impossible. He just graduated from the academy and is already an S-rank ninja. With the power of the Kikbi at his disposal, there would be very few able to defeat him in battle. You should be proud of him, Kakashi-senpai. He did what your sensei hoped he would. Yondaime Sama's trust in the child was spot on. Kakashi nodded before he rushed towards training ground 9 when the Kikbi dissipated, causing a small figure to fall from the sky. Should we follow him? An Anbu asked for a nod from his companion before all the shinobi and Kinwaichi rushed towards training ground 9. Naruto. Sakura screamed before she jumped down from her perch and rushed towards the falling Naruto. Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Enma, Fukasaku and Shima follow close behind. They all knew that they would fail to reach the blonde Jinchuriki in time, yet still tired when Gamamaru flicked his hand, causing a swirling platform of green wind to catch the falling Naruto before carefully setting him down to the ground. Gamamaru touched the downed blonde shinobi, causing a green glow to suffuse his body before dissipating. Grand Elder, is he alright? Fukasaku asked with concern as Sakura placed a glowing hand on Naruto's chest and another on his navel. Yes, he is. He is just exhausted from using so much power. His body is not ready to handle Bijchem MDM for more than a few minutes, especially not Bijchem MDM augmented with Senjutsu. I have already healed him of the damage done to his chakra coils from the intense chakra flowing through him at that moment. He should be up within a few minutes and completely replenished with chakra as well. When he wakes, tell him that I shall start his training after he masters drawing in and releasing nature energy 10 times in a second. Until then you shall help him master Kawazu Kumite and the various Toad-style ninjutsu we have, Fukasaku-chan. Great Elder, if I may ask, what type of ninjutsu were you using? Jiraiya asked as Sakura stood up, causing the green glow around her palms to fade. At this moment, Kakashi and the rest of the shinobi and Kunoichi arrived at the training ground. Hokage-sama, are you alright? An Anbu asked, causing Hiruzen to motion for silence. What I was using wasn't a ninjutsu, child. It was ninshu, the technique created by my student Hagoromo. The one you know as the Rikiden Sennin. Indra, his elder son, created the ninjutsu you use, while his younger son Ashura specialized in ninshu and dabbled in ninjutsu. Ninshu deals with the molding and manipulation of chakra and the elements through willpower. Ninjutsu deals with the same through hand seals. While ninjutsu is easier to learn, ninshu is more potent. Now I must be off. It has been over a millennium since I have fought anything. I must rest. The old toad said before vanished in a puff of smoke. Hokage-sama, is it true? Has Naruto-san really mastered Kikbi's power? A female Anbu with a cat mask asked for a nod from the Hokage. But he has, not only that, he has also purified the Kikbi's hatred for humanity and befriended it. With the stunt he and Gamamaru-sama pulled, it seems that I have to make an announcement and prepare for a council meeting. Tori, I want you to go and inform all the councilors of a meeting 2 hours from now, both civilian and shinobi alike. Tori nodded before he vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a swirl of leaves. Here is an old friend, you better get back to your paperwork. I shall keep an eye on young Naruto until he wakes up with this young Kunoichi and the toads. All of you shinobi and Kunoichi, don't you have work to do? Enma said, causing most of the ninja to look sheepish and vanish in puffs of smoke, leaving behind only a couple of ninja and Anbu, among them Kakashi and a male Anbu with a cat mask. All of you get out of here. Naruto-kun isn't a threat. Hiruzen said, getting nods from the stragglers as they all left, leaving behind Kakashi and the Nico Anbu. Why are you still here, Kakashi, Nico? Hokage-sama, with all due respect, we just want to make sure that Naruto-san is alright. I respect him for being able to befriend the Kikbi and become a fully realized Jinchuriki at such a young age. Kakashi nodded in agreement with Nico's statement, causing Hiruzen to nod in understanding. Alright, you two keep an eye on him. 2 hours from now, I want you two to bring him to the council meeting room, that is if he wakes up by then. The council and I have much to discuss with him. Bringing Sakura-chan as well, she knew about his abilities and has been hiding her own. The ninja council will be interested to know why a civilian did such a thing. Hiruzen said, getting a nod from the two before he vanished in a puff of smoke and leaves. Chapter 2, A Heritage Revealed. Hokage-sama, is it true that the Kikbi have escaped? A civilian councillor asked with fear in his voice as Hiruzen walked into the council meeting chamber. Hiruzen just ignored the man and took his seat. He placed a folder in front of him before he opened it up and checked the contents. For the next few minutes, Hiruzen checked each of the papers within the folder while the civilian council fidgeted. The shinobi council, on the other hand, was staring at Hiruzen with stoic expressions. One of the elders, a man with bandages covering half of his face and his right arm, stared at Hiruzen with an unreadable expression. After what felt like hours, Hiruzen put down the papers before turning his attention to the assembled council. As you know, about 2 hours ago, the Kikbi was seen battling an old toad at Training Ground 9, Hiruzen said, causing everyone to nod in agreement. I shall tell you now that it was a sanctioned spar between our allies, the Toad Summon clan and the Kikbi Jinchuriki, wielding the full power of the Kikbi as a fully realized Jinchuriki. Do you mean to say that you allowed the demon brat to release the Kikbi? One of the civilian councillors asked in an accusatory tone, causing Hiruzen to focus his killing intent on the fool. Anbu, having that man arrested and publicly executed for breaking my law, Hiruzen commanded, causing a female Anbu with a dragon mask to appear and drag the man out of the room after knocking him out. Now does anyone want to interrupt me again? No, Hokage-sama, but may I ask what you meant by fully realized Jinchuriki? Haika Hiyashi, the present head of the Haika clan, asked for a nod from Hiruzen. Ahem. A cough interrupted Hiruzen before he could speak. Turning to the source, Hiruzen saw the bandaged elder had coughed. Yes, Danzo. May I explain, Hiruzen? Hiruzen became suspicious but nodded. My fellow councillors, a fully realized Jinchuriki are Jinchuriki who have the full power of their bij under their control, to the point of taking up the form of the beast sealed within them. Until now there have been only 2 other fully realized Jinchuriki. The Yonde Mizuki, the Sanbi Jinchuriki and Karabi, the Hachibi Jinchuriki of Kumo. However, what surprises me is how the child became a fully realized Jinchuriki without formal training. Danzo said, causing Hiruzen to realize what the old warhawk was after. Seeing that the whole council was looking at him for answers, Hiruzen sighed in defeat. I also don't know how he did it. The only thing I know is that he and a friend of his, Haruno Sakura, have been hiding their true abilities for as long as they have been in the academy. Young Naruto is also a sage like Hashirama-sensei was. He created his own variant of Senjutsu and finding it incomplete, he studied the flow of Senjutsu chakra within a toad, summoned fighting against a snake summon in the forest of death, and recreated it. Even the sages of Mombakizan were surprised. Their great elder, who normally remains in a trance, came personally to test Naruto-kun. While testing him, that was the sanctioned spar, Gamamaru-sama told him something causing him to suddenly become a master in wind manipulation while in Senin MMDM. The spar ended when Naruto fainted from the strain of using the full power of the Kikbi, along with Senin MMDM at the same time. As of this moment, Gamamaru-sama has decided to take Naruto-kun in as his first apprentice since training the Rikidam Senin over a millennium ago. Hiruzen said, getting a shocked expression from everyone, including Danzo. So he was a prodigy hiding in plain sight. Nara Shikaku, the Jonin commander and the head of the Nara clan, asked, for the first time outside a war, not to sleep through a council meeting. Shikamaru did say that there seemed to be something strange with Naruto-san. I thought he sensed Kikbi's presence within the boy, but now I think that he meant that Naruto-san was hiding his abilities. He had to have been. No one else, especially a dead last academy student, could sneak into Anbu HQ, dye many of the uniforms orange, and then escape without being caught, let alone not leaving behind any traces that we could point to him, even if we know that he was the one who did it. The Anbu commander, a male wearing a dragon mask, said, getting nods from the rest of the ninja council. True, even if I do not like the fact that he snuck into my clan compound and stole our underwear right under the noses of the guards who periodically scan the area with the Byakugan. I still don't know how he did it, but his stealth is impressive. Heike Hiyashi said, getting shocked expressions from everyone present. Anyway, that is not what I called all of you here for. I have a few documents for you to review before I tell you the agenda of the meeting. Hiruzen said before he motioned for an Anbu to distribute the papers in the folder. The council took a few minutes to pursue the documents before Danzo calmly placed his copy on the desk. He was sabotaged and he realized it. He is a textbook example of a shinobi. Danzo said with a bit of pride before chuckling, causing every ninja to give the old warhawk a wary glance. Are you alright, Danzo? Hiruzen asked only for Danzo to laugh aloud. Alright, I am better than alright. I wanted to train him to be what he has become without help. He understands the darkness of the world and uses the shadows to cloak himself, though I should have expected it, with his heritage. Danzo said, causing Hiruzen to inwardly panic. What heritage? Wasn't he an orphan that Yondaime-sama picked randomly? A civilian woman asked for a scoff from Danzo. If the reports of his strength are true, and I have no reason to doubt it, then there is no reason to hide his heritage for fear of his safety from his parents' enemies. I have been meaning to ask Hokage-sama, my daughter came to me last night and said that you confirmed that young Uzumaki-san is in truth the son of the Akai Chishio no Habanero. Yamanaka Inoichi, the head of the Yamanaka clan, asked for a nod from Hiruzen. His father was Kairoi Senko, wasn't he? Aburam Shibi, the head of the Aburam clan asked. After all, it is logical. Kushina-san and Minato-sama were known to spend a lot of time together with rumors of them dating floating about. I hate the Aburam logic and Nara intelligence. All of you deduce things that I want to keep hidden from the barest of details. Shikaku had already deduced his heritage long before now. I am surprised that you didn't have Shibi-kun. Hiruzen said, getting shocked gasps from the civilians. So what about Hiruzen, are you still going to keep him from his inheritance? He may be able to master the Hiraishin if he gets hold of his father's notes, not to mention his parents' sealing skills by studying their notes. I foresee the birth of the Nidaime Kairoi Senko. Danzo said, getting a look of realization on Hiruzen's face. So the old warhawk is after Hiraishin. Not while I am alive, I need to remember to warn Naruto-kun about him. Hiruzen was about to speak when a knock interrupted him. Come in. At the Hokage's command, Nico and Kakashi walked into the chamber escorting Naruto, who looked attentive, and Sakura, who looked nervous. Thank you, Nico, Kakashi-kun, you two may leave now, or if you want, take your clan seat, Kakashi-kun. Kakashi thought for a moment before he walked to the haddock seat and sat down. Good for you to finally join us, Kakashi. Inuyasukatsume said with a fanged grin, causing Kakashi to nod in return. Now, as I was about to say, I had planned to tell him when he reached Jonin, but now with his strength, I can reveal it to him without fear. Hiruzen said, getting a nod from the council. Naruto-san, it has come to our attention that you have achieved Senin MMDM. Can you give us a demonstration of your sensory abilities? Inoichi asked for a nod from Naruto, surprising the man. He expected him to wax lyrical about himself and his abilities, as he is known to do. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath before releasing it. Repeating the motion a few times, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes to reveal orange pigmentation around them, with the pupil being a horizontal bar, and the eyes had changed color to a yellow, instead of the vibrant blue it usually is. Jiraiya is standing beside the door under a cloak. There are 4 Anbu spread around the room with 2 more behind the bandaged man who seems to have no emotions. Then there are the 6 Anbu outside the room hanging from the ceiling with 2 more emotionless Anbu waiting by the door. The civilians here are fearful, probably of me. Then there is the Anbu who brought me here, his chakra felt stiff like earth yet flowing like water. He may have water and earth affinities, though his chakra feels like the 2 affinities are merged together with hints of life energy flowing through it. Naruto said, getting shocked expressions from everyone present. Inoichi knew that good sensors could pick up hints of emotion from the flow of chakra, but to notice the elemental affinities including the sub-elemental affinities was astounding. The man with the wide eyes has a feeling of stiffness in his chakra as well, so he must have earth affinity as well. Hiashi nodded in agreement. The man with spiky pineapple hair and scar on his face who looks like an older Shikamaru has a feeling of insubstantiality in his chakra, probably why they can manipulate shadows. Your own feels more spiritual, but insubstantial as well. The big boned man has a strong flow of life energy, along with the stiffness I associate with earth. Inoichi nodded in understanding of what Naruto meant. Then the man with his face half covered in his own hat feels like it will shock anyone who comes in contact with it. Then there is the eye he is hiding underneath the 8. It feels foreign. Probably a transplant though the level of chakra in it tells me that it is a constantly active ninjutsu. Naruto said while pointedly looking at Danzo's right arm, causing the man to nervously stare back. After staring at each other for a couple of moments that was ignored by everyone except Jiraiya and Hiruzen, Danzo interrupted, I think that concludes the demonstration. It is impressive how much detail you can perceive with your sensory abilities. I do not think I have heard of any sensor being able to sense anything other than negative emotions. Your ability will be a boon in the field for reconnaissance and tracking missions. Tell me, can you sense the chakra trails left behind as well? If I concentrate enough, then yes. Naruto said with a guarded tone causing Danzo to nod. And the range? Hiashi asked for a calculative stare from Naruto after a few moments. Naruto said, at the moment I can sense the hull of Konoha. If I concentrate, I may be able to sense a few more miles out. What? But that's impossible. Even the sharpest Byakugan would fall short of the outer districts of Konoha from here. There is nothing impossible in this world. Have your sharpest Byakugan ever been forced to be strained enough to increase the range? Naruto said with a cold tone causing a shiver to run down Hiashi's spine. Danzo and Hiruzen hid a smile. Thank you for that enlightening demonstration Naruto-san, Aburam Shibi said, causing Naruto to nod in appreciation. Will you give us a demonstration of the Kikbi's power? Danzo said, getting shocked and worried expressions from the counselors. What are you talking about Elder Danzo? Why would you want the Kikbi to be free? It will kill us as soon as Naruto-san releases it. A civilian cried in fear only for a strong killing intent to cause the man to freeze in fear. I would appreciate it if you didn't treat the fox as a dumb beast hell-bent on killing. He is a sentient being just like you and me. It is behavior like that which had tainted Kurama's heart with hatred of humans. I worked very hard to dispel that hatred, so I would appreciate it if you did not give him reason to start hating humans again. Also, do not insult my friend. It was hard to befriend him, but he is a good friend, an honorable one as well. I know details about the attack that none but my father and mother knew. Naruto said getting surprised looks from everyone except Sakura. Baka, you weren't supposed to tell the world that you know who your father is. Sakura exclaimed before she saw the look she was getting and blushed in embarrassment. Naruto released his killing intent from the civilian causing him to faint on the spot. How long have you two known about Naruto's parents and how? Hiruzen asked with a serious tone causing Sakura to gulp in fear. I saw their chakra imprints in my mindscape when I was trying to master Kurama's power last summer. They left the imprints to help me with the process. I told Sakura-chan about them since she is my closest friend. I also know that old pervert over there is my godfather, thanks for the clothes 0 Senin. Your mother's chakra imprint told you to call me that. Didn't she? Jiraiya asked with a flat tone causing Naruto to grin and nod. I should have known. Only Kushina would do something like that. Even from beyond the grave, she torments me with that accursed nickname. Why did you ask me if you were related to Kushina-chan yesterday, if you already knew? Hiruzen asked with confusion only for Naruto to stare at him with an equally serious expression. I wanted to see if you would hide that knowledge from me or not. If you did, then I would have put you down as having malicious intentions with me. It was a test to see if I could trust you as in the shinobi world, nothing is as simple as what it seems. Naruto said, getting an understanding nod from the shinobi council, while Danzo looked at him with barely hidden happiness. The other two elders looked at him with pride. The female elder, Kaharu, commented, "You remind me of Tobirama-sensei with Hashirama-sensei's happy-go-lucky nature mixed in. Now that I am in your presence, you even have the same presence as Hashirama-sensei." "Thank you for the compliment, but may I ask what was the real agenda of the council meeting?" "I do not think this was it," Naruto said with a cheeky grin, causing everyone to face fault at getting this distracted from the true agenda. "Ahem, you are right, Naruto-kun. The meeting was about informing the council of your status as a fully realized Jinchuriki and a Sennin. Then I was planning to discuss the merits and demerits of releasing your heritage to the world, so you may go. There shouldn't be any discussion. I understand that you want to protect me, but revealing my heritage and status as a fully realized Jinchuriki has more merits than demerits. True that my parents' enemies could target me, but it is not as if I cannot defend myself. Revealing that would instead cause our enemies to fear angering us while reassuring our allies of our power. It may even prevent our allies from betraying us out of fear of us retaliating. It would also bring in more missions and allies to us," Naruto said, getting a shocked look from everyone, including Sakura, who did not know that Naruto was this good with politics. "That is a very good proposition. It is true that many minor villages fear to attack Kumo, and even though Kiri is embroiled in a civil war, Yagura's status as a cage-level ninja and a fully realized Jinchuriki prevents overzealous minor villages from attacking them," Danzo said with an approving nod of his head. "Are you sure that you want to take the risk of Naruto-kun? You will be in grave danger." Hiruzen asked, only for Naruto to gently refute him. "You are letting your affection for me prevent you from looking at the bigger picture, Jiji. What is a shinobi?" Naruto said, getting a look of realization from Jiraiya and Kakashi. Seeing the confused looks from everyone, Naruto continued, "A shinobi is one who endures. I am a shinobi. Moreover, I am a shinobi who aspires to become Hokage. If I am afraid to put my life on the line for my village and country, then I don't deserve the hit I am proudly wearing on my forehead." Shikaku nodded in understanding. "I see what you mean, Naruto-san. You are willing to take the burden of being Konoha's face to the world with your very presence deterring other nations from thinking of invading us. You are banking on your status as a fully realized Jinchuriki, a sage, the last Uzumaki, and finally the son of the Kairoi Senko, to be the deterrent, and if that fails, you plan to use the power you have to silence those who would dare to even look at Konoha with a malicious light in their eyes." Naruto nodded in agreement, getting a sigh from Hiruzen, while approving nods from the rest of the shinobi council. "That is a plan worthy of Tobirama-sensei, and the determination you show in carrying out that plan shows me glimpses of Hashirama-sensei. I approve of your proposal," Homura said, getting a nod from Kaharu and Danzo. The rest of the shinobi council except Kakashi voiced their agreement with respect. "I feel that it is unwise of you to place yourself at risk just yet, Naruto. As your father's sole surviving student, I must protest this plan," Kakashi said with worry, only for Naruto to chuckle. "If you were my father's pupil, then you know that I won't back down from a small threat to my life. He entrusted Kurama to me so that I could master the use of his power. I have done it, so now it is my turn to provide Konoha with the same visage my father portrayed." Kakashi thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Though I don't like it, I will accept your decision. I rescind my objection to the plan," Kakashi said, causing Hiruzen to hang his head in defeat. "What about you, Jiraiya? He is your godson. Though I would prefer he didn't do this, it is undeniable that he is a better and greater sage than me, Fukasaku-sensei and Shima-sensei. That along with his taijutsu skills, put him solidly in the category of a low A rank jonin. He has an A rank under his belt. With his understanding of Kage Bunshin and the level of wind manipulation he can do in Sennin MMDM, I would not want to fight against him. With Kikbi, he is easily S rank in power. If he concentrates a bit on his ninjutsu, with the help of Kage Bunshin, he would be S rank in skill by the end of the year. So I shall support him in his personally proposed mission," Jiraiya said with a proud smile, getting a nod from Hiruzen. "Alright, I shall allow it. Your heritage and status as the Kikbi Jinchuriki will be revealed right after the meeting is concluded. Anbu, call a general assembly of the populace." An Anbu appeared and bowed to Hiruzen before vanishing in a Konoha Shunshin. "Now Sakura-chan, may I ask why did you hide your skills? It is uncommon for an academy student from civilian background to be as strong as you are." "Naruto has been helping me get stronger. That is the only truth, Hokage-sama," Sakura said while inwardly sweating in fear of her lie being caught. After a moment's scrutiny, Hiruzen nodded. "Alright, Sakura-chan, you, Naruto-kun and the civilian council may go now," Hiruzen said, causing the civilians to get up and leave. Before they all left, the head of the civilian council turned to Naruto and bowed. "Naruto-sama, please forgive us for our transgressions against you," the man said, getting shocked looks from some of the shinobi council. "What's in the past is in the past. Let us head towards a brighter future and not bring up painful memories. I can understand your pain to a certain degree and your fear. There is no need to ask for my forgiveness. Naruto said, getting shocked looks from the civilians and shinobi alike, while Danzo watched with a calculative expression on his face. The civilians bowed before heading out of the room. That isn't something you see every day, Tsume said with a gruff laugh, getting chuckles from Choza and Jiraiya. Sakura and Naruto were about to walk out of the council chamber when Naruto suddenly stopped. I have been meaning to ask, does the Uzumaki clan have a council seat in Konoha? Everyone looked surprised at the inquiry, but Danzo replied, they do not, but the alliance charter between Konoha and Uzushio states that if a branch of the Uzumaki clan were to form in Konoha, they would be given a council seat. Why do you ask, Naruto-san? Do you plan to recreate the Uzumaki clan in the future? That should be obvious. As if I would let my clan die out. Naruto said with a scoff. Thank you for your consideration of my proposal. With his piece said, Naruto walked out of the council chambers with Sakura in tow. That gaki has a very heavy presence. A similar presence to what you had during the Second Shinobi World War, sensei. Jiraiya said, getting a nod of agreement from Kaharu, Hamura and Danzo. Hiruzen hummed in thought before he sighed and turned back to the council. What news do you have on Iwa, Jiraiya? I want to be prepared for the fallout of the reveal. Hiruzen said, causing everyone to become serious. Naruto and Sakura had just entered his home when Sakura smacked Naruto on the back of his head. What the hell were you playing at, Naruto? I thought we wouldn't be changing the past too much. What reason did we come back if we aren't going to be changing the past, and since our powers have already been revealed to a certain degree? We should just use it to our advantage. Yesterday, I think I was able to convince Sasuke that being a lone wolf would only end in disaster. I offered to help him get stronger. He said he would think about it. I hope that we will be able to keep him out of Orochimaru's hands now. That could already have changed the future by a great degree. Kurama guided me in the council chambers. He said something about showing the qualities that are desirable in a leader. That would help me gain allies on the council, which would then help when the time came to hunt down Akatsuki. I decided to follow Kurama's lead. Sakura nodded in understanding before she said, then why didn't you reveal Danzo? He is useful at the moment. While I hate manipulations, Kurama and I decided to make Danzo think that I share similar ideologies with him. That will cause him to lower his guard. And when his guard is down, I will take him out in a single fell swoop. Sakura gulped at the serious expression on Naruto's face as she faintly blushed. Shaking her head to clear out unnecessary thoughts, Sakura said, that is risky, but so are you. Naruto nodded in agreement when something occurred to him causing him to become pale as a corpse. Seeing his pallid expression, Sakura became concerned, you alright, Naruto? Naruto just nodded, yeah, but I don't think I will be soon. Sakura raised an eyebrow in confusion when Naruto continued, Gigi is about to reveal my heritage within the hour. So? I thought you would be happy to finally be able to tell the world who your parents are. You don't understand. As soon as my heritage is revealed, the whole of Konoha will start treating me as the son of Yondaime instead of Uzumaki Naruto. They will ignore who I am and the fangirls. I know I laughed when Sasuke was hounded by fangirls, but now I will be the one running away. Naruto exclaimed, hyperventilating only for Sakura to smash a fist onto Naruto's head. Calm down, Baka. Very few treat you as Uzumaki Naruto. Most of the elder populace treats you as Kurama, while our generation treats you as an annoying prankster. Instead of getting glares, you will be getting looks of awe. So what, just bear with it till you prove yourself as you did when you defeated Pain. And stop being so overdramatic about fangirls, they aren't that obsessive, and if you need help, I will bail you out. Sakura said with a face flushed with annoyance, causing Naruto to calm down. Thanks, Sakura-chan, I really needed that. Sakura nodded in appreciation as she asked, how should we proceed with our training? My medical skills are still the same level they were in the future, along with my chakra levels and control. Even my super strength is at the same level. The same can be said for you. The only drawback is our physical stamina. I tested out my own yesterday and found that it was greater than what I originally had at this age, but still behind the levels of fitness I had in the future. I think we should increase our physical abilities as well. You can barely hold Bijchem MDM for a couple of minutes. That would be worse than useless. Naruto nodded in agreement, we can join Super Bushy Brow Sensei and Bushy Brows in their physical training regime. It would give us an excuse to accelerate our growth in stamina and physical skills. I Sensei and Lee's training regime, huh? If we were able to follow even a quarter of their insane routine, we would improve tremendously, and since I do not have Shishima here to help me, they will have to. Do you think I should learn more ninjutsu? You should, you only have a couple of defensive and support doten. Adding a few offensive ones and a few ninjutsu would only help you. I will need to learn the other 4 elements, and then Futen, Imten and Jiten, I got from the other Bij when they entrusted me with their chakra. Even with Kage Bunshin, that will take a lot of time. Sakura nodded in agreement as Naruto continued, then I also have to train with Pa and Ma to master the Toad-style ninjutsu and the various collaboration ninjutsu with summoned toads. Not to mention mastering Senin MMDM like Gamamari Jiji said. I will have my hand full with them. You will also be picking up Kenjutsu, it was your clan's specialty after all. Sakura said, getting a groan from Naruto who had collapsed on his couch. Sakura sat down beside him, patted his head, and said with a giggle, there, it isn't that bad a situation. You will just have to abuse the hell out of Kage Bunshin, and every time you collapse from brain trauma, I will heal you back up. With Kurama helping, I predict you will be up and annoying everyone the very next day. Naruto just glared at her before he yawned. He rested his head on the couch's headrest and started falling asleep. Still feeling tired, huh? Sakura asked, getting a sleepy nod as Naruto fell into a deeper sleep. Sakura watched him sleeping for a few moments before with a fond smile. He looks cute when he sleeps. How come I never noticed it before? Sakura thought to herself as she absently ran a hand through Naruto's messy blonde hair before she quickly brought her hand back with a massive blush adorning her face. What the hell am I doing? This is Naruto, the noble baka known to do the impossible, but still the baka. A treacherous part of her mind whispered, but he is you baka. He still hasn't given up on you. But Hinata already declared her feelings to him. Sakura argued with her inner self only for the inner self to refute that was in the future, and even then Naruto didn't act on her confession. He had already gained a lot of respect after defeating Pain, and everyone had learned of his burden. He didn't have any excuse to not date her, yet he didn't. But I love Sasuke. You, or did you love the idea of healing his broken heart? Moreover, I doubt you will be attracted to Sasuke as he is now. You and Naruto are both older in mind than body. You both will have difficulty in accepting someone your physical age, as they will not be mature enough mentally. Not to mention you did not refute Yondaime Sama's claims of you being Naruto's girlfriend when he first appeared on the battlefield with the other reincarnated Hokage and Sasuke. But how would I refute that when his dead father was happy thinking he had a girlfriend? It would have made Yondaime Sama sad. Would it, or did you secretly like being called Naruto's girlfriend? I don't like Naruto like that. Sakura argued with her inner self, only to get a scuff from her causing Sakura to hesitate for a moment, do I? That is something you need to find out for yourself. Even if I told you, you won't agree with me, even though I am a part of your psyche. Inner Sakura said before she went quiet, leaving Sakura to mull over the direction her thoughts had taken. While mulling over her thoughts, Sakura slowly fell asleep on the couch with her head resting on Naruto's shoulder. The sound of giggling reached the ears of two sleepy people. A pair of mesmerizing cerulean eyes opened to see Jiraiya standing in front of them, writing in a small notepad while giggling. "Hiro-sennin, what are you doing?" Naruto asked as he tried to get up only for a weight on his left side to hold him down. At the same time, Sakura groaned and opened her emerald eyes only to see Naruto's confused cerulean eyes staring at her. "You two are a gold mine," Jiraiya said with a giggle, causing Sakura to realize the proximity she had with her time-traveling friend and jumped back with a red face. Naruto became fearful that Sakura was about to punish him when Sakura turned her wrath on Jiraiya. "You old pervert. You can change even the most innocent of situations into something perverted." Sakura screamed as she punched Jiraiya into a wall. As Jiraiya slid down the wall, he groaned out, "Damn, she's like a second coming of Tonati Haim. I am still tired from the training I did yesterday. We fell asleep discussing how we were going to proceed with our training, got it?" Sakura said with a menacing aura. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, not wanting to feel the wrath of the girl with super strength. "How did you get in here anyway, Hiro-sennin?" Naruto asked when he saw that Sakura was not about to beat him up for falling asleep beside her. Jiraiya perked up at Naruto's question and said, "Oh right, sensei wants you in his office tomorrow morning to pick up the documents pertaining to your heritage and inheritance when you go to pick up your ninja registration card. Now get up and dress in the formal kimono I placed on your bed. We need to get to the Hokage mansion soon. Sensei is about to announce your heritage and status," Jiraiya said, getting a nod from Naruto. "What should I do, Jiraiya-sama?" Sakura asked, getting a thoughtful look from the old pervert. "I want you to head to the hospital tomorrow. Sensei has arranged for you to take an exam to evaluate your skills as an Irinen. If you pass, you will become a certified Irinen. The level of clearance you will have will depend on your skill and marks. Now get home, change into something comfortable, and head to the assembly. If I know Sensei, he is going to scold the older populace, so be ready for a long-winded speech." Sakura nodded before she vanished in a puff of smoke and leaves. Hiruzen was standing at the edge of the roof looking out at the sea of faces moving about in front of the Hokage mansion. He could hear the civilians standing talking to each other, moving about in the crowd. The ninja on the other hand were standing in close-knit groups whispering to their comrades while looking for probable threats. The newly minted genin were standing at the front of the crowd and looking up in confusion, all except Sakura, who was out of her usual ninja gear and was now wearing a long red kippao with a silver slug embroidery running all over the dress. Hiruzen saw that unlike her former classmates, she had come armed with a kunai holster peeking from the slits in the kippao. Hiruzen also noticed a medical pouch hanging from her waist. She has a completely different demeanor from her fellow genin. Is it alright for me to put her with Naruto-kun? It would disrupt the balance of the team. Hiruzen thought with a pensive expression when Jiraiya and Naruto arrived in a Konoha Shunshin. Hiruzen turned to greet the two, but was stunned at how Naruto looked. Naruto was wearing a white kimono that highlighted his blonde hair. An embroidery of a fox with 9 tails with its tails wrapping around the hems was done in deep crimson thread. A toad, done in gold thread, was seen sitting on the fox's head with a yellow halo-like appearance around its body, as if it had flashed onto the fox's head. A large Uzumaki swirl was embroidered in red thread on the back. Naruto's messy hair seemed to be spiking up at random places, giving him a wild appearance. Hiruzen could easily see the resemblance the boy had with his parents, with a bit of his own uniqueness thrown in. "You look handsome, Naruto-kun. Where did you get the kimono?" Hiruzen asked, getting a shrug from the boy. "I didn't know Jiji, but Iro-senin gave it to me." Hiruzen turned to Jiraiya only to see the white-haired Sanin wiping away a tear from his eye. "It was commissioned by Kushina a couple of months before she died. I had the embroideries tweaked a bit after they died. Kushina wanted this to be the kimono he was to wear when he was formally introduced as the Uzumaki clan heir. I thought it was time for him to wear it. Kushina had personally embroidered the fox onto the kimono," Jiraiya said, getting a shocked look from Naruto and a happy one from Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, everyone is assembled," Nico said as she appeared beside the Hokage in a Konoha Shunshin. Hiruzen nodded and walked forward towards the edge of the roof. Everyone quieted down when everyone saw the Hokage preparing to speak. "It is rare that I call a village-wide assembly. Normally it spells the sharing of bad news, while at rare times good news is shared. Luckily, this time, it is the latter at least to some, but before I share the news, I must say that I am greatly disappointed in many of you. Hashirama-sensei created this village so that everyone would be treated with respect and equality. He created this village so that the children could live happy lives away from the darkness that permeates the world. He would be extremely depressed at what Konoha has become now," Hiruzen said, getting confused looks from everyone present. "Is this the Konoha our beloved Yondaime sacrificed himself for? A village that would spit on his last request and victimize a hero who had unwillingly taken on a burden far greater than most understand, a village who would mentally and physically torture a young child due to ignorance and malice for something he did not have any control over. A village that would victimize the son of the very man you idolize." Hiruzen said, getting confused looks from the younger generation, while the older generation gasped in shock, while a handful denied that statement. Hiruzen let the crowd calm down a bit before he continued. "I don't know how the child remains sane, how he can still put his life on the line for a village that has spited him so. I know that if I were in his position, I would have probably tried to destroy the village and succeeded with the power that was sealed within the child. Young ones, all who were too young to remember the Kikbi attack or were born after it, I have a confession to make. The day the Kikbi attacked, the Yondaime did not kill it. No living man can kill it permanently. Within 9 years, the beast would have been back. Therefore, the Yondaime did what was the only sure way to defeat a being like the Kikbi. He sealed it in a newborn child at the cost of his own soul. With his dying breath, he asked that the child be seen as the hero he is, instead of the beast sealed within him." "Who is the child, Hokage-sama?" Many of the younger generation asked with curiosity when Hiruzen did not continue. After a few moments, Hiruzen motioned for someone to walk forward. As Naruto came into view, the younger generation looked stunned, while many of the older generation looked at him with neutral faces, while some started with anger. Only a handful stared at him with respect. "This is the child. He has borne the burden of holding back the malice of the Kikbi, while also suffering under the malice and negligence directed at him from the village he is protecting. Surprisingly, he has been able to remove the malice from the heart of the Kikbi and befriended the beast to the point that the fox would work with Naruto-kun here to protect the village. He has done what his father entrusted him to do. I give you Uzumaki Naruto, the Kikbi Jinchuriki and the son of the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and the Akai Chishio no Habanero, Uzumaki Kushina, the present heir of the now nearly extinct Uzumaki clan," Hiruzen said, getting shocked looks from everyone except those who already knew. "Naruto-kun here has decided to take on an S-rank mission to become the face of Konoha. He shall be the bar that the other nations shall judge us from now on. Even without the power of the Kikbi, Naruto-kun is as strong as a rookie jonin. With the Kikbi, he rivals the Sannin and me. He has decided to be what his father stood for, a deterrent against war with enemies and a beacon of hope for our allies and us. I am giving him the honorary title of Bijksenin, for he himself is a sage who has developed a unique style of senjutsu and then recreated the Toad style without help, along with all privileges attached with the rank. Officially, he shall remain a genin to gain experience working in teams. Now let's hear a cheer for the hero of Konoha. Hiruzen said, getting a cheer from the younger generation and most of the older generation as well. Only the most diehard civilians still disapproved of Naruto. All of you are now dismissed. Hiruzen said, causing most of the people to leave the area, only leaving behind the clan heirs from Naruto's year and Sakura with a few jonin, Taketsu jonin and a lone chunin. Naruto-kun, Jiraiya will show you to your clan home, it is protected by blood seals that only an Uzumaki can penetrate. Unfortunately, your parents' home was destroyed during the Kikbi's attack. I was able to salvage some of their things and their personal notes from the wreckage. I will give them to you tomorrow. Now I must get back to the blasted paperwork. Ever since I started using Kage Bunshin, my load of paperwork seems to have tripled. Sure thing Gigi, have fun slaying paperwork. Naruto said with a cheeky grin, causing the old Kage to grumble about smartest blonde brats and self-replicating paperwork before he vanished in a puff of smoke. So Iro-Senin, where is the Uzumaki clan compound? Let's get down from here and I will take you there. Mind you, the only time I have been there was on the day of your parents' marriage, so I don't know in what condition it is in now. Jiraiya said as he and Naruto jumped down from the roof and landed in front of the gathered clan heirs and Sakura. So you have a gigantic evil demonic nine-tailed fox sealed in your stomach? Ino asked with a curious tone. Naruto nodded in confusion when Ino smirked, no wonder you eat that much ramen and you are so short. The fox must be taking in all the nutrients making you hungrier and not growing at all. Everyone face faulted at Ino's comment before Sakura screamed, that isn't the reason he is short, he doesn't eat nutritious food. Without proper nutrition, no one will ever reach their full potential. What's up with you, forehead? I was just making a comment. Ino said, causing Sakura to growl in anger. My goal is to surpass Tonadi-sama both as an Irinen and a combat medic. I make it my business to correct anyone who gives the wrong idea to my patients. Sakura said, getting a smirk from Ino and Jiraiya while a frown graced Hinata's face. I always thought something was wrong with the way people behaved with you, I just never realized why. You must have a very strong mental fortitude to remain sane with the amount of hatred and negligence the populace directed at you. Naruto nodded in appreciation of Shikamaru's compliment. But don't think I will treat you any differently just because you have held the Kikbi at bay since you were born or because you are Yondaime-sama's son. I will keep treating you as I have you troublesome blonde. Everyone present nodded in agreement, even the shy Hinata and the boisterous Kiba. Thanks guys. You do not know how much this means to me. I want to be recognized for my achievements, not my father's. The only reason I wanted it revealed now was to direct Iwa and Kumo's eyes onto me instead of Konoha. That is a daring chance you took, Naruto-san. You are just a genin, even if you are titled a senin. It is logical to let the older generation keep the eyes of our enemies on them while we have time to grow into the role. Shino said, getting a nod from everyone except Sasuke and Sakura. The day I mastered Kurama's power was the day I chose to become the protector of Konoha. Other than me, both of Kumo's Jinchuriki are fully realized ones. The Yondaime Mizukage is supposed to be one as well. Besides, my father entrusted me with Kurama for a reason, if not for this, then why? Naruto said, getting reluctant nods from everyone. You kids should understand that sensei never did something without a reason. Besides, none but an Uzumaki can hold the Kikbi. No one has the physical capabilities to hold such a powerful entity. The kids turned around to see Kakashi standing behind them. You did a hell of a job, kid. I can see why father has so much belief in you. You did something that was thought to be impossible. A bearded jonin smoking a cigarette said. Seeing the confused looks on everyone's faces, he said, I am Sarutobi Asuma. Sandaime-sama is my father. Yosh, your flames of youth burn brighter than the sun, make sure to never let it go out. A green spandex-clad jonin said, getting sweat drops from everyone present. Ah, thank you, I think. Naruto said with a strained grin on his face. The green spandex-clad jonin nodded. The rest of the gathered jonin and Taketsu jonin just shook their heads in exasperation. Please refrain from corrupting the next generation with your flames of youth ideology. You already have corrupted your apprentice. A man wearing a bandana said with a severe expression on his face. The name's Iki Kurenai. These are my friends Inyazuka Hana, Yuzuki Ikao and Mitarashi Anko. We commend you on your decision to become the face of Konoha. That is a noble thing. I don't think I would be able to do that if I was in your position. The with red eyes said while pointing towards a woman from the Inyazuka clan wearing a chunin vest, a purple-haired woman wearing Anbu armor, and another purple-haired woman, with her hair done in the style of a pineapple, wearing a fishnet armor under a tan trench coat. The three women nodded in agreement with the gathering of Taketsu jonin nodding with them. One of the gathered Toketsu Jonin, one biting on it, walked forward and patted Naruto on his back. Your father helped three of us learn a variant of his Hiraishin, the Hiraijin no Jutsu. If you plan to learn this one, just come find me. It would be my honor to help you learn it. The name Shiranui Genma, you can find me in the Jonin Long. Thank you, I will be sure to find you when I try to learn Hiraishin. Naruto said with gratitude when Jiraiya finally spoke up. Good of you all to show support for him, but we must be going. We do not know in what condition the Uzumaki clan compound is in, so we may have a lot of work to do. We must be going now. Everyone nodded in understanding before saying goodbye and leaving, all except Sakura and the purple-haired woman wearing Anbu armor. How about I come and help? Then I can make sure that the baka doesn't fill his fridge with ramen again. Sakura said, causing Naruto to grumble. I will come along as well. I have been there many times when Kushina-sensei was alive. I remember spending hours practicing my kinjutsu under Kushina-sensei's experienced eyes, sometimes staying there with her, so I would be a great help in showing Naruto-kun around. So you are the same Ikao-chan Kushina always speaks of. She always said you would go far. Seeing that you are an Anbu, I think Kushina would have been proud of you. I believe that Kushina had a special sword forged just for you while she was pregnant with Naruto. I will hand it to you tomorrow. Jiraiya said with a grin, getting a smile from the purple-haired Anbu. Mother was a kinjutsu practitioner? Naruto asked in shock, getting a nod from Jiraiya and Ikao. The foremost kinjutsu expert in Konoha, I learned a lot of the basics from her. Her style, the Shai no Mai, was as graceful as it was deadly. Unfortunately, from what I can see, you do not seem to have the right type of body to use her kinjutsu style. A pity really, but the scrolls she wrote in her style are stored at the Uzumaki clan archives. Maybe in the future, a child of yours will be able to learn the style. Ikao said with a fond smile, getting a sad nod from Naruto. But don't worry. You have the perfect body type to learn the Uzumaki clan taijutsu style. I just can't seem to remember the name of the style, but I know it was brutal. It uses the advantages of your clan's great stamina and chakra reserve for efficient use. I remember the sound of breaking bones emanating from the other side of the privacy wall of a public onsen we were bathing in when she realized a pervert was spying on us. I remember her calling the pervert Iro Senin and that she was going to put him in critical care. Jiraiya paled and started to sweat in fear of Ikao, realizing that it was him Kushina had beaten that fateful day. Naruto and Sakura shared a smirk when Ikao said that she wanted to beat the pervert as well, but Kushina had not told her who he was. Iro Senin, shame on you, you spied on my mother and her student while they were bathing. Mother must be at least 20 years younger than you, while Ikao-san is at least 30. Naruto said with Sakura snickering as Ikao turned a murderous glare at the white-haired Sannin, who had become pale as a corpse. So it was you. Be happy that I do not have my katana with me now, or I would be punishing you for your past transgressions against sensei and me. If I find you by any Linsen, I will make sure that you no longer remain a man, got it? Ikao asked with a menacing expression, getting a scared nod from Jiraiya. Ikao smiled and nodded before turning to Sakura and Naruto. We better get going. Kushina-sensei said that seals maintained the compound, but I do not know what condition it is in now, that the seals have not been maintained of the past 12 years. We are still tired today, so it is better if we have Naruto situated before I can return home to take a nap. Sakura said as she grabbed Naruto by the collar and dragged him behind her in a random direction. Ikao and Jiraiya smirked at the scene. That reminds me of Minato and Kushina after Minato saves Kushina from her abductors. Jiraiya said, getting a smile from Ikao. You think they like each other? Everyone knows that Naruto-kun has a crush on the girl. Her behavior is new, though from what I have gathered, they have been close for a long time now. They are very good. None of us ever realized that they were wearing a mask. Even now, they hide what they can truly do. So I do not know if the girl realized that she likes him or not. Then there is the Hokage heiress as well. Everyone knows that she has a crush on Naruto-kun, but he either doesn't realize it or he isn't interested in her like that. Jiraiya nodded in understanding before he said with a grin, should we tell them that they are going the wrong way? Let them wander a bit more before we tell them. I still have to get back at the Gaki for dyeing my Anbu uniform pink that one time. I still do not know how he infiltrated Anbu HQ, but I know that the commander has been having the new recruit searching the whole place for his infiltration point. It's been a year now, but we are still not close to figuring out how he did it. Ikao said with a miffed tone. Jiraiya laughed, he would be a great spy master in the future if he didn't take the position as Konoha's public face. Yugao giggled as the two followed Sakura and Naruto. Chapter 3 The Future Hokage's Pupil. Early in the morning, Naruto's cerulean eyes opened to the sight that caused confusion to the blonde-haired boy. Above him was a roof paneled with rich red-colored wooden panels. The grains on the wooden panels were arranged so that the Uzumaki clan symbol was floating in a lighter red coloration on a deeper red background. After a few moments, the events of the previous day returned to the boy's mind, causing him to jump out of bed in excitement. Yada, Sakura-chan, and I now have a private place to train. He exclaimed when a knocking on the wooden frame of the Shimjai screen leading out of the clan head's bedroom caught his attention. Ah, who is it? It's me, Naruto. Get dressed and come with me. We need to discuss a few things. A feminine voice called out, causing a bright smile to form on the blonde Jinchuriki's face. Alright Sakura-chan, I will meet you at the dining room as fast as I can. Alright Naruto, but try and be done within half an hour, it is already 7 in the morning. We have to finish our ninja registration today and make sure that you don't do something weird baka. Sakura said with a monotone, causing Naruto to shiver in fright. Sure Sakura-chan. Naruto saw the shadow of Sakura nod and walk away, causing him to sigh in relief. After a moment, he rushed towards the private bathroom to get ready for the day. Sakura was cooking a simple breakfast of rice, steamed vegetables, teriyaki chicken, and miso soup when Jiraiya appeared in the kitchen with a confused look on his face. Huh, when did you get here? Jiraiya asked with a smirk, getting a sigh from the pink-haired Irenen. Good morning to you too, Jiraiya-sama, I came here nearly 15 minutes ago. I need to make sure that the baka does not do something idiotic again, like painting his face like a kabuki actor for his ninja registration picture. Would you like some breakfast? No thanks, I already had breakfast. I just came by to give Naruto a scroll and tell him something before I have to leave to follow up a new lad in my spy network. Jiraiya said with a sad sigh, getting an understanding nod from Sakura. It must be hard to not be able to directly involve yourself in your godson's life because your job is more critical to the survival of Konoha, huh? You don't know that half of it. Being a spy master takes you far away from your home for long periods. I do miss Konoha and Naruto a lot when I am away, but I know that what I do keeps Konoha and Naruto safe. That allows me to keep on going even when I suffer from homesickness. Jiraiya said with a melancholic sigh. Sakura smiled with encouragement as she said, but as you said, what you do keeps Konoha and Naruto safe. Thanks to your efforts, we were able to grow up without a war waging around us. For that our generation is thankful to you. Thank you for your kind words. Most do not understand what it is like to be away from home for years, just so that it remains standing. Do you need some help with that? Jiraiya asked, seeing Sakura attempting to carry 3 trays of food to the dining room. Sakura nodded with a grateful smile as Jiraiya took 2 of the trays from her. As the two were laying the trays on the dining room table, Naruto walked in wearing the uniform Jiraiya gave him. On his forehead was a hit I-8 with the kanji for Bij Kansenin engraved on the plate. His previous hit I-8 was acting like a belt. Where did you get the hit I-8? Sakura asked with confusion, as she was sure that Naruto did not have time to arrange for a Kage Bunshin to go and buy them, or more like custom order them. Huh. Oh, Ma came by with the hit I-8 this morning when I came out of the bathroom. She said that because I was an honorary Sannin, I should look the part. Sakura nodded in understanding while Jiraiya cried in anguish. Why did Ma give you a hit I-8 when I had to custom order mine? That's because you had already had your unique costume before you were given the title of Sannin, so I didn't give you anything, Jiraiya-chan. Ma said as she hopped into the room, causing Jiraiya to cry even more. Naruto and Sakura watched with awkward silence as Jiraiya cried while Ma clicked her tongue in irritation before he rammed a rolling pin on Jiraiya's head, causing the man to fall onto the ground with a huge bump on his head. Still acting like a child, when would you start acting your age, Jiraiya-chan? Jiraiya stood up with a depressed expression and mumbled something, causing Ma to growl out. What was that, Jiraiya-chan, you want me to hit you again? No. I was just wondering why you are still here. It is unlike you to stay longer than necessary. And how do you know that my reason for staying isn't necessary? Anyway, Naruto-chan, I want you to summon Parami tomorrow morning. We will start teaching you some of the Toad-style ninjutsu. Then we can spar using senjutsu and the ninjutsu you learned. Alright Ma, Dadabeo. And you need to get rid of that verbal tick. Many won't take you seriously with that present. Ma said bluntly, causing Naruto to hang his head, mumbling that he was much better than before. Ma nodded, and before she returned to Mambaki's she said, goodbye everyone, have a nice day. Alright, she's gone, no more rolling pins to the head. That old hag can be such a pain sometimes. Jiraiya said just before a shiver went down his spine. Turning his head, he saw Sakura and Naruto with sinister smiles on their faces. Ah, you two will not tell her I called her a hag, will you? Who knows? Maybe, if you promise not to spy on the public Linsen, Sakura said, causing Jiraiya to pale before he exclaimed, that's blackmail. Didn't you have something to tell and give to Naruto? Sakura asked with a nonchalant tone, causing Jiraiya to snap his fingers in realization. Right, Naruto, I will have to leave soon. A new lead came up on my spy network, which may be harmful to Konoha if we do not follow up. Therefore, I am leaving you a scroll with instructions on how to do Minato's Rasengan and a couple of my own ninjutsu techniques. Do not get disheartened if you do not get the Rasengan within a month. It took me 6 months to learn it and took your father 3 years to create it. Jiraiya said with pride after he handed Naruto a scroll. Naruto chuckled and Sakura giggled when he finished his little speech. You mean this? Naruto said as he created a perfect Rasengan causing Jiraiya to face fault. How long ago did you learn that? Jiraiya asked with shock, causing Naruto and Sakura to laugh in amusement. Dad transferred the knowledge of the separate steps of mastering the Rasengan to me before his chakra dissipated. That was a year ago. It took me a week to learn it and then some time more to master and then complete it. Naruto said, causing Jiraiya to stare at the boy as if he was seeing a ghost. What do you mean to complete it? Did you add elemental chakra into it? Naruto nodded, causing Jiraiya to nearly faint before he started shaking Naruto like a ragdoll. How did you stabilize it without having the whole construct explode? Jiraiya-sama, if you let go of him, he will be able to tell you. Sakura said as he gently pried Jiraiya's arms from Naruto's shoulder. Jiraiya looked sheepish while Naruto glared at Sanin with annoyance. Use Senjutsu to stabilize the technique or you can use Bij Chakra. Use Kage Bunshin to add the element at first until you become adept enough to do it yourself, Naruto said with a smile getting a blank look from Jiraiya. Want me to show you? Hell no, you aren't going to be demonstrating Photon. Rasen Shuriken here. Sakura said with a shiver, getting a surprised look from Jiraiya. I wasn't going to throw it. I would have dispelled it after showing it to him. Naruto whined, getting a sigh from Sakura. Alright, but only show, no using it, Sakura said, causing Naruto to smile and nod. He closed his eyes for a few minutes before he opened them again showing he was in Senin MMDM. He stood up, raised his hand above his head, and formed a normal Rasengan. Jiraiya looked confused until a swirling blade of wind chakra formed around the Rasengan core. A high-pitched screeching sound emanated from the Rasen Shuriken. A strong whirlwind formed in the room before Naruto suddenly dissipated it. So how was it? Naruto asked only to see that Jiraiya kept staring at the spot the Rasen Shuriken was with a blank look. You alright there, Hirosenin? I think he fainted in shock. Sakura said uncertainty as she poked the man, getting an understanding nod from Naruto. And blame him, Rasen Shuriken is just too awesome, Naruto said just as his stomach grumbled causing him to grin sheepishly. Guess I am hungry. Sakura just sighed as she took a seat at the table and started eating her share of the breakfast after pointing Naruto to him. After they finished their breakfasts, Naruto remembered that Sakura wanted to talk with him. Sakura-chan, what did you want to talk to me about? Let's head to the garden, leave a clone behind. Jiraiya-sama shouldn't hear this and he does need to know where we are heading. Naruto nodded and created a Kage Bunshin to watch over the unconscious Anin as the original and the pink-haired Irinen walked out of the room. Naruto sat down at the edge of the koi pond with Sakura beside him. Both wore a serious expression on their faces. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, Sakura spoke up, how do you think the rest of the world will react to the revelation of your heritage and status? I don't know about Sakura-chan. I just hope that Iwa is not idiotic enough to start a war. That is just what Akatsuki needs to hide their movements. If the Fourth Shinobi War starts between the Great Five Nations and their allies instead of the Alliance and the Akatsuki, then I will have to do the only thing left to save my fellow Jinchuriki. I will have to leave Konoha and create an organization to combat the Akatsuki with the rest of the Jinchuriki. Sakura gasped in shock but nodded in understanding. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and gave him a reassuring smile. If you leave, I will come with you. I didn't come back to the past only to see the world be destroyed by Akatsuki. Naruto gave a nod as he smiled softly at the girl. The two sat there in silence and stared at the koi fish swimming in the pond without a care in the world. It was in this scene that Ikao walked into the Uzumaki estate in search of Naruto and Sakura. So this is where you two have been. Hokage-sama was surprised when either of you didn't appear first thing in the morning. Naruto and Sakura turned around to see Ikao in her Anbu uniform and cat mask. Naruto grinned and said, morning Nico-chan, we kind of forgot the time as we discussed what teams we would be put into and what missions were awaiting us. Morning Nico-san, sorry for having you come here. We will be going right now. Sakura said with a bow as she placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder and vanished in Shunshin. Ikao smiled as the two left before she left as well. Ah, Naruto-kun, Sakura-chan, good for you to show up, these are your ninja registration cards. They contain your ninja registration numbers and other relevant information that are not security risks but still important and I am thankful that you didn't do something crazy for the photo. Hiruzen said as he handed over their respective registration cards. Both took the cards with a silent nod before looking them over. Sakura's picture showed the perfect image of a kunoichi, while Naruto's was different. Naruto was wearing his new Anbu-style clothes and orange vest. The red haori with yellow lightning bolts lying over the vest and finally the new 8. Unlike last time, this time, his face was serious. Now all that was salvaged from your parents' house, I put in this scroll. Go through it when you have time. Now normally I do not do this, but with your skills and teamwork, I think it best to ask, what do you think of working under Hada Kakashi, your father's surviving student, with Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto and Sakura thought for a few moments before they turned to each other and started going through hand signs Hiruzen was not familiar with. After a few moments they nodded to each other and turned back to Hiruzen with a serious expression. Sakura finally spoke up, I mean no disrespect Hokage-sama, but would that make our team disproportionately strong? We have no problem working under Haddock-san and with Sasuke, but aren't teams meant to be balanced? Hiruzen nodded with a smile, you two remind me of when I used to teach Jiraiya and Tonadi. You are right in that your team would be stronger than usual, but this year, there are many clan heirs passing. Due to that, we are creating specialized teams. Your team's specialty will be frontline fighters and heavy assault. If required, extraction from behind enemy lines. I think that a team as powerful as you will serve well in those positions. Naruto and Sakura nodded in understanding. Alright Jiji, just tell sensei that if he lets Sasuke be the team he normally is, I will send the theme to the hospital. Sorry Sakura-chan, but you know why I said that. Naruto said with a guilty expression, getting a sad smile and a nod from Sakura. What do you mean Naruto-kun? Hiruzen asked only for Sakura to reply. Sasuke is too entrenched in his want to exact vengeance for his clan. He can become a liability if anyone powerful offers him a shortcut to power, or he thinks his comrades are holding him back, he can easily turn on us. Fortunately, I have enough knowledge to be able to keep an eye on his mental condition, but if I see that he is deteriorating to a dangerous mental state, then I request permission to suspend his ninja license and assign him to psychological counseling. Sakura said with a serious expression, getting a surprised look from Naruto. Hiruzen hummed as he thought about it before his expression turned serious. Is that a request as a comrade or a fully certified Irinen? As a fully certified Irinen, Sakura said without hesitating, causing Hiruzen to nod. Request granted. I will have the scroll written up and give it to you by the time of team assignments. Thank you Hokage-sama, Sakura said with a bow, getting a smile from the old man when the door to the Hokage office opened and in rushing a spiky brown-haired boy with a long blue scarf, wielding a kunai. He was wearing a yellow t-shirt with a red symbol, grey pants, and blue goggles on his forehead. This is Ijiji. I will defeat you today and take the hat from you. The boy exclaimed as he ran into the office before tripping on his own scarf. Hiruzen just sighed and Naruto stared at the boy with a well-hidden fond smile. Sakura just stared in confusion before she groaned. You two tripped me. Konohamaru said as got up and pointed at Sakura and Naruto, causing both of the former to sigh and the latter to pick up the boy by the collar of his t-shirt. Listen Gaki, you tripped over your own scarf. Naruto said with annoyance as he raised his fist when Ibisu ran into the room screaming, honorable grandson, where are you? Seeing Konohamaru being held by Naruto, Ibisu grunted out, unhand him ruffian. He is the grandson of Sandaime-sama. Konohamaru grinned as he looked up at Naruto, expecting to see the look of awe only to see annoyance. I don't care if the Hokage is his grandmother. Naruto said as he punched Konohamaru on the head. Besides, my father is Yondaime. Ibisu said as he critically stared at Naruto before exclaiming, Naruto-sama, forgive me. I didn't recognize you without your orange tracksuit. Naruto just waved it off and turned his attention back to Hiruzen, I am going Jiji. I will see you when I have a bit of free time. Kurama is pushing me to quickly master the basics of the 5 elements. I will be leaving Hokage-sama as well. I need to get back to my endurance training. Sakura said as the two tried to walk out of the room only for Konohamaru to say, who's the flat-chested girl? Naruto, Hiruzen and Ibisu paled in fear and an ominous presence filled the room centered around Sakura, who had a sweet smile. As Sakura approached the brown-haired boy, the other 3 would swear that they saw a demonic entity overlapping Sakura's position. You are quite the sweet little Gaki, aren't you? That I am, flat-chested girl. Konohamaru said without fear, only causing the other 3 to shiver in fright. Sakura raised her hand and curled her index finger into a flicking position. Remember Sakura-chan, he isn't a jinchuriki. Do not hurt him too much. Eep, Naruto exclaimed when Sakura turned her smiling face at him. Naruto could swear that he was looking at the face of the enraged Chibai again. Sakura turned back to Konohamaru and said, it isn't polite to talk about a lady's age and their figure Gaki. What do you have to say for yourself? What did I say? I just said that you are flat-chested. Konohamaru said with a clueless face. Tick marks formed on Sakura's forehead as Hiruzen, Naruto and Ibisu were now trying to look as small as they could so as to not direct the girl's irritated attention on them. Shanro. Sakura screamed as she flicked Konohamaru on the forehead, causing the boy to fly into the wall. Hiruzen and Ibisu paled to the complexion of a corpse at the show of strength. Ibisu thought that angering the girl would lead to him spending an extended stay at the hospital, while Hiruzen thought this was the second coming of Tonadi. She even has the same anger problems as his former student. As the boy crumpled to the ground staring at Sakura in awe, Sakura turned to the rest of the occupants of the room and said, "Sorry for cracking the wall. I made sure to hold back so that Konohamaru-kun will only have a couple of bruises, nothing more." Hiruzen nodded as Sakura walked up to Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder before both vanished in a shunshin. "That was scary. So what did you learn about Konohamaru-kun?" Hiruzen said, drawing the attention of the catatonic Ibisu. Both looked at where Konohamaru was only to see that he was missing. "Oh no, I hope that he doesn't anger Sakura-chan anymore. I don't think the girl will be able to hold back a second time." Ibisu looked surprised and asked, "Forgive my insolence, Hokage-sama, but shouldn't you punish the girl for harming your grandson?" "No, Konohamaru-kun was in the wrong. Because everyone treats him as my grandson and not as himself, he acts out in an attempt to gain attention on himself. He is not afraid to insult anyone as he knows that most will not do anything to him. Sakura-chan and Naruto-kun's influence should remove that out of him." Ibisu nodded in understanding before he realized that Konohamaru was still missing. "Excuse me, Hokage-sama. I need to make sure that the honorable grandson doesn't get into trouble again," Ibisu said as he rushed out of the door calling out for Konohamaru to wait for him. "Naruto?" "Yes, Sakura-chan. That is Konohamaru under the box following us, right?" Naruto sighed when Sakura pointed out the horrid disguise the brown-haired boy was using. After a moment of thought, Naruto sighed again before he vanished from Konohamaru's line of sight, leaving Sakura behind with a confused look. "Huh, where did he go?" Konohamaru said inside the box, causing Sakura to palm his face in embarrassment. As Konohamaru looked around from the peepholes, someone suddenly lifted the box off him, surprising the boy. "Huh, what happened?" Konohamaru said before a fake cough drew his attention. Turning around, he sheepishly looked up into the eyes of Naruto, who had a disappointed look in them. "Why are you following us, Konohamaru?" Naruto asked seriously, causing the boy's face to light up in happiness. "And you do know that a rock is meant to be asymmetrical, right?" "Huh, I didn't know that." Konohamaru said with confusion, causing Naruto and Sakura to sigh again. "Who has been teaching you stealth?" Sakura asked, only for the boy to declare with pride that it was Ibisu. Naruto grinned and said, "I should have known. Anyway, you haven't told us why you were following us." Ibisu-sensei says that his teachings will make me into a Kikis ninja in a very short time, but until now, I feel as if I have barely gotten stronger. How can I become Hokage if I am weak? That is why I wanted you two to teach me. I heard that you two took out without trouble. You two are very strong. I want to become strong like you two so that I can become Hokage. Then everyone would see me as Konohamaru and not as the honorable grandson of the Hokage." Konohamaru stated with despair, getting an understanding nod from the duo. "Alright, Konohamaru, I will teach you, that is when I have free time. Meet me at Ichiraku Ramen tomorrow at noon. We will have lunch and then I will show you where I live. It has private training grounds we can use. However, know this. I am not helping you so that you want to become Hokage. I also want to become Hokage, but the reason why is different. Being a leader is the main job of the Hokage. He is not just the strongest shinobi in the village. He is also the one who inspires everyone under his command to do better, the one who administers the economic and political policies for the betterment of the village. Are you sure that is what you want? Besides, you do not become Hokage to be recognized, recognition leads to the Jonin Council voting you in as Hokage. If you want to become strong, don't do it because you want to be Hokage, become strong so that you can protect those precious to you." Naruto declared with passion, causing a metaphorical fire to light up in the boy's eyes. With a massive grin, Konohamaru replied, "Got it, boss. You do not become strong to become Hokage, you become strong to protect those precious to you. The Hokage is the strongest because the whole village is precious to him, right?" "That's right, Konohamaru. One can only become strong if they have someone precious. If you do not, then find someone precious, be it friends, comrades or even family. Just do everything in your power and then some more to protect that precious someone. Then you will truly be strong. Just look at my father, he defeated Kurama, the Kikbi, because he was protecting the village and me." Konohamaru nodded solemnly in understanding before Naruto called out, "Aren't you coming? You did want to train with me, right?" Konohamaru looked up to see Naruto, and Sakura had already walked far into the distance. With a startled look, Konohamaru scurried behind the two-time traveling shinobi with hopes to become stronger, not for himself, but for those precious to him. Ibisu had been searching for Konohamaru for over 3 hours now and had yet to find the boy. Ibisu sighed in annoyance, but kept searching for his wayward charge. He had looked in all the boy's usual haunts only to come up empty. The only place he has not searched yet was the training grounds. Now that he thought about it, Konohamaru had vanished right after Naruto and Sakura had, so it was probable that he had followed the duo. With that thought in mind, Ibisu headed towards the training grounds. As Ibisu was nearing the training grounds, he started calling out to Konohamaru. "Honorable grandson, where are you? How would you become Hokage without my shortcut to training?" What the glass-wearing Jonin did not realize was that Naruto, Sakura and Konohamaru heard him but chose to ignore his calls. The first thing Naruto did was explain to Konohamaru that there were no shortcuts to strength, so when Ibisu called out to the boy ignored the man's claims to a shortcut in training and kept doing what Naruto taught him to do. As Ibisu walked into the clearing where the trio were training, he saw that Konohamaru kept calmly trying to walk up a tree with varying degrees of success. Near him, 500 clones of Naruto were training, all of them doing different nature chakra training. One group was trying to burn a wet leaf. Another was trying to draw out the water from a leaf, causing it to dry up. Yet another was trying to make a leaf crumble to dust. The second to last was trying to make a leaf crumble up with Raiten chakra. The final group was training and perfecting Senin MMDM. The original was sparring with the Sakura, who had attached heavy chakra weights to her legs, arms, and torso. This is surprising. I didn't think that the honorable grandson would be willing to train in chakra control without a reward. He mainly screams for new Ibisu exclaimed to himself, getting Sakura Konohamaru's attention. The brown-haired boy turned to Ibisu with a deadpan look and simply said, "You never told me how important chakra control was to learning." "Get back to training, Konohamaru. You said that you would master it by the end of the day, so get to it," Naruto said seriously, causing Konohamaru to nod and start walking up the tree again, nearly reaching the top this time before he was blasted off the trunk. Ibisu watched as Konohamaru flipped and landed on his feet and a single extended arm before repeating the exercise. Amazing, isn't it, what a little motivation can do? Ibisu turned to see Naruto standing beside him with Sakura healing a couple of bruises on her arms a couple of feet away from them. The bandana-wearing Jonin nodded in agreement before asking, "How did you get him to realize that chakra control was this important?" "I tried to explain before, but he just brushed me off." "Simple really, he believed that knowing many would make him strong. I just showed him that though I am strong, I only have a few under my command. What I made him realize is that if one learns many but does not master the basics, it would only weaken him. Instead, I told him that getting better chakra control would allow him to learn faster and master them better. In turn, he would become stronger, though it will not be immediately apparent. I see that's where I failed him. I normally train seasoned ninja who are recent recruits in Anbu Black Ops. I expected the honorable grandson to have the same mentality as seasoned ninja. That is why he doesn't listen to me," Ibisu said with a thoughtful look on his face. Turning to Naruto, he bowed and said, "I thank you for making me see the mistakes I have made with the honorable grandson, Naruto-sama. That along with you calling him honorable grandson instead of his given name, if you had called him Konohamaru from the start, he would have respected you more. In fact, he would have taken your teaching method much better if you had seen him as Konohamaru instead of Jiji's grandson," Naruto said with a grin causing Ibisu to stare at the blonde-haired Jinchuriki with awe. He could not believe that someone younger than him was far wiser. "I thank you for your advice, Naruto-sama. Now as it seems that Konohamaru-sama is safe, I can leave him here for the moment while I plan a new training plan for him." "How long are you planning to train here?" "I can train the whole day, Sakura-chan will do the same. I believe that Konohamaru will not give up unless he faints from exhaustion or masters the tree walking exercise, so he would be here for a long time as well. If I see that he is overdoing it, I will make him stop and take him to the Sarutobi estate myself, so you don't have to worry about the Gaki." Ibisu nodded before he vanished in a shunshin. "Why didn't you tell him that you plan to take Konohamaru as your apprentice in the future?" Naruto turned around and stared at his pink-haired comrade with a grin. "Where's the fun in that? I want to see the look on his face when he finally learns of my plans. He already had his chance to make Konohamaru into someone great. He failed just as most of my teachers failed me." He did not see the diamond hidden among the quartz. Sakura nodded before a sly smirk appeared on her face. "I wonder how Tonadi-sama, Iruka-sensei, and Jiraiya-sama would have reacted to you taking on a student. I know that Tonadi-sama would have drunk herself into a stupor complaining about another loudmouth Gaki disturbing the peace of her village. Iruka-sensei and Jiraiya-sama would be very proud of you right now." "Bach-an wouldn't complain," Naruto exclaimed with indignation only for Sakura to giggle at the Uzumaki's pouty face. "Believe whatever you want, now how about another round?" Sakura said before she charged Naruto with a fist glowing with accumulated chakra. With a grin, Naruto jumped back as Sakura smashed her fist into the ground, causing a massive fissure to form. Konohamaru, who had finally made it to the top of the tree, watched in shock at the strength exhibited by the slim girl. The next day, Konohamaru met up with Naruto and Sakura at Ichiraku Ramen. After a quick lunch, the trio headed towards Naruto's clan estate. "So this is the Uzumaki estate," Konohamaru stated as he walked into the compound behind Sakura and Naruto. Naruto just grinned at the boy as he walked towards the large onsen at the back of the compound. "I hope you brought your swimming trunks, Konohamaru. I can assure you that you will get wet," Naruto said with a grin causing Konohamaru to shudder in anticipation. "Sure I did. What do you take me for?" Konohamaru said with a pout as he pulled out a dark green pair of swimming trunks from his hip pouch. "Then quickly get changed and meet me here. You can change in that room," Naruto said as he pointed to a small shack off to the compound. With a quick nod, Konohamaru rushed into the shack and closed the door behind him. "You are having way too much fun training him." Naruto turned around to see Sakura wearing a red two-piece bikini. "How you look cute, are you planning to join Konohamaru in his training? I thought we already mastered it." "Baka, my muscles are sore from yesterday's training. I am going to be relaxing in the onsen and watch as Konohamaru has fun finding out how to walk on water," Sakura said with a small blush as she walked out to the other side of the onsen and fell in with a small splash. "Are you going to watch him or do you have something else planned?" "I am going to read through the books on sealing that Iro-sennin gave me. I need to start somewhere," Naruto said as he brought out a black book with the title, A Beginner's Guide to Fukinjutsu Volume 1 by Uzumaki Kishina and Namikaze Minato. Sakura nodded in understanding as she lazed about in the onsen when Konohamaru walked out of the shack. "Huh, why are you in the onsen?" Konohamaru asked with confusion only to get a giggle out of Sakura. Naruto ignored the boy in favor of reading the book on Fukinjutsu. "I am just relaxing. Why don't you get started with the water walking exercise, Konohamaru-kun? Remember that unlike tree walking, where the surface remains stable, the surface of the water is ever changing. You will have to adjust the flow of chakra to be able to keep afloat. Why don't you try it?" Konohamaru nodded and was about to walk onto the water when Sakura said, "Mind your step, the water will feel very hot at first." Konohamaru nodded and walked onto the water with jerky steps. Surprisingly, the boy was doing much better than both Sakura and Naruto expected. He had good chakra control for someone his age and with his larger than average chakra reserves. For the next hour, Konohamaru carefully walked about the surface of the onsen, sometimes losing control and falling in only to rise back up and try again. All that time Sakura lazed about in the onsen with Naruto sitting under a large tree reading his book. "We have been here for an hour already. How much have you read until now?" Naruto looked up to see Sakura standing above him, toweling her hair dry. "I have read through the first 3 chapters. The one about what Kenjutsu is according to my clan and the comparison of that definition with the international one. The next was about the different kinds of seals in existence and their classification. The 3rd chapter introduces the reader to the various elements of a seal with some simple examples. The 4th chapter, the one I am reading, is about 2 different character sets used in Kenjutsu. The chapter only gives the list of international sets. I believe that my clan set will not be in these books, only the theory and rules my clan had developed. I will have to check the clan library to learn that set. The final chapter of this book should be an introduction to basic safety procedures and the basic rules of Kenjutsu." Sakura nodded in understanding as she removed the towel from her head and wrapped it around her waist. "I am surprised that you understood what the book said so easily. You generally learn through doing instead of reading. Must be the genetic disposition you have to Fukinjutsu." Naruto nodded and returned his attention back to the book as Sakura walked away towards the main house. A loud cheer drew Naruto's attention nearly an hour later. He looked up from the book to see Konohamaru whooping as he ran about on the surface of the water like it was dry land. "Good job, Konohamaru. You got something that takes most genin weeks to learn. You have great chakra control that has now been refined even more. With your new control, theoretically, you can now learn and master any with ease." Konohamaru grinned with glee at the thought of new when Sakura walked out of the main house in her usual shinobi gear. "Don't give him false hopes, Naruto. Mastering chakra control does help, but he is still a long way off until he can master any with ease. He needs a very good theoretical foundation for that to happen. Unlike you, most don't have an innate understanding of chakra manipulation," Sakura said, causing Naruto to pout and Konohamaru to look depressed. "Theory is very important, Konohamaru. Learn theory and come to me if you do not understand anything. I will make sure that you understand them. Why would you want to learn when you can create your own if you understand the theory well enough?" "Really, I can create my own?" Konohamaru asked with awe, getting a chuckle out of the elder duo. Sakura nodded with a smile on her face as she said, "Why do you think your grandfather is called the professor? He has a great understanding of theory and great chakra control. With the same knowledge, I do not know why you will not reach leaves similar to him, maybe even surpass him. You do want to surpass him, don't you?" Konohamaru nodded with enthusiasm causing Sakura to grin, "Then why don't we spar on the water for a bit? That will help make the exercise second nature to you. After that, I will show you a couple of books on chakra theory. You just need to start reading them. While Sakura-chan helps with you with chakra control, chakra theory, and I will help with ninjutsu and taijutsu, and when you are ready, I will even start teaching you senjutsu, that is unless the monkey summons decided to train you themselves in the art. Naruto stated as he got it while placing the book in his equipment pouch. Now how about we make this spar a free-for-all? Konohamaru started sweating in fear. He knew that sparring with either Sakura or Naruto would be difficult, but to spar against both at the same time and in a battle royal, he knew that he was in for a very bad time. With a sigh of acceptance of his immediate fate, he got into the academy stance and waited for the beatdown he was about to suffer. Sasuke was walking down the road towards the Uzumaki compound deep in thought. The day after graduation, he met with Naruto atop the Yondame's head, looking for the quickest path to strength, only for Naruto to refute his claims, telling him that only time and hard work is the only path to strength while accepting help from others when needed. Previously he would have scoffed at Naruto's words, but now he accepted them without much fuss. Now that he thought about it, Itachi always told him the same thing before his betrayal, leaving him, Uchiha Sasuke, as the last loyal Uchiha. At one time, he believed Itachi, but after the betrayal, it became hard for him to accept anything Itachi told him. Naruto's words showed that Itachi might have been right. Now that he thought about it, he and Naruto were similar in some aspects as well, just as Naruto and Itachi had similar mentalities. While he knew the love of a family and then lost it, Naruto never knew the love of a family, but he understood the pain of loneliness. Then there was the fact that both of them were the last of their clans. That day atop Yondame's head, Naruto had revealed his heritage to him, trusting him not to reveal it until the Hokage revealed it to the world, which according to Naruto should have been much later. He needed to remember to ask why it was revealed this soon. Now a big target was painted on Naruto's back when he wanted to remain in anonymity until the Chunin exams. He already pitied the team that would have Naruto on it. Iwa would be sending teams of Jonin to take that team out during missions. The night of the revelation, he checked the Uchiha archives for references to the Uzumaki clan and was shocked to learn of the power of the clan, easily rivaling his own in the Senju, not to mention being distant cousins of both the Uchiha and Senju. The next surprising information about the Uzumaki clan he found was the appearance of random mutations, allowing unique Genkai to be born, never completely same and two individuals activating the same Genkai. To heal the critically injured with just the transfer of chakra, to be able to restrain big quick chains manifested through chakra and powerful sensory abilities, just to mention a few. Then there were their innate skills with Kenjutsu, their extreme longevity, and massive chakra reserves. He wondered if Naruto manifested some kind of unique Genkai. Well, that was not important. What was how he should proceed with his training, even if he had to swallow his pride and accept Naruto's help. But that thought out of the way, Sasuke looked up to see the gate to the Uzumaki estate. A large red spiral, exactly like the one Naruto had on the back of his orange jumpsuit, was engraved into the top of the gates. A small seal was engraved to the side of the gate with the sign, Channel Chakra under it. Shrugging, Sasuke placed a finger on the seal and channeled a bit of chakra. At first, nothing happened, but after a couple of minutes, the gates opened to reveal Naruto with a massive grin on his face. Good for you. I hope that you are ready for training. I will tell you now, if you don't have the conviction to see it through, then leave right now. Naruto started with a serious expression, causing Sasuke to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. He had never seen Naruto like this. "Chan, just get on with it. I want to get stronger as soon as possible." Naruto nodded as he walked into the estate with Sasuke following behind him. Naruto led the Uchiha towards the back of the compound, where they found Konohamaru and Sakura sparring, well, more like Sakura trying to beat the young boy into a bloody pulp, while the boy kept screaming and dodging to the best of his abilities. "Konohamaru, you need to attack as well. Dodging will only save you for so long," Sakura said with a sweet smile that caused a shiver to run down all three boys' spines. Naruto and Sasuke watched as Sakura raised her leg in a vertical split and brought it down on the ground, causing the whole ground to crack and shatter as pieces of rock the size of small boulders flew up into the. Konohamaru did his best to dodge the rocks, only for Sakura to appear in front of him and kick him out of the training ground with a roundhouse kick to the belly. "You need to learn to attack even in the face of insurmountable odds, Konohamaru. If you don't, you will never surpass Jiji." Naruto started stoically getting a nod from the kid. "Now why don't you have a rest while I help Sasuke activate his Sharingan?" "How will you help me activate my Sharingan?" Sasuke asked, intrigued, while Sakura suddenly paled in realization. Naruto ignored Sasuke in favor of whining to Sakura, "Did you have to demolish the training ground again? I hate wasting chakra to repair it." "Stop whining, with the repairing seals embedded in the bedrock under the training ground, you will have it fixed in a second. Now I have fun trying to kill Sasuke while I torment Konohamaru-kun with chakra theory. I finally realize why Iruka-sensei likes to teach. Sakura said with a grin, causing Sasuke to pale in realization of what Naruto had planned. He never expected the dope to be ruthless enough to try to kill a comrade to help them activate their Genkai. As Sasuke was lost in thought, Naruto channeled Chakra into a small pedestal, causing the training ground to glow before it repaired itself. Naruto called out to Sasuke, causing the Uchiha to look at the previously destroyed training ground to see a pristine one. Are you going to keep standing there, or are you going to enter the training ground? I am coming, dope. Don't get worked up about it. Sasuke said with a grunt as he walked to the center of the training ground. As soon as he got into his taijutsu stance, Naruto pulsed his chakra while going through a set of 10 hand seals before slamming his hands on the ground. A pulse of chakra erupted from the ground before a pale blue translucent barrier encompassed the training ground. There, with that barrier ready, we can go all out. Come at me with the intent to kill, or I can assure you that you will die. Naruto stated as his eyes changed from blue to red with black slits. A golden cloak of chakra formed around him with black sealing lines flowing through the cloak, originating from the navel. Sasuke sweated in fear of the power Naruto was giving off. Before Sasuke could react, Naruto had vanished from in front of him while at the same time. Sasuke felt an extremely strong kick land on his back, throwing him forward. Is that all you have got, Sasuke? Uchiha Madara was rumored to be able to easily defeat the Kikbi. Have the Uchiha become so weak that they can't even handle a single tail's worth of the Kikbi's power? Naruto taunted before a fist made of chakra erupted from Naruto's back and rammed into Sasuke's chest, causing the Uchiha to gasp as all the air was driven out of his lungs. Outside the barrier, Konohamaru and Sakura watched with wide eyes as for the next half an hour Naruto proceeded to crush Sasuke into the ground. No matter what the Uchiha tried, Naruto had a counter to shut it down. Kaiten. Kankakyu, a chakra arm dispelled the fire with a single wave. Kunai thrown into vital areas, the chakra cloak repelled them with ease. Straight up to Jutsu, Naruto was too fast for Sasuke to land a hit or dodge. To explain in a single word, it was a massacre. How can you control that much power so easily and with the Kikbi's malice flowing through the chakra? Sasuke asked as he coughed up blood. Because I have complete control over myself, besides I have already purified the fox of his hatred. Originally, the hatred used to eat away at my sanity. After coming to terms with my dark side, it was easy to suppress the darkness within Kikbi's chakra. Soon after that, I was able to help the fox get over his hatred. If you let your hatred consume you, you will not be any better than the beast Kurama has become or your brother has become. He let his darkness take over his heart. Do not become what you hate, Sasuke. Avenge your clan, but do not throw away everything for vengeance. Naruto said as he conjured a Rasengan and charged it to stun Sasuke. Naruto stops and says that Rasengan is strong enough to kill him. Sakura screamed from outside the barrier with Konohamaru watching with morbid curiosity. Inside the barrier, Sasuke watched as Naruto ran towards him with the spiraling ball of chakra. He heard Sakura's claim that it would kill him. He just could not bring himself to care. Naruto's recent speech had shaken him up. He realized that he was very close to becoming another Itachi. He was about to accept his fate when a voice that sounded like his brother resounded through his mind. Foolish little brother, you think dying is the answer? Where is the strength of your hate? Didn't you swear that you would avenge our clan? The voice of Itachi said, causing the Uchiha to be flooded with determination to survive. Sasuke watched as suddenly Naruto's pace seemed to have slowed down. He could see the flow of chakra within the small ball and the chakra coating Naruto's body. Just as Naruto was about to shove the ball into his gut, Sasuke jumped to the side while drawing a kunai and flicking it towards the ball of swirling chakra. He watched with fascination as the kunai struck the ball, causing it to destabilize and explode in Naruto's golden chakra-coated hand before a fist made of the golden chakra struck him in the gut, sending him crashing into the barrier. Groggily, Sasuke stood up, ready for a fight. He saw Naruto dispel the chakra cloak with a grin on his face. Making the ram hand seal, Naruto pulsed his chakra in a definite sequence, causing the barrier to shatter and fade. Aren't we going to continue? We already achieved our objective. Peer into the koi pond. I think you will be ecstatic, well as ecstatic as an emo can be. Naruto stated the confusion of the Uchiha. Without anything better to do, Sasuke walked up to the koi pond and peered into the clear waters. To his shock, he saw his reflection stare back at him with red eyes instead of the usual black. Within the left eye were 2 Tomo, while the other had 1. Sasuke grinned at the revelation. Here he had been trying to activate it for years, and Naruto helped him do it on the first day. Foolish little brother, you may have gained the Sharingan, but you still need the Mangekyou to be able to handle me. You don't have the hatred to kill me. Itachi's voice resounded through Sasuke's head again, causing the boy to clench his fists in anger when he remembered Naruto's previous words. No, Itachi, I want hate. It was not hate that activated my Sharingan, it was help from comrades. You are only trying to make me into another version of yourself. I will kill you to avenge the clan, but I will not obsess and hate you for the darkness that now resides in your heart. Sasuke thought before he stood up from his crouch and walked toward Sakura, who had bandages ready. Chapter 4 Team 7 Rebirth. Naruto and Sakura walked into their former ninja academy classroom to see Sasuke was already there, sitting by himself beside the large window. Around the room, the other graduates were sitting with their friends. Ino was sitting with her civilian friends in the middle of the room. Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba were sitting in the back of the room. Shikamaru was sleeping like usual, Choji was eating chips, and Kiba was boasting that he would be the best ninja, along with Akamaru as his partner to anyone who would listen. Shino and Hinata were sitting on the other side of the room from Sasuke looking forward with stoic expressions, though in Hinata's case, her eyes showed her nervousness. Around the room, the civilian-born graduates were excitedly whispering about what teams they would end up as members of. Should we sit with Sasuke? Sakura asked in a whisper only for Naruto to shake his head. I will sit with him, we don't know what would happen if the rest saw you suddenly becoming friendly with him. It is best not to anger the fangirls. Sakura nodded her head as she walked towards the empty seat beside Hinata. When Naruto sat down beside Sasuke, everyone turned to look at him in surprise. None of them had even sensed him come into the room, let alone how he made it across the room without anyone sensing him. "Oh, you ready for team assignments?" Sasuke said quietly, but everyone heard him causing a gasp to escape most of the civilian-born. The clan heirs, on the other hand, watched with a curious gaze. "Team, you know I am always ready. How far have you gotten in the tree walking exercise?" Naruto asked, getting a shocked look from everyone. Shikamaru raised his head and watched the exchange with a suspicious gaze. "I finally made it to the top and can consistently do that now, so according to you, I have mastered the exercise, right?" Naruto shook his head. "No you haven't, the only way to truly master it is to be able to fight while hanging upside down for an hour without losing control for even a moment. We can test how far you are along after team assignments." Sasuke nodded as he said, "Thanks for training me Naruto and for your help in awakening my Sharingan." "Don't mention Sasuke," Naruto said when Kiba jumped out of his seat and slammed his hands into the desk in front of him. "Why are you helping the team train Naruto? He gets everything handed to him on a silver plate. Moreover, he is a loner, someone who could easily betray us for more power. He is always going on about killing that treacherous brother of his, and you, the great Uchiha elite, how low you have fallen to ask help from the one you considered a dope." Kiba exclaimed in anger causing Sasuke's eyebrow to twitch in annoyance. He just grunted and looked out of the window. Naruto on the other hand was glaring at the boy with annoyance. "Kiba, you are a ninja, learn to keep your thoughts to yourself. Now why I am training him is simple. The day after the exams, I met Sasuke atop my father's head and told him the reason why I am strong. Sasuke asked me for training. If you asked, I would help you train as well. Next, you have no right to call him a traitor for wanting to kill his brother. What would you do if a relative of yours slaughtered your clan? As for calling him treacherous, everyone has the capability to become a traitor. It is what you do with the impulse that makes you, you. Don't call someone a traitor before they have done something to warrant such an accusation." The clapping sound caught everyone's attention as Naruto finished his speech. "Good speech Naruto, and you Kiba, mind your tongue. What you said could be considered a slight against a fellow Konoha clan. That carries a hefty price, either monetary or capital, depending on who you are insulting. As Sasuke is the last of his clan, he is the clan heir. So insulting Sasuke will lead to you receiving 10 lashes. It is in the Konoha charter to prevent hostilities between clans. Do not test it. You are considered an adult as soon as you put the hit I-8 on your forehead. You shall be punished as such." Kiba nodded, stunned at what Iruka had said as the scar-faced Chunin walked into the room and sat down at the teacher's desk. "Now I have something to tell all of you. As I said to Kiba, all of you are considered an adult from now on. As such, you are now entitled to all the rights given to an adult citizen of Konoha. As a member of the shinobi forces, all of you are expected to behave with a certain degree of discretion. Insubordination carries a heavy price. Depending on the damage done due to insubordination, you may suffer punishments that may include suspension from the forces, dishonorable discharge, imprisonment, or even execution. I hope that you keep that in mind as you go about your daily duties. Never overstep your authority or question your superiors without proper reason. As shinobi, you now carry the honor of our great village. I hope that all of you shall work hard in keeping the image of the village." Everyone nodded in agreement, even Sasuke, who normally ignores such speeches. Seeing that Iruka stood up with a piece of paper in his hands, "This right here is the team assignments that Hokage-sama has sent to the academy. Now I shall give you all your team assignments, so please keep quiet until I am done." After that, Iruka started reading out the assignments. Naruto ignored most of the assignments until he heard Iruka call out, Team 7 will be Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. Ino stood up with a confused expression on her face and asked, shouldn't it be Namikaze? Iruka was about to answer when Naruto beat him to it, not really. Father was a civilian while mom was from the Uzumaki clan, the last known member of the clan to be exact. Mom and dad decided that I should carry the name Uzumaki instead of Namikaze, both to honor my fallen clan. It would also protect me from my dad's enemies, as most would expect his son to carry his name instead of his wife's maiden name. Ah, now I see. Ino said with a satisfied nod, causing Iruka to shake his head at Ino's habit of gathering gossip before he continued, Team 8 will be Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, and Haika Hinata. Team 9 is still in circulation, so Team 10 will be Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. Iruka placed the sheet of paper on his desk before looking at his class. It seems that his previous speech had a good effect on his former students. Now I wish you all luck in your careers. I hope that all of you shall make a name for yourself. Now you may leave for lunch. Remember to be back in an hour to meet your Jonin sensei. Iruka was about to leave the classroom when Shikamaru stopped him. Iruka sensei, I have a question. Go ahead Shikamaru. Isn't Team 7 overpowered? I mean, Naruto may be the dope as he always kept his marks low throughout the academy, but we all know the power he has. Then Sasuke is the rookie of the year and the second best shinobi in the class right after Naruto. Finally is Sakura, who was the top kunoichi even before her own power was revealed. Don't you think it is unfair to the rest of us? Iruka nodded in understanding before he said with a smile, I understand you are concerned about Shikamaru, but you have to realize that unlike the first 6 teams, the last 3 are specialized ones. Take your own for example. Team 10 is created with the goal of capture, intelligence gathering, and interrogation in mind. Similarly, Team 8 is a team specializing in tracking, capture, and reconnaissance. Team 7 is going to be frontline fighters, heavy support, and asset retrieval from behind enemy lines. That is why they are this powerful. They will not be the ones getting support. They will be the ones providing it. Troublesome, I didn't know that any genin team could have 3 such difficult and dangerous specializations at the same time. Shikamaru said with a groan, getting a chuckle from Iruka. They wouldn't have had those specializations if Naruto and Sakura weren't as strong as they are. Naruto is probably strong enough to defeat his Jonin sensei, depending on who his sensei is. Let me tell you something I overheard Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama saying that on his good day, Naruto should be able to defeat either one of them. Gasps filled the room as everyone realized what that meant. At the same time, Naruto and Sakura suppressed a smirk. It seems that Jiraiya had already started his information control with Konoha as the source. Troublesome blonde, couldn't you have kept your abilities hidden for longer? Shikamaru said, only for Naruto to send a mischievous grin at the Nara heir, causing him to shiver in fright. He really did not want to know what was going through Naruto's head at this very moment. Every time he had seen that grin, someone had ended up humiliated. He just hoped that it was not directed at him. Now that Shikamaru's curiosity is settled, I wish you luck and behave for your new sensei. I am proud to call you all my students. Iruka said before walking out of the room. Soon after, the rest of the class ran out of the room to have a quick lunch before returning to meet their Jonin sensei. Everyone having returned from lunch was sitting with his or her teammates. Naruto and Sakura had forced Sasuke to accompany them to Ichiraku Ramen for a quick lunch before returning to the classroom and commandeering seats in the front of the room in the middle row. After waiting for a couple of minutes, the Jonin sensei started arriving in the classroom and leaving with their teams. Naruto and Sakura did not recognize the Jonin sensei for the first 6 teams, but the final 3 they recognized quite well. Iki Kurenai was the first to enter. She was wearing her usual red uniform with bandages wrapped around her torso and thighs. Her 8 proudly sitting on her forehead. After she entered Saratobi Asuma, wearing the standard Konoha Jounin uniform along with his orange scarf from his time in the 12 Ninja Guardians, wrapped around his waist. He was, as expected, smoking a cigarette with his eyes glinting with mischief. Finally, Hada Kakashi entered the room, startling the duo of time-traveling ninja. Kakashi was wearing his usual Anbu-like uniform with his 8 blocking the Sharingan in his right eye. Kurenai walked forward and called out, follow me at Training Ground 27 Team 8. Shino, Kiba, Akamaru, and Hinata stood up and followed the woman out of the room. Meet me at Training Ground 36 in an hour Team 10. Asuma said before he left in a shunshin. The members of Team 10 looked at each other before sighing and running out of the room. Team 7 and Kakashi stared at each other for a few minutes, causing Sasuke to fidget under the scrutinizing gaze of the elite Jonin. Naruto and Sakura stared at the silver-haired Jonin with suspicion before Naruto stood up and asked, I heard that you have a chronic problem with lateness. How come you are here and on time? Kakashi turned his scrutinizing gaze upon Naruto before he sighed, "Normally I am, but I didn't think it wise to irritate you, not with how you have humiliated Anbu before. As a former Anbu captain, I always found it funny that you were able to sneak into Anbu HQ and set up your pranks, no matter how they changed the security patrols. Besides, I think I would be doing Sensei a disservice if I didn't teach his son correctly." Naruto nodded in understanding while Sakura had to stifle a giggle at Kakashi's reasons, though she could see where he was coming from. Before, everyone thought that Naruto was an idiot with exceptional luck, now everyone thinks that the pranks were the byproduct of skill. She could see why Kakashi was cautious. Beside her, Sasuke stared at Jonin with an arched eyebrow. He could not see why he was so afraid of Naruto's pranks. "Alright, meet me on the roof at 10. Kakashi said just before another Naruto appeared behind him and slammed a Rasengan into his head, causing Kakashi to go up in smoke. "He was a Kage Bunshin?" Sakura asked in surprise. Naruto nodded as the one beside her puffed away in smoke. Sasuke looked startled at that but decided against saying anything. Sakura just sighed before she stood up and placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, surprising him, before both puffed away in a cloud of smoke, Naruto following behind his teammates. "Did he have to ram a Rasengan into my clone's head?" Kakashi said to himself when a voice startled him from behind him. "Not really, but where's the fun in poking a clone with a kunai?" Kakashi jumped up, a kunai appearing in his hand, and turned around only to come face to face with a grinning Naruto. "How long have you been here?" Kakashi asked as he thought of how Naruto was able to sneak up on him, before dismissing the thought as he realized that when Naruto could easily infiltrate Anbu HQ, then sneaking up on a relaxed ex-Anbu captain should be easy. Naruto shrugged noncommittally before he said, "Long enough to have killed you at least 12 times in 17 different ways." Kakashi shuddered in realization of what Naruto implied as his other two genin appeared in a shunshin. "Ah, it seems that your teammates are here. Why don't you all sit down and introduce yourselves?" Kakashi said, as he kept alert so that Naruto would not catch him off guard again. He really did not want to fall under the crosshair of a bored Naruto. After the three genin were seated, Sakura asked the obvious question, "Why don't you go first, sensei? We already know each other. You are the one who is a stranger." Kakashi thought for a moment before he shrugged, "Alright, the name had a Kakashi. I like many things. Dislikes, I have not many things I dislike, but traitors and those who leave behind their teammates are at the top of that list. My hobbies are not your concern. As for my dream, I don't feel like telling you." The trio of new genin blinked at Kakashi's unique introduction before Kakashi pointed at Sakura and said, "You first, Pinky." Sakura glared at the scarecrow looking at Jonin before she began her introduction. "I am Haruno Sakura. I like my teammates, training, and helping in the hospital. I dislike perverts, traitors, and those who put the mission above their comrades. My hobbies are reading new medical discoveries and learning or creating new Irene jutsu. I dream to become the best Irenen, even greater than Tonari-sama." Kakashi looked startled at the revelation. He did not think that girl would have such high ambitions, surpassing Tonari of the Sanin now. That was one heck of a dream and not an easy one to achieve as well. With a nod, he turned his attention to Naruto, "Now you Naruto. The name is Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. I like ramen, training, and protecting those precious to me. I dislike the 5 minutes it takes to cook instant ramen, perverts, traitors, arrogant asses, people who judge without someone getting to know them, and those who harm my precious ones. My hobbies are training, eating ramen, and studying. My dream is to break the cycle of hatred in the shinobi world and become the greatest Hokage ever." Kakashi nodded before he asked, "Who are precious to you, Naruto, your friends, comrades, or the villagers?" "Friends, comrades, and all those who are too weak to protect themselves, even all the animals in the world." Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke stared at the blonde Jinchuriki with surprise and awe. They never thought that Naruto could be this selfless. Then again, Sakura and Kakashi justified his statement with the belief that it came from his position as a sage. "That's good of you, Naruto, never let the world darken your golden heart, now you ducked it," Kakashi said with an eye smile causing Sasuke to glare at the Jonin with his newly awakened Sharingan. Kakashi looked up in surprise, but waited for Sasuke to introduce himself. "Uchiha Sasuke. I have very few things I like. I dislike many things with traitors being at the top of the list. My hobby is training. My dreams are to become the most reliable teammate, revive my clan, and if possible, avenge them by killing Itachi," Sasuke said, but not with the usual venom and anger. Kakashi watched the boy with his single eye, only to see that instead of the usual tense posture, the Uchiha survivor was relaxed for once. Even the arrogance that usually permeates the air around the boy was thinner. Then there was the boy's declaration of dreaming to become a reliable teammate. Kakashi did not know if Sasuke still had the same Avenger mentality his profile warned about, but made a mental note to watch the boy as his present presence was different to that of an Avenger. Nodding to himself, Kakashi smiled and said, when did you activate your Sharingan? Your profile didn't say anything about it. Sasuke looked up in surprise before he looked at Naruto and said with a hint of gratitude, Naruto helped me activate it a couple of days back. Kakashi sat up straighter and looked at his team with surprise. He did not think that Naruto would be able to get through to the Uchiha enough to make him rethink his ways. He expected Sasuke to be an Avenger with a very high flight risk. Now he was not so sure. Alright then, you three meet me at Training Ground 7 in an hour for your final test. You will be sparring against an older Genin team in a team versus team matchup. I will meet you there with the team and their sensei. If you fail the test, I will have to disband your team and send you back to the academy. If any of you fail, only you will be sent back. The actual objective of the exam will be hidden, so you will have to figure out how to pass on your own. Kakashi said and waited for the expected outburst. When the outburst did not come, he stared at his team to see all three staring right back at him with determination. Anyway, tomorrow Naruto will be tested by a team of 4 Jonin that includes me at the Chunin exam stadium. Both of you have to be present, whether you pass or fail, attendance is compulsory. Alright sensei. Sakura said as Sasuke just nodded with a grunt. Kakashi nodded before he vanished in a shunshin. His team stared at the place previously occupied by the Jonin before they all stood. I think the hidden objective will be teamwork. Do not try to do things on your own. That means you Sasuke. Naruto said only for Sasuke to give an irritated grunt, but not at all the same. Naruto placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder before the two of them vanished in a puff of smoke with Sakura following. My youthful students, show more enthusiasm. Look at Lee-kun. A green spandex clan Jonin exclaimed to his 2 other students as his final student, also clad in similar green spandex, ran around the clearing at extreme speeds. The other 2 just glared at their sensei as they jogged around the training ground, heavily panting. Unlike their crazy teammate and sensei, they did not have the stamina to complete such insane training as easily as the other 2 do. As the 3 genin went about their stamina training, Kakashi appeared beside their sensei in a puff of smoke. Without even turning around, Guy said, "Good morning Kakashi. What are you doing here? Don't you have a youthful team to test?" Kakashi nodded as he took out an orange book and started skimming through it for a couple of moments before replying, "I do, but instead of giving them the bell test, I decided to see if you and your team would be willing to help in testing them. So, will you?" I hummed before he asked, "This is most unusual of you Kakashi. Is it wise to test the teamwork of Green Genin with seasoned ones? Normally I wouldn't, but my team contains Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. From their introductions, I can easily see Sakura and Naruto working together. They may even convince Sasuke to work with them. All of them know that Sasuke only respects strength, so the bell test would be moot against them. They are assured to pass." I nodded in understanding before he asked, "So, why not still give them the bell test? I do not see why you want to put them up against seasoned genin. My team may have great teamwork, but Naruto-kun would easily destroy all of them in a moment. Then there is Haruno Sakura, the youngest person to gain full Irenen certification, not to mention battlefield certification. We do not know what skills she is hiding, especially after training with Naruto-kun. Then there is the last Uchiha. We all know that after Naruto-kun and Sakura-chan, he is probably the strongest genin of their year. I would not be surprised if he already has the Sharingan. So tell me, what use is this exam?" Kakashi hummed as he turned a page before he said, "I want to see how well they work against another team. Together, I am sure that they can take down Jonin already. I want to see how they fare against another team." I nodded in understanding before he jumped down from the tree branch he was observing his team from, landing in the middle of the clearing, he shouted out, "Alright my youthful genin, that is enough for now. A fellow Jonin has requested our help to test his new genin team. So please rest up. You will be pitted against the other team in a team deathmatch. We will meet the new team in." "Ah. Kakashi, where and when are we to meet the team?" "Huh. Didn't I tell you? Oh well, meet my team and me at Training Ground 7 in an hour. Jana," Kakashi said as he vanished in a puff of smoke. "Huh. A cage bunshin, he did not even have the decency to come to me in person. Curse you and your hip attitude Kakashi," Guy exclaimed quietly when Neji approached him. "Why do we have to test a green genin team? They don't stand a chance, fate has declared it," Neji asked with a frown causing his female teammate Tenten and Lee to frown in return. I adopted a serious expression as he said, "Don't underestimate anyone Neji. That may be the last thing you will do. It again advises that you curb your arrogance. Now as to why we are helping test this team, as the usual test is ineffective for this team. 2 of its members are close friends and have good teamwork. They alone took down a Chunin level traitor last week, the very night they graduated, in the process saving another Chunin's life. Then each member's individual skills are higher than most seasoned genin have. If they pass, I can assure you that they will be taking the next Chunin exams that are scheduled to happen in Konoha. The one I am planning to nominate you for if you show that you have matured more. Got it? Yes, Guy-sensei. Niji said with confusion, he had not ever seen his sensei this serious before. Now I must warn you, each member of this team is dangerous in their own right. The first member to be wary of is Uchiha Sasuke. If he has the Sharingan, then it is imperative that you Niji quickly take him down. Next, the girl, Haruno Sakura, is the youngest fully certified Irinen. Do not let her get too close. She can easily disable any of you with a single swipe of her hands and the Chakra no Mesu technique. Tenten, you will make sure that she cannot get too close to Lee or Niji. Finally, there is Uzumaki Naruto. Do not let his age fool you. He is the most dangerous player on the team. There are rumors flying about that he should be able to defeat Jiraiya-sama, no Densetsu no Sannin or even Hokage-sama. Guy said as Genin's eyes widened in shock. Don't let him stand around for too long. From what I heard, if he gets enough time to activate Sennin MMDM or even tap into the Kikbi's chakra, then all of you are finished. Niji, I want you and Lee to concentrate on him as much as you can while Tenten keeps his teammates off your backs. Lee, I order you to leave your weights behind and if required, you have my permission to use that. Lee's eyes widened in shock but nodded in realization of what kind of opponent Naruto was. Gosh. I never thought you would give me permission to use that. Naruto-kun must be very youthful if you are asking us to take such precautions. If I fail, then I shall run around Konoha 100 times on my hands carrying a massive boulder. If I can't do that, then I shall climb Hokage mountain using my teeth. And if I can't do it. Lee was cut off as a massive mace crashed into his head. Alright already, we get it. Just rest and save your energy for the match. Tenten said with an angry frown with Niji glaring at his teammate. Team 7 was waiting in training ground 7 for their sensei and the other genin team he was bringing with him. As they waited, Naruto was reading his book on beginners, Genjutsu. Beside him, Sakura was leaning against a tree pursuing an advanced medical scroll, detailing the theory behind using chakra affinity and healing. Sasuke was sitting on the ground reading one of his clan scrolls on the Sharingan. As they waited, Naruto suddenly perked up and said, so where's the other team, sensei? Mama, don't be a spoil sport. Just because you are the best sensor in Konoha does not mean that you should ruin my fun. Here I was hoping to test the others' skills and observation, and you ruin it. Kakashi whined only for Sakura to snort and say, no, you were just going to stay there and wait until Sasuke asked where you were before revealing yourself, while also scaring the pants off him. I see that you didn't include yourself in there. May I ask why? Kakashi asked him a curious gleam in his lone visible eye, getting a giggle from Sakura. I sense you the moment you enter the clearing, Naruto sensed you the moment you decided to head here. The only one with weaker sensory abilities now is Sasuke, but that will be quickly remedied with a bit of experience under his belt. Sasuke looked surprised at how clinically she stated that without even looking at him. They are here. Naruto said, surprising the rest before a team rushed into the clearing behind Guy. Yo. Looks like you made it. Kakashi said with a grin as he jumped down from the tree and landed beside his team. This is Team Guy under Elite Joun and Mito Guy. They shall be your opponents during this exam. Guy and I will be observing you. If I am not mistaken, Guy has given them information on you. You will be going in blind, with no knowledge of their abilities. The objective of the test is to do as well as you can against the seasoned team. Understand? Hi sensei. His team chorused before putting away the scroll and book in Naruto's case before walking forward to greet the team. Know this? You are fated to lose to us. Niji said before anyone could even say something, causing his teammates and sensei to frown. Sasuke seethed in anger while Naruto and Sakura stared at the Hokage boy with cold eyes, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Fate isn't predetermined. We make our own fate. Naruto gritted out in anger. He did not remember Niji being this arrogant before. Last time Niji did not know his heritage and status, so he could let Niji's arrogance slide at the time. This time, Niji should have reacted more cautiously to his very presence. Niji glared at Naruto and was about to say something when Kakashi intervened. Alright, let me explain the exam. Team 9, your job is to try and defeat Team 7. Use every skill you have as long as it is non-lethal. Team 7, you do the same. There is a hidden portion to the test, let us see if you can discover what it is. You have 2 hours to complete the test. If Guy or I see that any of you are in danger, we will intervene, now Hajime. Kakashi said as he and Guy vanished from the clearing and reappeared on a tree branch near the edge of the clearing. Team 7 and Team 9 watched each other carefully for a few minutes before Sasuke finally lost his patience and charged at Niji with his Sharingan blazing. Seeing this, Niji ran forward to intercept the Uchiha only to jump away from Sakura, who smashed her fist into the ground where he was previously. A booming sound filled the training ground before a crater 5 feet wide formed under Sakura's fist. Guy, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Team Guy watched in shock at the power the slender girl displayed. Team Guy regrouped and cautiously observed Team 7, who had regrouped as well. I didn't think that the girl would be this dangerous. I know that an accomplished Irinen is someone to be wary of, but this monster's strength. It reminds me of the stories of Tonari-sama. Tenten said with an uncertain tone. Neji and Lee nodded in understanding. Lee, you go after the blonde. Guy-sensei said not to give him time to prepare anything. I will quickly handle the Uchiha while Tenten keeps the girl busy. Neji said, and without even waiting for confirmation, Neji charged at Sasuke, knowing that his team would back him up. Lee did not waste any time and charged at Naruto, who was standing with his eyes closed. Sakura was about to intervene when she jumped away from the kunai Tenten threw with pinpoint accuracy. Seeing that she would be unable to help her teammates until Tenten was defeated, Sakura charged at the bun-haired girl with surprising grace and speed, dodging any kunai and shuriken she could while batting away others with the kunai in her hands. Meanwhile, Neji engaged Sasuke in a one-on-one Taijutsu spar, trying to seal off Sasuke's, only for the Uchiha to dodge at the last moment and counterattack that Neji barely dodged due to his Byakugan. I must say, for a greenhorn, you are good, as expected of one from such an exalted clan. Sasuke did not show any reaction. Instead, he jumped back and formed a couple of hand seals before bringing his hands to his mouth calling out, Kaiten. Kankakuk no Jutsu. Neji watched as a massive ball of fire flew out of Sasuke's mouth and rushed towards him. Seeing that he would not be able to dodge in time, he sighed before spinning in place, causing a dome of blue chakra to form around him. As the fireball collided with the swirling dome of chakra, it dissipated into nothing, causing Sasuke to stare in shock. At the same time, Lee tried to kick Naruto, who had his eyes closed, only for the blonde Kriki to dodge without effort. Seeing his initial attack had been thwarted, Lee started a quick combo of heavy kicks and punches, with a couple of feints thrown in. To the spandex-clad boy's frustration, Naruto seemed to be able to easily dodge or redirect everything he threw at him. I must say, I didn't think that Sakura-chan was this skilled. Most Irinen are usually dead weight, only useful in healing teammates and distractions. Kakashi hummed in response as he watched Neji surround himself in a dome of swirling chakra to protect himself from the fireball Sasuke threw at him. So are you students, it is nearly unheard of for a branch member of the Hokage clan to learn Hakashimkadian. Kunoichi is a great markswoman. Such accuracy is hard to come by outside elite Anbu units. Then there is your apprentice. Lee, was it? He is far ahead in Taijutsu in comparison to his peers. You have trained them well, Guy. Guy nodded appreciatively as he carefully observed Naruto dodging everything Lee threw at him with his eyes closed. It was a bit disconcerting for the Taijutsu master to see someone that good. Well, Naruto-kun is living up to expectations and surpassing them. I can see why he is the face of Konoha for this generation. Sasuke-kun isn't that bad either. Guy observed as he watched Sasuke use a quick Kawarimi to dodge a strike to his heart before retaliating with a Kaiten. Msenka no Jutsu. Multiple small balls of fire fired out erratically from Sasuke's mouth and flew towards Neji, who just smashed forward a palm calling out, Haki KKSHM. Neji smirked as the wave of vacuum left his palm and easily snuffed out the flames, only to be shocked when he saw that shuriken were hidden in the fireballs. Barely dodging the shuriken, he was unable to react when Sasuke bound him in ninja wire. Grinning, Sasuke placed the wires in his mouth as he formed hand seals for his next. Neji watched with frustration as Sasuke called out, Kaiten. Rika no Jutsu. A wave of fire ran down the wire and collided with the Hokage prodigy before exploding. Sasuke grinned for a moment before he saw only charred remains of a log instead of Neji. Before he could react, Neji appeared in front of him with a foul expression on his face. We Hokage don't like using things that aren't clan ones. You have forced me to use one to save myself, so you must pay for sullying my clan honor. You are in my field of divination, Haki Sanjkni SHM. Sasuke watched helplessly as Neji proceeded to ram his chakra-coated fingers on him without remorse. Nai SHM. Neji called out, striking 2 times. Yan SHM. Hachi SHM. Chikroku SHM. Sanjkni SHM. As Neji landed the final set of strikes, Sasuke was thrown back, catching Naruto and Sakura's attention. Neji was heavily panting from the exertion and the amount of chakra he had already used up. You alright, Neji? Tenten asked, only for the Hokage prodigy to ignore his teammates' concern. Turning his attention to the downed Uchiha, he said arrogantly, give you. As I said, fate had already declared my team the winner. I have sealed your. Now you are as powerless as a civilian is. Without you, your team will lose. All of you should just give up now. Neji expected the other two to give up right there, but he gaped when Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke started laughing. Lee and Tenten appeared beside the tired Neji with confused looks on their faces. Neji started getting angry when Sasuke spoke up. You think temporarily disabling me has put my team in a disadvantageous position. You are more blind than I thought. You call yourself a member of the clan with the all-seeing eyes, but I say that your clan is blind. If he wanted, Naruto could have finished the fight in the first few moments. A dead last, don't kid yourself. The only reason he is so highly thought of is for who his father is. Konoha is known for favoritism. The main branch has always shown favoritism. Neji spat in anger, everyone frowned at Neji's anger but decided to let Sasuke handle it. Sasuke sighed before he said, until recently I was obsessed with power for revenge. I can see you walking down the same path I recently left. If you let that anger fester, I will not be surprised if you end up a Nukenin. As for Naruto being respected for his father's accomplishments, I cannot refute that claim among the civilian populace, but amongst the shinobi, I can guarantee that most respect him for his prowess. Let me tell you, when Naruto first started training me, I used all of my power and then some to try to defeat him. I failed. He was faster, stronger, and most of all brutal. He did not let up even when I was on my last legs, forcing me to activate my Sharingan to save myself. Even then, if he did not stop at the right moment, I can guarantee that I would be in the hospital still recovering. The sad thing was that I know he did not even use a quarter of his true power. Now do you still think you would win if he was serious? Tenten, Lee, Guy, and Kakashi gaped in shock at the revelation, while Neji just sneered, your words won't affect me, for all I know this must be a plan your team came up with to psych us. Sasuke just shrugged and shakily stood up. Neji was about to attack Sasuke again when Naruto appeared in front of the Uchiha along with Sakura, a frown marring his face. Sasuke is right. You are blind if you can't tell the difference in chakra levels between my team and yours. Sasuke has just as much chakra as you. Sakura has enough to put most Jonin to shame. Even without Kurama, I have more chakra than Jiraiya and Sandaime combined. I do not know how good your Byakugan is, but I believe that it can see the flow of chakra within us. The smoothness of the flow is directly dependent upon our control. Sakura has the smoothest flow in the whole of Konoha. I can even dare to say that she has perfect control. How do you know that? Neji sneered as he concentrated on observing what Naruto said. To his surprise, he found the word of the blonde Jinchuriki was true, though he would not admit that. My senjutsu allows me unparalleled sensory abilities to the point I can even sense the chakra affinities, health, and emotions of someone. If you do not believe me, you can ask Hiashi Dono. Naruto said with a smirk before he nodded to Sakura who grinned in response. Naruto was engulfed in a cloak of yellow chakra with black lines flowing throughout the cloak. Neji, Lee, Tenten, Guy, and Kakashi watched in awe at the power radiating from Naruto. Naruto placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder, causing a tailless cloak of bubbling red chakra to engulf the girl. Both grinned as Naruto said, have fun Sakura, make sure to not accidentally kill them. Before Team 9 could react, Sakura charged forward at greater speeds than before, catching them by surprise. At the same time, Naruto placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, causing a pulse of chakra to flow through the Uchiha's body, forcefully reopening the closed door before a bubbling cloak of red chakra formed around him. Please don't tell me he did what I think he did. Kakashi whined, causing Guy to smirk. If you mean sharing the Kikbi's chakra with his team, then he did. I wonder what that will change. Guy said as he watched the wounds on Sasuke's body give off steam before sealing up without leaving behind a single scar. Kakashi and Guy watched in shock at that revelation. Everyone speculated that the Kikbi used to increase Naruto's healing ability, now they have proof. My god, look how powerful Sakura-chan has become now. Kakashi said as he watched with a wide open eye at the massacre Sakura was performing. All around the field, there were craters as large as 12 feet wide. Tenten and Neji were panting while Lee had sweat dripping down his face. Lee, use it. If you don't, you will lose. Guy said with a serious expression causing Kakashi to look at him in shock. You didn't teach him Ten Hachiman Tonk no Jin, did you? Kakashi asked only for Guy to nod. How many can he open? 3, but they should be enough to change the tides a bit. Guy exclaimed as he watched Lee scream out before a massive wave of invisible chakra caught everyone's attention. Lee's hair had risen into the air, flowing in an unseen breeze. Lee, are you alright? Tenten asked as Neji watched with curiosity as their teammates screamed in what seemed pain before a massive wave of invisible chakra erupted from him. Heyman Kai. Lee intoned before he vanished from beside his teammates and reappeared behind Sakura, catching her off guard. She did not expect Lee to be able to open the inner gates this soon. Before she could dodge, Lee called out Konoha Kage Baim and kicked her into the air. Jumping after her, Lee flipped himself as he unwrapped the medical bindings around his arms and quickly wrapped them in Sakura before starting rapidly spinning with the girl in his grasp. Amit wrench. Lee called out just before he and Sakura were about to hit the ground as he let go and jumped back. Sakura crashed into the ground, head first. Massive booming sound filled the clearing as a large cloud of smoke covered the area Sakura crash landed. Lee, you weren't supposed to gravely injure the girl. I wanted you to attack Naruto-kun. A normal human will be gravely injured from this. Guy scolded as Lee looked down when a clapping sound emerged from the cloud of dust. Everyone intently stared into the cloud of dust, waiting to see who was making the sound, though Guy suspected that Sakura was not as injured as he feared. That was very good, Lee. If the chakra cloak did not protect me, I would have suffered grave injuries. You truly are a great taijutsu specialist. Everyone, other than Naruto, watched with shock as a small shockwave of chakra blew away the dust cloud, revealing Sakura, completely unharmed, the bubbling cloak of chakra floating about around her. Lee gaped at the sight. He could not believe that someone could come out of the Amit Range unharmed. How? How what? How did the flimsy-looking cloak protect me? Lee nodded, causing Naruto to chuckle. The potency of the chakra is so high that it can act as a solid barrier against a finite amount of force. Your technique does not have the strength to pierce it. Naruto said, causing Lee to nod in realization. Yosh, that is truly a youthful defense that you share with your teammates, Naruto-kun. Now I will show you the power to pierce that cloak, Lee said as he screamed out again. A green aura formed around him as two strands of smoky blue swirled around him. His skin turned red as his hair flew up. Kaiuman Kai. Seiman Kai. Sasuke, get up on that tree and rest. Let me and Sakura finish it. Naruto exclaimed before he vanished from his place and reappeared in front of Lee, intercepting the taijutsu specialist's kick with one of his own. A shockwave erupted from the contact, causing strong winds to blow about the field. Soon, the field was filled with shockwaves as Naruto kept intercepting all of Lee's strikes with his own. Sasuke appeared beside Guy and Kakashi as the two sensei observed a battle going on below. Kakashi did not divert his eyes from the battle below, but asked, "What are you doing here, Sasuke?" Naruto asked me to climb a tree and rest. That is what I am doing. I have already used a lot of chakra. This chakra cloak has not replenished my stores. Kakashi nodded as he patted his student on the shoulder. Besides, if I go down there now, I would only hinder them. Tenten and Neji were trying to take down Sakura, but whatever they tried, Sakura easily countered. Kunai and Shuriken, the cloak, intercepted them. Jiken strikes, none of the chakra needles were able to pierce the cloak. On the other hand, Sakura was easily able to strike at them, though she did not use the monster strength directly against them, for which they were grateful. Lee and Naruto are ripping up the field. Neji said as he tried to observe the fight, only to catch only glimpses of the fight. Both fighters were moving at a speed he was not fully able to perceive. At that very moment, he realized that even Lee was stronger than he was. That realization shook him to the core. The dobe who could not use chakra was stronger than he was. That was a bitter pill to swallow. Sakura saw that Neji was distracted and capitalized on it. Ramming her leg into the ground, she lifted out a large chunk of earth into the air. Neji and Tenten watched in shock as Sakura then proceeded to kick the chunk of earth towards them, the kick shattering the chunk into smaller, sharper shards that peppered them. Before they could react, Lee crashed into them with Naruto appearing beside his teammate and nodded at her. The pink-haired medic grinned before black sealing lines formed around her face and down her neck. Jumping up, a massive amount of chakra gathered in her fist. Naruto did not waste any time and rushed out of there, reappearing beside Sasuke, and watched as Team 9 groaned as they tried to stand up. Neji was the first one up. Using his Byakugan, he saw Sakura in the air with a massive amount of chakra gathered in her fist. His eyes widened in horror as Sakura landed and crashed her fist into the ground. A massive booming sound and a shockwave erupted from the point of impact before the whole field broke up. Chunk of earth and rock flew into the air, taking Team 9 with them. Crash landing on the now broken ground, Team 9 groaned out in pain. Lee tried to stand up before he collapsed, spasms running down his body as his skin returned to their original tone. Beside him, Tenten did not even try to stand up, grumbling about a monster genin who was as strong as a Sannin. Neji just stared into the sky with a disheartened look. He could not believe that he and his team lost. Alright everyone, the exam is finished. First, let Guy and I congratulate you on officially becoming Genin team, even if you three have shown qualities and powers reminiscent of a Chunin at least, and Jonin in the case of Naruto. Now we will give you 6 performance reports. I walked forward and said, Neji, you let your arrogance blind you to the truth, again. You need to get that under control. Tenten, you start panicking whenever your opponent dodges your weapons or comes in too close for ranged combat. You need to practice your hand-to-hand combat skills more. Lee, you have outdone yourself. Now you just need to train harder and get used to the strain of the initial 3 gates. Just keep up the good work. Yosh, thank you Guy-sensei, Lee exclaimed in excitement with Tenten nodding. Neji just kept staring at the sky. Now Team 7, Sasuke, you need to work on your stamina and increase your arsenal. Other than that, I saw that you did not use the Sharingan's intrinsic abilities. I will help you with that. In addition, you need to increase your speed and reaction time. Sakura, you have thrown all my expectations out of the window, then set them alight with an S-rank fire jutsu. I must ask, what is that seal you used? Sakura stumbled at that, but before she could say anything, Naruto interjected, that is a simple Uzumaki clan genjutsu that allows the storage of large amounts of chakra to be stored and used later. I gave it to her a couple of days back and helped her charge it up with a tail worth of my and Kurama's chakra. Kakashi just gaped at the revelation, while Tenten had stars in her eyes. Why do you do this to me, Naruto? Kakashi whined while Naruto grinned. I don't know what you mean, sensei. Anyway, Tenten, I saw that you use quite a bit of genjutsu. How about you help me understand the books my mother and father wrote, and I will allow you access to the Uzumaki clan genjutsu style. It would be my honor. Thank you for offering to share your clan techniques with me, Naruto-sama. Tenten said with a formal bow. Then meet me at Ichiraku Ramen a week from now during lunch. I need to catalog all the genjutsu scrolls I have in the library before we start. Tenten nodded again in gratitude. Anyways, Naruto. What am I going to do with you? I cannot even get a proper read on you yet. So I will wait till your evaluation tomorrow before I decide on what to teach you. Kakashi exclaimed with annoyance. Yosh, before Kakashi has a mental breakdown, Team 9 will meet me at the Chunin exam stadium at 10 in the morning tomorrow without fail. His team nodded before Neji finally broke through his depressing thoughts and asked, but why Guy-sensei? Naruto-kun is to be evaluated by a team of Jonin and Anbu. Hokage-sama has ordered all free shinobi to attend. I heard that even a few of the daimyos of the neighboring countries would attend along with our own daimyo. Team 9 looked at the blonde Jinchuriki in shock. They could not believe that a team of Jonin and Anbu would evaluate a fresh genin. Yosh, I can't wait for the youthful show Naruto-kun will put on for us. Naruto-kun knows this, I will be rooting for you. Ah. Thank you, Lee. Now my youthful genin, head to the hospital and have medical checkups. I do not want any of you suffering from undetectable internal injuries. Guy's team nodded and made to leave the field when Naruto commented, see Neji, there is no such thing as fate. We make our own fates. Just look at Lee and Sakura, two civilians, yet they are both very strong. Neji huffed before he led his team away from training ground 7 and Team 7. Team 7, Kakashi and Guy watched them leave with Naruto and Guy frowning at Neji's behavior. You need to pull that stick out of his ass, Guy-sensei, or he will end up in a very sticky situation. I nodded with a sigh, I have been trying Naruto-kun for a year now, Naruto-kun, but I think that now I have a better chance. You and your team along with Lee-kun have shaken him. I just hope that he listens to us instead of turning deaf. Don't worry, Guy-sensei, if he gets out of line, just call me. I will pull that stick out of his ass. Naruto said with a fox-like grin, causing a smile to form on Guy's face. Thank you for the offer, Naruto-kun. Kakashi smiled behind his mask and said, you three have the day off now. As you know, meet me at the Chunin exam stadium at 10 tomorrow. Before you leave, I have one last thing to say. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Remember that. Engrave it in your hearts. It shall guide you down the right path. Now you can leave. Team 7 nodded before Sakura made the tiger hand seal and absorbed the chakra cloak into the diamond seal on her forehead. Kakashi and Guy looked surprised but ignored it as Naruto placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, causing the chakra cloak to dissipate before both the boys vanished in a swirl of leaves with Sakura following behind. They are some genin, Kakashi. I have no doubt that they will become legends just like the Sannin. Kakashi nodded in pleasure before he looked around the field. After a moment of silence, Kakashi turned to Guy. Ah. Guy, I will leave you to explain the situation with the field to Hokage-sama. Before Guy could even react, Kakashi vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving behind a gaping Guy. That is so youthful of you, Kakashi. Why do I have to explain the situation to Hokage-sama when it was your team that did the destruction? Chapter 5 The Test. All the ninja, who did not have any major prior assignments, were trickling into the Konoha Chunin exam stadium. Many prominent daimon of the neighboring countries were here as well, sitting with their most trusted advisors and bodyguards, the fire daimon being most prominent with his elaborate headdress, with the red fire patterns and pristine white robes. The wind daimon sitting near the fire daimon within his violet robes and headdress. Around the stadium, many ninja from small foreign countries that were either allied or neutral with Konoha were sitting with teams of Anbu keeping an eye on them. Around them, the seats were filled with civilians. The Hokage was sitting at the cage box with two other people. He was wearing the traditional cage robe with a diamond-shaped hat. Beside him was another man wearing similar robes with the kanji for wind on his green diamond-shaped hat, his face hidden by a veil. The final occupant was a large man with dark skin and pale blonde hair. He was also wearing the traditional Kage robes with a yellow hat carrying the kanji for lightning. These three were Sandaime Hokage, Yondaime Kazukiage, and the Yondaime Reikage, their names, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kazukiage Rasa, and three of the most powerful men in the world. "May I ask why you were invited here, Hokage Dono?" asked with confusion as Rasa nodded in agreement. "Yes, why have you been invited to attend a testing of one of your shinobi? If I am not mistaken, a genin as well. Why would a genin require a team of jonin and anbu to test him?" Rasa asked with thinly veiled irritation. "That is because he isn't an ordinary genin. He embodies what it truly means to be a shinobi. Even I did not have an inkling to the depth of his abilities until he defeated a Chunin traitor with his friend. From what I have gathered by interviewing them, both of them have been hiding their skill. I thought you two would be interested in him due to his heritage and status. So I decided to invite you." Hiruzen said, though he knew that both his fellow Kage did not really believe him, not that he would believe himself. The excuse was a bit weak. "What heritage would that be, Hokage Dono?" asked with curiosity. "I believe that you would easily be able to connect the dots when he arrives in arena. He does look like a carbon copy of his father with his mother's mannerism," Hiruzen said with a secretive smile that aroused S curiosity even more. "And his status, does it pertain to his heritage?" Rasa asked, equally intrigued. Hiruzen shook his head. "Not really, though it is an indirect result to his heritage." Seeing the questioning looks of his fellow Kage, Hiruzen decided to throw them a bone. He is the Kikbi Jinchuriki. Somehow, he was able to become a perfect Jinchuriki and befriend the beast within him. But Wide Eyes asked, how is that possible? How old is he? The better question is, how did he do it without rampaging or alerting the whole of Konoha? Rasa asked, looking shaken by the revelation. Here, his son has failed even with help, and someone else did what he wanted his son to achieve without help. That seemed preposterous, but he doubted that the Hokage was pulling his leg. He and his friend used to sneak in and out of Konoha without the Anbu catching them. I am not surprised. Naruto-kun is known to be able to sneak into Anbu HQ, prank the whole corps, and get out unharmed. His stealth is phenomenal. That should have been the first sign, but he acted like an idiot. That mask has kept unwanted attention away from him until he was ready to reveal himself. He seems to be a fine shinobi. A true demon of the shadows, something all of us have forgotten how to be. Rasa said with a stoic face, inwardly he was cringing. He was afraid that the Wind Daemon would now redirect more missions to Konoha, and the Otakage's offer seemed like a suicide now. That is if the child was as powerful as he suspected. Rasa realized that this was a power play. Hiruzen was making a statement and was using them and the Daemon to attest his claims. A loud cheer from the Konoha ninja filling the stadium drew the three Kages' attention. Staring down into the arena, they saw the Genjutsu mistress, Ikki Kurenai appear along with Sharingan no Kakashi, Mido Gai, Sarutobi Asuma, and two Anbu with cat masks, one a woman and the other a man. Finally, Konoha's snake mistress, Mitarashi Anko appeared eating a stick of dango. Seeing that the testers had already arrived and knowing that Naruto would be making a grand entrance, Hiruzen stood up. Activating a small seal, Hiruzen started to speak. "Thank you all for coming to this evaluation of Uzumaki Naruto's abilities. Now many of you would be wondering why I am making such a big event out of such a common test. To answer that, I must reveal something that I have kept secret for 12 years. I know that the traveling merchants have been spreading rumors for the last week. Those of you who were not here when I made the announcement, I will now confirm or disapprove of those rumors." Hiruzen stopped and looked around to see that he had everyone's complete attention. Nodding to himself, the aged Hokage took a deep breath and started speaking again. "Everyone knows that the Kikbi no Impma attacked Konoha on the 10th of October, 12 years ago. Officially, my successor, Namikaze Minato, had sacrificed his life to kill the great beast. That was a cover-up. No mortal can kill a Bij permanently. They will reform a certain number of years later. The only way to defeat a Bij completely is to seal it into a person. Depending on the seal used, it may require a newborn baby or even adults. I see that realization is dawning on you all. That is right. Minato sealed the beast into a child, his own newborn son in fact." Hiruzen stopped talking and smirked at seeing the shocked expression on S' face. Seeing the questioning look the dark-skinned man was giving him, Hiruzen nodded before he addressed the crowd again. "Uzumaki Naruto is that child. The Sandaime Jinchuriki of the Kikbi after his own mother, the Nidaime Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina and the Shodaime Jinchuriki, Senjuku Mido, the wife of the Shodai Hokage, and Naruto's great-aunt. Now I would like to tell you that we are not testing him for his heritage or status as a Jinchuriki. No, we are testing him for his own prowess he achieved without help or even alerting anyone. On his own, he has become a perfect Jinchuriki with a great bond with the beast sealed within him to the point they can work together without conflict. I know what all of you are thinking, how can a dumb beast hell-bent on causing destruction and mayhem can work with its jailer? The truth is that the Bijj are sentient beings capable of feeling emotions and making rational decisions, or so Naruto-kun tells me. Hiruzen waited quietly for that information to seep in before continuing, however, that is not his greatest achievement yet. It is he becoming a master sage that makes me test him. Normally, to become a sage, one needs the guidance of a master sage from one of the animal summoning clans. Naruto-kun recreated the toad-style senjutsu by watching a small toad summon fighting against a snake summon somewhere in training ground 44. As of now, the great toad sage of Mombakuzen has taken him on as an apprentice. An honor that has not been bestowed on any human since Gamamaru-sama trained the Rikiden Sennin, as he had admitted. Normally the great sage remains in a trance watching the world but not interfering. My own summons respect the great toad sage, advising me to listen to any advice he gives. Now I have bored all of you long enough. Please welcome Uzumaki Naruto, son of the Yondaime Hokage and the Akai Chishio no Habanero. Everyone was stunned when he abruptly announced that. Looking around they did not see anyone. Only a small column of swirling dust formed in the center of the arena before it grew into a large and powerful tornado. Everyone watched in awe as the tornado remained in place, blowing dust and winds before imploding upon itself before dissipating, revealing Naruto kneeling on the ground with a fist supporting him. As he slowly stood up, everyone saw that he was wearing the Anbu-style uniform that Jiraiya gave him with the burnt orange flak jacket, having the zip undone, revealing the mesh undershirt. His red haori with the yellow lightning embroidery was fluttering about in an unseen wind. His Konoha hit I-8 was wrapped around his waist, while the new hit I-8 with the kanji for Bijj Sennin engravings was proudly tied around his forehead. Everyone saw that he had attached multiple equipment pouches on his legs and a sealing kit on his hip. His messy blonde hair was also fluttering about in the unseen wind. Everyone stared in shock at the boy's sudden appearance. No one had ever seen one like the one Naruto used when he arrived. Rasa was the first to snap out of his shock. What was that? I didn't even know that Futon could be used in such a way. Hiruzen chuckled, but before he could answer asked, he used Ninshu, didn't he? Hiruzen looked at the Reikage in shock. How did you learn of Ninshu? I only heard of it when Gamamaru-sama told us while testing Naruto-kun a couple of days back. Isn't it obvious? Kumo has great interest in my former student. They must have come across some of the scrolls he left behind. While Hagoromo would not have written down anything on how to perform Ninshu, he would be certain to refer to it. Though I must say, this boy keeps surprising me. It has been less than a week and already he has nearly mastered wind-based Ninshu, or as Himura jokingly called it, airbending. I wonder if he has recreated the katas Hagoromo created to use airbending to its full potential. The three-cage turned to the source only to see a very old brown toad, the size of a human, wearing a green haori and holding a large wooden staff sitting at the top of the box. The guards accompanying the Reikage and Kazuki stiffened but relaxed when Hiruzen bowed to the old toad. Greetings Gamamaru-sama, are you here to evaluate him again? Hiruzen asked, causing the eyes of the other two Kage to widen in shock. Both of them could feel the suppressed power flowing through the old toad. See, one of the Reikage's bodyguard tried to sense the depth of the toad's chakra, only to shiver when he realized that even Karabi and Bijj MDM did not release that much power. Not really Sarutobi-kun. I just came to see how much he has progressed since a week ago. He has potential to surpass Hagoromo-kun. I want to see all of his skills to be able to bring it out. Now, why don't you start the match? Hiruzen nodded before he addressed the crowd. The test will be broken into two parts. The first part will be the specialists in each of the four common shinobi fields, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, Kijutsu and Ninjutsu, testing Naruto-kun separately. Second part will be an all-out spar, Naruto-kun versus the team of Hada Kakashi, Ikki Kurenai, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, Mitarashi Anko, and the two Anbu, Kad and Tora. Isn't this a bit too much for a fresh genin? Asked with concern with Rasa nodding in agreement. Neither Kage could believe that a recently graduated genin would need such an illustrious team to test. All five of the genin were legendary in their own right, adding two Anbu into the mix was overkill. Hiruzen just chuckled, not really. I am more worried about my genin than Anbu. I hope they do not underestimate him. I really don't want them being hospitalized. The two Kage just stared at the older Kage with uncertainty. Now start the evaluation. So, who is it going to be? Naruto said with a cocky grin causing Kurenai to frown. The red-eyed black-haired woman walked forward weaving hand seals, I will be first. Now break the following Jinjutsu I will put on you, Meijin. Narakumi no Jutsu. The group of Jinin and Anbu waited for a few moments for a reaction from Naruto before Kakashi's lone eye widened in realization. Low-ranking Jinjutsu don't work on you, do they? Naruto chuckled before replying with a nod. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask, you are just like Kushina-sama. You were waiting for one of us to realize that. That's right. Thanks to Kurama and my Sennin MMDM, any Jinjutsu below B rank just flows over me without affecting me. Care to try Kurenai-sensei again? Kurenai's frown deepened before casting a higher rank genjutsu. Hi. Naruto said as he pulsed his chakra without even making a hand seal. Good try, but try again. 3-layer genjutsu was good, but with my senjutsu, it is useless. You can't fool my senses that easily. What do you mean? You aren't in Senin MMDM, are you? Kurenai asked with confusion, getting a chuckle from the blonde Jinchuriki. Not at the moment, but I can enter and leave Senin MMDM 2 times in a second. He is going to surpass every expectation I have for him. I did not think he would have progressed this far in just a week. Even Hagoromo-kun didn't reach this stage at the pace Naruto-kun did. Gamamaru said just as an old silver monkey appeared beside the old toad. The monkey was wearing a faded yellow haori with a gnarled staff in his hands. He is truly deserving of your attention, Gamamaru-sensei. I didn't expect him to be this prodigious. Gamamaru nodded in agreement. Zeru Sennin Ono, I didn't expect to meet another prodigy like him in my lifetime. Prodigies like him come once in multiple millennia. The cages all widened their eyes in shock. One could easily explain the presence of Gamamaru, but the presence of the Zeru Sennin was not. Alright, I can tell that any genjutsu under an S-ranked one is useless against you, and since most S-ranked genjutsu are also genjutsu based, I will have to pass you for genjutsu detection and release. Now I heard rumors that you have an A-rank genjutsu under your belt, like to show me? Kurenai asked with interest. It is not every day a genin can boast of mastering such high-level techniques, specifically. Not at this moment, but I can assure you that you will face it during the spar. Naruto said, causing Kurenai to nod in approval. Alright then I will say that your genjutsu skills will fall under low A rank. You can take him now Guy. Kurenai said as she walked away. Guy nodded and rushed towards Naruto with a massive grin on his face. Let's hold back for the moment, shall we Naruto-kun? We do not need to overextend ourselves before the spar. Naruto nodded, alright Guy-sensei. I nodded before he pulled out a pouch and started pouring chalk dust to form a circle, 20 feet in diameter. After finishing the preparations Guy nodded to himself and addressed Naruto. In this evaluation, we will only use taijutsu. Since your style is heavily dependent on senjutsu, you may use it. It is up to you. You will need to stay in the circle for 10 minutes or push me out. I won't be using senjutsu. Granted, my taijutsu style requires senjutsu to use it to its full potential, but you aren't going to use the Hachiman Tonkum, so it would be unfair to you. Guy nodded in appreciation. Then the time limit is 5 minutes. Kakashi, will you be the moderator? Kakashi nodded as he walked to the edge of the circle. On the count of 3, start. 3. Naruto and Guy got into their starting stances. 2. Both stared at each other with indescribable expressions. 1. Both of their muscles tensed in preparation. Hajime. As Kakashi began the match, both ninja rushed towards each other at great speeds before their fists collided, beginning a sequence of kicks, punches, and leg sweeps at each other, blocking some, dodging others, and parrying the rest. For the next 3 minutes both used the basics of their styles to try and get an upper hand on their opponent, throwing in a couple of more advanced techniques into the mix, hoping to take their opponent by surprise. This is unreal. How can a genin hold his own against a genin of Guy's stature? Guy is a borderline S rank himself. A genin whispered in shock when a chuckling caught her attention. She looked about trying to find the source only to come up blank. Shaking her head, the woman returned her attention back to the match to see Naruto jumping up into the air like a frog before bringing his extended leg down on Guy's head. In retaliation, Guy jumped back before rushing in with a roundhouse kick, calling out, Konoha Muraki Senk. Okami, Guy-sensei isn't holding back as I thought he would. Tenten said with anxiety, her teammates, Lee and Niji both nodded in agreement, though Niji's face held a pained expression. What do you mean? Tenten turned to see a blonde-haired girl with light blue eyes was the source of the question. I thought that Guy-sensei would only keep to the basics and not include any of the more advanced techniques related to the Genken Taijutsu style. Who are you anyway? Oh sorry, I am Yamanaka Ino, nice to meet you senpai. Anyway, Naruto is my classmate. Until now, we all believed that he was a dope, a fool. Now we aren't too sure. Tenten nodded, the academy ranks are useless in the real world. I was the top Kunoichi of last year, Niji was the rookie of the year, and Lee was the dope. I used to believe that if Lee, as he is now, went against someone from your class, he would come out on top. That was before I learned that Lee had a trump card that could easily allow him to take down most chunin. In fact, I am sure that he could easily defeat Niji now, even though Niji is considered a prodigy. I see what you mean. Even though he was the dope in class, real-life experience and training has made him far better than anyone expected. Ino said, getting a nod from Tenten. That was before we faced Team 7 yesterday. Their sensei asked our team to help administer the genin test on them. Guy-sensei accepted. At first, we believed that we would win and that too quite easily. That was far from the truth. Uchiha Sasuke-sen was easily able to keep up with Neji until Neji pulled out one of his trump cards, taking Sasuke by surprise. At the same time, Haruno Sakura-sen was a monster, shattering the ground with a single punch, pulverizing rocks into dust with a kick. What genin can face off against such power? Her power was astounding. Her strength was reminiscent of Tonari-sama. Then there was Uzumaki Naruto-sama. He did the least, the leader of their team. Simple planning, overwhelming power, and unpredictable behavior, he easily set us up for Sakura-san to finish the match with her monster strength. Yosh, you forgot that Naruto-kun had shared the Kyuubi's chakra with his teammates, which empowered, healed, and protected them. Kyuubi's chakra was so potent that even some of my strongest techniques did not phase Naruto-kun or Sakura-chan. Lee said with a grin, causing teammate and Team 10 to look at Naruto in shock. I didn't know that Bij chakra could be shared. Didn't we learn that Bij chakra was corrosive? Shikamaru asked with a shiver running down his spine. What do you mean? Chakra can't be shared. Everyone glared at the shaggy-haired boy who said that. No Kiba, you do know that Irenen tend to transfer their chakra to some patients who have suffered from chakra exhaustion, right? Choji asked before he said, Tonari-sama created that technique, though most Irenen don't have the capability to do that. I know that the present head doctor and a couple of his staff can. They buy the special food pills my clan makes just for that. How did the dope learn that? Kiba asked, causing everyone around him to shake their heads in exasperation, even the normally kind Hinata. I mean, he isn't an Irenen. Sakura probably taught him, or at least told him the theory. She is the youngest fully certified Irenen with specialization in surgery and battlefield qualification. Ino said offhandedly, causing everyone to look at the pink-haired girl in awe. That's beside the point. How did the troublesome blonde transfer Bij chakra? Shikamaru asked with irritation. Naruto actively purifies the corrosive Bij chakra by mixing it with his own before transferring it. Chakra carries the feel of one soul. Naruto's goodness purifies the dark taint of the Kyuubi. Now the 5 minutes are nearly up. You had all better turn your attention back to the battlefield. As the 5-minute mark was passed, Kakashi walked forward and called out, 5 minutes are up. This is a tie. I and Naruto disengaged and bowed to each other before straightening up. You have proved yourself in the intense art of Taijutsu. My evaluation of your hampered skills gives me the impression of you being a mid-A rank skill. With your Senjutsu, I would dare to say that you are easily S-ranked. Thank you for your compliment, Guy-sensei. Naruto said with a bow before he asked, if you don't mind, may I and my team train with you from time to time, particularly weight training. I saw the chakra weights you are wearing and felt the chakra within them. Yosh, what a youthful proposition, if your sensei doesn't have any problem with it, I will be happy to oblige. Guy said with a smile. As long as that after I have released the team, what they do is up to them, if they want to better themselves, who am I to stop them? Kakashi said as Asuma walked forward and whispered into the silver-haired Jimin's ear. After a few moments of quiet debating, both nodded before Kakashi turned to the cage box. Hokage-sama, Asuma and I have concluded that to test Naruto in ninjutsu and kijutsu, it is better to do it in spar, so may we proceed. Are you going to allow Hokage Dono? Rasa asked with curiosity as Hiruzen hummed to himself. I think it wise to allow the individual evaluation to end. Kijutsu and ninjutsu cannot be tested like that, said causing Hiruzen to nod. You're right Dono. Proceed with the spar. Jiraiya will be your proctor. Hiruzen surprised everyone present. Jiraiya-sama, when did he return? Kurenai asked, getting shrugs from her fellow Jonin in the Anbu. Alright everyone, Naruto takes the south side, team takes the north side. Jiraiya said as he phased into existence beside Naruto. From Naruto's expression, Kakashi concluded that either Naruto knew beforehand that Jiraiya was going to be present or he had sensed Jiraiya when the rest of his colleagues failed. Then again, Kakashi was not surprised. One cannot become a spy master without the skills to fool Anbu. After everyone was in place, Jiraiya started to announce the rules. Since everyone is in place, let me announce the rules. First, I have final say. When I declare a participant unable to fight or are to retire, I expect that shinobi or kunoichi to promptly obey. Disobey my command, you find yourself suspended. Second, if your opponent concedes, you promptly get back from them. Third, no techniques that guarantee a kill are to be used. Fourth, have fun. Hajime. The team of 7 experienced shinobi and kunoichi could not even react before a crushing pressure fell on their shoulders, forcing them onto their knees. Kakashi, Guy, and Tora forced their heads up and looked at Naruto with apprehension and shock. An aura of blue flame-like chakra was visible around Naruto, chakra visible to the naked eye. All three realized that Naruto's chakra was so dense that channeling all of that was causing it to become visible. They noted that there were cracks on the ground originating from Naruto. I am so happy that Naruto didn't really focus his chakra that much during the test. Iruka said as he took a bite from the stick of dango in his hand. Beside him, Izuma looked confused. Seeing his comrade's confusion, Iruka decided to explain himself. I asked Naruto to channel as much chakra as he could. The effects were similar to what you see in Izumo, just that this time Naruto has focused the chakra pressure on his opponents. I didn't know that chakra had pressure. Kitetsu asked with shock as he watched Kurenai shiver as she tried to stand up. Beside her, her team was barely standing, with Kakashi, Guy and Tora being the only ones not shivering. The fearless Anko was seen looking at the boy in horror, while Asuma and Kat were cautiously watching the boy for sudden movements. Takrados have pressure, the only reason we don't feel it is because our own usually nullifies the pressure we are feeling. The only time we would feel the pressure is when we face off against someone with reserves that are massive in comparison to your own. Therefore, you can see why Naruto is able to release such a monstrous pressure. What's shocking is that this is the pressure exhibited by his own chakra. I don't even want to think what pressure we would feel if Naruto had tapped into the Kyuubi's reserves as well. Izumo and Kitetsu at the revelation, they remembered how deadly Naruto was when pranking, having been targeted before. Now, seeing a portion of the young Jinchuriki's true power, they made a mental note not to draw his eye ever again, especially since the kid could easily bring most rookie Jonin to their knees by just flexing his chakra. This is interesting. I did not think I would see a child other than Gaara being able to do this, that too without his Bijk's chakra. Rasa said, causing the other cages to nod in understanding. Even Hiruzen was shocked at the power his surrogate grandson was exhibiting. I am having second thoughts now. I am not even down there, and yet I can feel the slight pressure from right here. It reminds me of being in Hashirama-sensei's presence. Hiruzen said, getting surprised looks from Rasa. I don't know much about Hashirama-sama, but his presence reminds me of my brother in Bijchem MDM. I must say, if he is half as good as his father, I would like to spar with him to see how far I have come. Said with grin. What is happening? Kurenai gritted out as she finally stood up, her hands and feet still shaking. If I didn't know any better, I would say I was facing off against Orochimaru, just without the killing intent. Anko said with a blank look in her eyes. Everyone looked at the woman in shock. If you all can't stand in the very presence of my own chakra, without any augmentation through Senjutsu or Bij chakra, how can you expect to fight me, let alone evaluate me? Naruto taunted before his blue eyes became red in color. At the same time, an incomprehensible killing intent filled the stadium. The worst of it centered on the 7 ninja in front of Naruto. All around the stadium, many civilians fainted, Genin and Chunin started vomiting, the Jonin were shaking, and the cage was sweating profusely. All of them realized that Naruto was channeling Kyuubi's killing intent and hatred. The presence did not last long, barely a couple of seconds before it vanished, but the damage was already done. Kurenai had fainted, foaming at the mouth. Anko, Asuma and Kat were kneeling on the ground panting. Kakashi, Guy and Tora were barely standing, with Guy's face covered in sweat. One could conclude that Kakashi and Tora also had sweaty faces. Kurenai is retired. Medic, take Kurenai out of the field. It seems that she needs immediate medical attention. A team of medics ran onto the field and quickly carted off the unconscious Kurenai. Jiraiya turned and said, Naruto killed the use of the killing intent. This is a spar to evaluate your skills. Using Kyuubi's killing intent to knock out opponents showcases nothing. I use that to judge the level of my opponents. If any of them fainted, as Kurenai did, then it was safe to assume that they would not be able to survive the spar. She could have lost her life. It would be a tragic accident, but Konoha would have lost a fine Jonin. That was too much a risk for me to take. Killing intent is after all a common tool among high-level shinobi. Jiraiya nodded before he turned to the team of Jonin and Anbu. You 6 are feeling alright, do any of you want to retire? Jiraiya asked for glare from Anko. Don't coddle me, pervert. I am not a snot-nosed genin. Jiraiya nodded to Anko after seeing the others agreeing with the snake mistress. Nodding, Jiraiya jumped back calling out, Hajime. Before Naruto could even react, Guy, Kat and Asuma charged forward, Kat drawing her sword and Asuma channeling chakra through his butterfly knives. At the same time, Kakashi revealed his Sharingan and started weaving hand seals for Anko thrust forth her palms releasing multiple snakes ready to bite the blonde-haired Jinchuriki. Finally, Tora had weaved through a couple of hand seals before blowing out a strong jet of water. Tsunejashu. Anko had called out from behind Asuma, causing the Jonin to jump to the side as the snakes flew by. At the same time, a stream of pressurized water flew by Kat's head with Tora calling out, Suiton. Miserapa. As the two flew towards Naruto, the blonde Jinchuriki just grinned before he went through a sequence of Taijutsu katas. The katas mesmerized everyone. Each kata was some kind of circular motion reminiscent of the Hokage Ken, but still fundamentally different. The most mesmerizing thing about the katas was the motion of the winds. As Naruto went through one kata to another, the air around him flowed, following the motion of his arms. A single upward punch caused a wave of wind to intercept the snakes and throw them out of course. With a palm thrust, a stream of compressed air collided with the stream of water and nullified it. With a leg sweep, a blade of wind flew at the three approaching ninja, causing them to jump back in order to dodge. That child is truly a diamond in the rough. He has already mastered the basics of wind ninja. He even recreated the Bagua Zhang Taijutsu style to help in manipulating the winds, and he is not even in Senin MMDM. I didn't expect him to become this proficient already. Gamamaru commented with surprise, getting shocked looks for the monkey sage and the cages. The group kept their attention to what Naruto would do next. They saw Kakashi breathe out a massive ball of fire at Naruto. At the same time, Asuma released a wave of strong winds to power the flames up, causing the ball to increase in size. They are going a bit far, aren't they? Rasa asked with surprise at the collaboration ninjutsu, just before his jaws dropped at the unexpected event that occurred. As the flames flew towards Naruto, the young sage took a deep breath before he clapped his hands together, before thrusting them forward in a spear-like motion. To everyone's shock, the flame split from the point of contact and flew past Naruto before quickly dying out. Amamaru chuckled, it seems that he has an instinctive connection to the elements. A stronger one than even Hagoromo had. Even with Kage Bunshin, it would be impossible for him to master Fire Ninshu already, yet he used a high-ranking Fire Ninshu technique to redirect and suppress the fire, all the while executing a perfect dancing dragon kata, truly an amazing feat. I am so happy I decided to accept his help. Hey Sakura, did you know that he was this powerful without the fox? Sasuke asked with trepidation. He really did not want to hear the answer, but he still needed to. Until the spar with Gamamaru-sama a week ago, he didn't have any knowledge on the use of Ninshu. He must have been using the Kage Bunshin to practice and master it. The shocking thing is that he had not even planned to start Fire Ninshu until he mastered wind, water, and earth. Then again, he is driven by instinct during a fight. I have seen him instinctively create and master a technique during a fight. Sakura said, causing Sasuke to nod in realization. At the same time, the rest of the genin around them were gaping at Sakura's statement. They could not believe there was someone able to create and master techniques in the heat of battle. That's good. Then we still have a chance to catch up with him, I hope. Sasuke said with a grin. Sakura giggled at that before commenting, I don't think there is anyone in existence at this moment who will be able to challenge him. Catching up to him, we will have to see. You think he would teach us how to bend the elements to our will? Sasuke asked with a curious expression, marrying his usually stoic face. As he is doing, I don't know if we would even be able to do it. The amount of chakra needed to bend an element to our will would be astronomical. I do not think anyone but a Kage or another Jinchuriki would be able to do that. Then again we may need to master Senjutsu before we can even think of learning to bend the elements. Sakura said, causing Sasuke to look down in disappointment. But we can ask him and see if we can learn as well. I have to say Naruto. You are holding back and still giving us problems. I think it is time we took it up a notch. Kakashi said as he nodded to Kat who was behind Naruto. Kat nodded back before quickly weaving hand seals before launching a beam of blue-white lightning at Naruto's back. The hair on the back of Naruto's neck stood up causing the boy to react instinctively. Raising a hand, his index and middle finger up, he pointed it at the approaching lightning. All around the stadium, everyone was clutching the edges of their seats and watched in horror as the lightning struck the tips of Naruto's fingers. Naruto. Sakura screamed out in panic only to stop screaming in shock at what she saw. The lightning was absorbed into Naruto's fingers. Small sparks flowing down his arms, through his belly and then up the other arm. At the same time, Naruto spun around and pointed the index and middle finger of the other hand at Tora before launching out a larger quantity of lightning at the shocked Anbu. Reacting on instinct, Tora quickly weaved hand seals before slamming his hands onto the ground. To everyone other than Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, Kat, Jiraiya and Hiruzen's surprise, a dome of interlocking wooden pillars formed around the Anbu just as lightning struck the dome. A massive explosion occurred obscuring the dome in smoke. He. Kat kept repeating in shock with Anko nodding in understanding. It was not every day an opponent turned their own against themselves or their comrades. Kakashi and Guy looked at Naruto with shock and awe. This is interesting. Being able to redirect lightning is not something I have ever seen. Especially since lightning generation is a very advanced fire ninja technique. Gamamaru said getting confused looks from the cage. Oh no Gamamaru-sama, I don't mean to be rude, but isn't lightning a completely separate element? Asked with trepidation. Gamamaru stared at the muscular cage with a scrutinizing look before sighing. It seems that many have forgotten that fire and lightning are two sides of the same coin. Both are connected to heat. Fire thrives on heat while a lightning strike generates heat. Both fire and lightning are elements based on pure energy. Therefore, when I mean fire ninja, I mean ninja that directly or indirectly manipulates heat. I mean no offense to Uraten users, but ninju and ninjutsu are fundamentally different. What Naruto is doing is still much more different from the ninju I know. If I was a betting toad, I would bet all of my experience and wisdom that he has taken ninju to never before been seen heights. To clarify, he should not be able to manipulate the winds to this degree without senjutsu. At first, I thought he was tapping into senjutsu and releasing it after the technique was done. Now I am not too sure. Everyone in the cage box looked at the wizened old toad in shock. Someone with that much experience and wisdom not being able to tell what Naruto was doing was truly a shocking revelation. I think it is time that we end this before someone gets hurt. Naruto said as the orange pigmentation appeared around his eyes before a golden cloak of chakra formed around him. Before the shocked ninja could react, Naruto had appeared above the wooden dome with a swirling ball of chakra in his hand. The five ninja watched as a swirling blade of wind chakra formed around the orb, releasing a high-pitched whistling sound. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. That is the completed version of his sensei's Rasengan. Knowing the destructive abilities of the original, Kakashi screamed out, "Tenzo, get out of there." "Senm." Rasen Shuriken. Naruto called out as the chakra arm extended and collided with the dome. Everyone watched in shock as the small orb exploded and encompassed the wooden dome within a dome of swirling winds. When they faded, the wooden dome had vanished. Not even sawdust remained. "Tenzo." Kat called out in shock and fell to her knees. Kat's mask fell revealing the face of a beautiful woman with tears flowing down her face originating from her black eyes. Anko crouched down beside the distraught woman and placed a hand on her shoulder while glaring at Naruto. "How could you? Why would you use a technique that was guaranteed to kill? Jiraiya-sama, why didn't you stop him?" Anko gritted out just before another Naruto appeared beside Jiraiya and placed the unconscious Tora on the ground before dissipating in a puff of smoke. "All of you are elite shinobi of Konoha. A supposed death of your comrade has reduced you to such a pathetic state, despicable. If you had any trust in your teammate, you would have known that he would have escaped. You even let your guard down right at this moment." Naruto said before he vanished from sight, reappeared beside the two women and knocked them out before they could even widen their eyes in shock. "What the hell? I did not expect him to be this fast. It took me years to reach my top speed and he surpassed it in under a quarter of that time." Said with wide eyes before turning to Hiruzen, "What do you feed these gen in Hokage dono?" Hiruzen chuckled, "I think that I have to make ramen a staple diet for all my shinobi. I can't believe that Naruto-kun is this strong by only surviving on ramen." Rasen looked at the old cage with cautious looks, not sure if they should believe him or not. "Kakashi, can you get me a moment? I wish I did not have to use this, but Naruto-kun is too youthful to dishonor him by holding back anymore." Seeing that guy was serious, Kakashi nodded before charging at Naruto with his Sharingan spinning. Before he even covered half the distance, Kakashi saw that Naruto's chakra coils pulsed right before Naruto smacked his foot into the ground, causing a large boulder to shoot up into the air, right in front of the blonde Kriki, before he threw a punch in Kakashi's direction. The Sharingan-wielding Jinin's eyes widened in shock as the boulder flew at him with great speed. Looking around, he saw that there was not anything to substitute with, so Kakashi sighed as his lone Sharingan morphed into a three-pronged pinwheel. "Hamui." Everyone stared at the boulder in shock. They saw it start twisting in on itself before suddenly vanishing into non-existence. At the same time, Kakashi clutched his Sharingan and fell on his knees. Not wasting any time, Naruto appeared beside the downed Junin in an impressive burst of speed and held a kunai to the man's throat. "Yield, Kakashi-sensei, I can sense that you are about to fall over due to extreme chakra exhaustion." Kakashi nodded before calling out in a raspy voice, "I concede." Kakashi concedes defeat. "Medics, take the man away." Jiraiya called out just as Naruto placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, causing a cloak of red bubbling chakra to envelop the man. "That right there is what we told you about. Naruto-sama is sharing Kiki's chakra with Kakashi-sensei." Tenten said as she excitedly pointed towards Kakashi. The other genin watched as the chakra changed from red to yellow before being absorbed into Kakashi. "What did he do?" Ino asked in shock when Sakura replied with an uncertain tone, "I think he changed the composition of the chakra from balanced yin-yang to higher yang concentration." "Why would he do that?" Shikamaru asked with curiosity. Yang chakra is the physical aspect of chakra. The reason Bij chakra has such regenerative abilities without weakening the life force of the patient is due to the strong life force the Bij possesses. So disbalancing the chakra into yang should increase the potency of the healing abilities of the chakra. I think that Naruto is trying to heal Kakashi-sensei's chakra exhaustion. "That's interesting." Sakura nodded to Shikamaru before turning back to the evaluation, only to look surprised at what Age did. Massive booms had sounded around the arena as soon as Kakashi rushed towards Naruto. While Naruto was distracted, he used the moment to unlock his inner gates. Heiman Kai. Hijman Kai. Seiman Kai. Shlmon, Kai. Toman Kai. Heyman Kai. Guy's hair was flowing up due to the intense chakra pressure around him. His skin had become dark red, while his eyes had become pure white. The most amazing thing about him was the green aura surrounding him. He waited until Kakashi left using a shunshin before drawing Naruto's attention to himself. I must say Naruto-kun, you are the most youthful ninja I have ever seen. Since you defeated all of my comrades without even trying, it would be a slight to you not to fight at my best, so prepare to face the power of the green beast. I said before he vanished from view and reappeared behind Naruto, the Jinchuriki still clad in Kikbi Chakra MMDM augmented with Senjutsu, and kicked him into the air before continuing to kick the young blonde Jinchuriki higher into the air, before performing a flip and crashing an extended fist and foot into Naruto's stomach. Your revenge. Guy called out as Naruto flew towards the ground. Everyone cried out in shock at the beating Guy gave the young blonde boy, but sighed in relief when Naruto performed a mid-air pirouette, causing a massive gust of wind to catch him before he kissed the unforgiving ground. Everyone watched in shock as both landed on their feet and stared at each other with inscrutable expressions. After what seemed like hours, Guy finally spoke up. Just as I expected, your Senjutsu-enhanced Kikbi Chakra cloak is too strong to pierce using such weak techniques. Let's see how it stands up to my next move. Naruto grinned before he and Guy vanished and reappeared, clashing in the middle of the field. Every punch Guy threw caught alight in flames, while Naruto used minor circular motions to cause gusts to wind to blow away the flames, while the motions themselves easily redirected the punches. Jumping back, Naruto did a circular leg sweep at Guy, causing a wave of wind to fly towards the spandex-clad Jonin. With a show of strength, Guy easily withstood the gale force wind before he grinned. It seems that nothing less than the Red Beast would be able to fight against someone of your caliber, but since releasing the Red Beast would kill me, let us be satisfied with the Blue Beast. Killman Kai. Don't Guy-sensei. You will be hospitalized. Lee shouted out in fear, causing the others to look at the boy in shock. What do you mean Guy-sensei will be hospitalized? Tenten asked with a shaky voice, causing Lee to look at the others with a serious expression. The Hachiman Tonk no Jin is a Kenjutsu, the pinnacle of Taijutsu. Opening the inner gates grants great strength but rips the body apart from the inside. The greater the number of gates opened, the greater the effect on the body. One has to prepare the body to survive the opening of the gates. That is one of the reasons Guy-sensei and I trained so hard. If we slack off, our own techniques will kill us. Releasing the Blue Beast is synonymous to opening 7 of the 8 gates. The blue vapors you see surrounding Guy-sensei are the result of his own sweat vaporizing mixing with the chakra being released by Guy-sensei. Opening the 8th gate would give Guy-sensei power to rival all 3 Kage at the same time, but in the end, he would die from the strain. No amount of training would allow someone's body to survive the strain. After Lee finished his explanation, the rest of the genin excluding Sakura stared at Guy in horror. I can sense the strain your body is being put through. Are you sure you don't want to concede? Naruto asked with concern. Guy just shook his head before he placed a hand, palm facing towards Naruto, in front of his face, and tapped it with his other hand. A massive air pressure formed around Guy as he formed a unique tiger-shaped hand seal. The air pressure solidified into a massive roaring tiger head with Guy in the center of the mouth. As Guy was preparing his technique, Naruto seemed to have been dancing. Streams of wind congregated above the boy with every sweeping circular motions, leaps, and twists. As both shinobi finished their preparations, both thrust their fists towards their opponents. From Guy's side, the tiger head flew forward, ripping the ground to pieces. At the same time, the swirling orb of wind floating above Naruto's head compressed into a tiny ball before exploding out into a massive eastern dragon and flew towards the approaching tiger head. The 2 techniques collided, filling the whole arena with dust and winds. All the spectators expectantly waited for the next bout, only to be surprised when a massive sphere of swirling wind was conjured in the middle of the field. They saw Naruto's silhouette floating in the middle of the sphere glowing with golden chakra. Near him, Guy's silhouette could be seen crouching on the ground, the blue vapors flying about wildly. I think we have had enough fun, don't you Guy-sensei? Naruto called out right before the sphere contracted into a small ball in Naruto's hand. Thrusting his arms forward, the small sphere of dense winds flew towards the immobile Guy with the speed of a flying arrow. I watched the small ball approach, but resigned himself to being hit by it. He knew that he would not recover in time to dodge. Just as the ball reached him, he closed his eyes and waited for the inevitable pain to come. After a while, when the expected pain failed to register, Guy opened his eyes to look at a wall of swirling wind. Before he could even stand up, the walls contracted around him as portions dissipated while others solidified into 5 orbs, 1 on each limb and the final on his head. Guy tried to free himself through brute force before he felt himself become woozy. His vision started to swim and his breath became short. Guy increased his struggles resulting in his breath becoming shorter. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. What did Naruto-kun do? Lee asked with concern. I don't know, but it looks like some kind of sealing technique, only made out of pure wind. Tenten said with an odd expression. Tenten is right. The spheres are carved with Kenjutsu Shiki by a different concentration of Ton Chakra. Have you seen him do such things before? Niji asked Sakura only for the Pinket to shake her head. If it contains Kenjutsu, he must have created it recently. Until a week ago, he did not know much about Kenjutsu. Then again, his clan's specialty was Kenjutsu, so I am not surprised that he is already this proficient. Niji nodded in understanding. There were prodigies born to clans who had a great understanding of their clan techniques, he was one himself. It seemed that Naruto was one as well. That's fine, but how is he doing that? Don't we need ink and tags to apply seals? Shikamaru asked with curiosity. Don't ask me, Tenten is the Kenjutsu expert here. The only other one is the one using that technique. Sakura huffed in annoyance. The Uzumaki clan was always able to project seals using their own chakra. You can call it a pseudo-bloodline. They have done it for so long that the unique chakra signature of the clan had changed in its properties to allow such a thing. I know that it can be taught, but not to the level young Naruto-kun is doing. Jiraiya-sama can carve seals with chakra alone. Nidaime-sama and Yondaime-sama could apply a seal with just a touch. The group turned to see an old woman as the speaker. Seeing the inquiring looks from the youngsters, the woman chuckled and said, the name Hanako. I was a Junin that served under Nidaime-sama during the start of the Second War and under Sandaime-sama under the Third. I was fortunate enough to see both Nidaime-sama and Yondaime-sama in combat personally. I also had the honor to see the Uzumaki clan in action. Some of the sealing masters could take down rampaging Bij by manifesting chains out of their own chakra and using it as a medium to use their Kenjutsu. However, Naruto-kun has taken it to a completely different level. How he is doing it without keeping a constant connection to the chakra, I do not know. So such levels of Kenjutsu were common among the Uzumaki clan? Sasuke asked with interest. He had read that the Uzumaki was considered a clan at the same level as his own, the Uchiha, now he was realizing why. Hanako nodded, that's right, though they also have a strong life force, allowing members of the clan and their descendants to live for much longer than average, while having huge reserves of chakra and a strong healing factor. Lido Guy has fainted and with that, the evaluation spar is over. Shmsha, Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya's voice filled the stadium, drawing everyone's attention back to the field. Sakura did not wait any longer and jumped over the barrier and onto the field, Team 9 following in her wake. As they reached down Guy, they could see a small amount of blood seeping from the man's nose and mouth. Sakura crouched down beside the drowned man, her palms glowing with green Urim chakra. Before she could even place her hand on the unconscious man, Naruto placed his palm on Guy's chest, causing the bubbling chakra cloak to form around him. The cloak glowed golden for a few moments before being absorbed into Guy right before the man coughed and sat up. Lie back down, Guy-sensei, I need to check you. Sakura ordered as Lee and Tenten forced the man back down. Sakura scanned Guy with her for a few moments before sighing in relief. You are good to go, Guy-sensei. When Lee said that you would end up hospitalized, I was quite worried, but it seems that Naruto has decided that I wasn't a good enough medic, so he created a powerful healing technique. Sakura said with a smile. Of course I don't think that you are a worthless medic. I just wanted Guy-sensei back on his feet as soon as possible, so I channeled Yang Chakra into him to speed up the process, just as Kurama does when I am injured. Naruto exclaimed. I was joking about Naruto, I already realized what you were doing, besides I doubt anyone other than you or a fellow Jinchuriki could do that, though I doubt that anyone other than you would be able to purify Bij Chakra enough to make it effective. Naruto nodded in appreciation. You can get up at Guy-sensei, but make sure to rest for a couple of days. Yosh, your springtime of youth is blooming with beautiful flowers, being willing enough to heal your opponent when it is not your job is truly youthful. May the heart of yours never be tainted with unyouthfulness, Naruto-kun, Guy said with a smile as he stood up. And Sakura-chan, I will take your recommendation with humble acceptance. Sakura nodded with satisfaction before turning to Naruto only to see a horse mask Anbu talking with her teammate. Naruto-sama, Hokage-sama wishes to speak with you and your team right after Kakashi-senpai is given the clean bill of health. Naruto nodded to the Anbu, causing the man to bow before vanishing in a puff of smoke. You heard him, right? Sakura sighed before nodding, yeah I heard. What do you think this is about? Calling you, I would understand, but the whole team? I don't know, but we will find out soon anyway. Naruto said as he pointed towards the approaching Kakashi and Sasuke. Chapter 6: A Step Towards the Future. Kakashi and Sasuke were sitting on the porch of Naruto's house looking at the koi pond while waiting for their blonde-haired teammate to get ready for the party the Fire Daimon and the Hokage were jointly hosting. Sakura had already entered the house to make sure that Naruto did not try to wear something inappropriate. Sasuke was wearing a formal navy kimono with the Uchiha crest proudly displayed on his back. Around the kimono sleeves, embroideries of golden flames were glowing in the fading light of the sun. Beside him, Kakashi was wearing a formal variant of his ninja uniform. Over the uniform, he wore a grey haori with the Hada clan crest embroidered on the back. "Kakashi, may I ask you a question?" Sasuke asked with curiosity. Kakashi stared at his student with his single eye before nodding. "Sure thing Sasuke, what do you want to know? Did all of you really give it your all, or was it planned to show Naruto as one of the most powerful shinobi of the village?" Kakashi hummed off a few moments before saying, Kurenai, Anko, Nico, and Tora underestimated him, so was unable to fully showcase their abilities against him, with Tora showing about 70% of their abilities. Only Guy and I gave it our all that would not have ended up with us dead in the end. Even then, Naruto easily defeated us with ease. I will bet my Icha collection that we did not even phase him. In fact, I doubt that Naruto even showed a quarter of his true abilities. Then there was his speed. It reminded me of Minato-sensei and his Hiraishin, just but without the seals. I cannot even fathom how much more powerful he will become by the time the Chunin exams come by in 6 months. I see. He really is at a level that is unreachable by most shinobi, isn't he? Sasuke stated with sadness. My summons has said that even in the summons world, he is an interesting subject. From what Pakken said, Gamamaru-sama, Lil Gama Sennin said, Naruto is more talented than the Rikidam Sennin was, and he is progressing at a level that makes us prodigies look like toddlers. From what I can see, Naruto learns by doing something, not by reading about it like us. Then again, it may have been a ruse to hide his abilities. Remember this Sasuke, while Naruto's strength seems unattainable and to a certain degree, it is, but he reached this height by himself, just as Sakura has. You and I have a lot of hard work to be able to keep up with him. If we do this right, our team may become the next standard for teams, just as the Ino-Shikacho formation and the Sannin were before Orochimaru betrayed us. I understand what you mean Kakashi. We should not ignore any advice Naruto gives us. Without even trying, he helped me activate the Sharingan in a single training session, then helped me master the tree walking exercise and the water walking exercise in the minimum amount of time. If this keeps up long enough we may have to start calling him Naruto-sensei. Sasuke said with a small chuckle, causing Kakashi to look at the former Avenger in shock. Before Kakashi could say anything, the duo heard the sound of a shoji door sliding open. They turned around and saw Sakura walking out in her crimson-red kimono with Sakura petal embroidery done in silver thread. A simple hair clip made of blue crystal held her bangs away from her face. Surprisingly, unlike they expected, Sakura had only minor makeup applied to her face. Her lips painted a pale pink. Following her was Naruto wearing the white kimono he wore when his heritage was revealed. Shouldn't you wear something else like Naruto? In high society, wearing the same formal clothes does not look good. Kakashi said, getting a surprised look from Sasuke. First sensei, I was an orphan with no one to teach me that. Second, I do not have any other formal clothing that will fit me. Finally, this was commissioned by my mother, so it has some sentimental value added to it. Naruto stated in a matter-of-fact tone causing Kakashi to nod in realization. What do you mean you don't have any other formal clothes? As a clan heir, you will need much more formal clothing, especially since the Uzumaki are a royal clan. I learned about my heritage just recently, officially. Besides, I have been busy studying my clan history and developing the new style of manipulating the elements. I did not have enough time to go shopping. In addition, until now, most of the shops had denied me access before. I do not know if they will allow it now and if I will even shop in those shops. Either all my previous clothes were gifted to me, picked up from dumpsters, or I was overcharged. I was unable to buy food as well. Some were kind enough to throw me some leftovers in the Ichiraku, who always welcomed me in their shop. Therefore, you tell me, do you think I grew up thinking different outfits were a necessity? Naruto stated to Sasuke and Sakura's surprise. Kakashi looked down at the confirmation of his suspicions. Then why do you want to even protect the people who have treated you like this? Why not take revenge? Sasuke said with anger. You have the Kyuubi's power and your own. I am sure that you can easily erase Konoha from the surface of the world. Revenge isn't everything. Yes, I can take revenge, but what would happen after that? It would leave me hollow and fill the world with more hatred. In addition, I do not want to become like them. Hate them for hating what they do not understand. It is in human nature to hate that we do not understand. Now let us leave the past in the past. We should think about the future and live in the present. Team 7 was walking down the road towards the Hokage mansion when Team 8, Team 9, and Team 10 met up with them. Each of them was wearing formal clothing. The sensei of each of the teams was wearing formal uniforms with Asuma wearing a medallion with the Fire Daemon's crest engraved on it. Beside him, Kurenai was wearing a blood-red short kimono with a large sakura tree embroidered on it. I was Guy, wearing a formal variant of his usual spandex uniform with the addition of his Jimnin vest and a blue haori with the kanji for beast embroidered on the back. Teammate was dressed in formal kimonos that were common in their clans. Hinata was wearing an ornate sky blue kimono that was similar to the robes Naruto had seen Hiashi wear in the council meeting, only designed for a female. Beside her, Shino was wearing a high-collared forest green kimono that hid his face, his eyes hidden behind his sunglasses. Kiba was wearing a brown and silver kimono that showed off a portion of his chest. From Team 9, Lee copied Guy with his haori holding the kanji for beast in training. Tenten was wearing a white kippah with a black dragon motif. Her hair pulled up in her usual buns. Beside her, Niji was wearing a more ornate version of his usual robes. From Team 10, Shikamaru was complaining about wearing the black and grey formal kimono his mother had forced him to wear. Beside him, Chimjai was munching on a bag of chips wearing a formal version of his usual uniform. Finally, Ino was wearing a dark purple kimono with a lot of makeup on her face and her platinum blonde hair in a high ponytail. "Hey everyone." Naruto called out the attention of the other teams. After greeting each other, Ino asked the question floating around most of the Genin's minds. Why were we invited to this banquet? Nearly everyone shrugged, showing that none of them knew the reason. For some reason, Ino saw Team 7 and the rest of the Genin sensei not reacting to her question. "Asuma sensei, you know something, right? It should be obvious, Ino. Most of you are heirs members of prominent clans. Then there are Tenten, Sakura and Lee. Each of them are showing potential that is rare even among prominent ninja clans with Tenten's marksmanship, Sakura's position as the youngest fully certified combat Irinin, and Lee's mastery of Taijutsu that allowed him to pass the academy even though he can't use chakra externally. These qualities always draw the attention of the nobles." Asuma said before Kurenai interrupted. "You are the ones they will hire in the future. Your skills and your behavior are what they will be looking at. Know this. You are representing Konoha as a whole, not just your clans and families, so we expect all of you to be on your best behavior. Besides, the Hokage and the Fire Daimon, as a thank you to the foreign dignitaries for coming this far, just to view a short half-an-hour evaluation, arranged this banquet and so that they could personally meet Naruto." Sasuke said, getting surprised looks from the rest of the Genin. "What do you mean to meet Naruto? Then why were we invited?" Kiba questioned with confusion. "And how would you know that Uchiha-san?" Looking at Shino, Sasuke smirked. "That's because Team 7 was there when the Hokage and the Fire Daimon told Naruto about the banquet and his position as guest of honor. Naruto asked permission for the most prominent genin for his generation to attend as his guests. That is why we are here. Team 7, 8 and 10 are the only ones that passed the genin test this year. Team 9 is the only surviving team to pass last year. The rest lost members and reassigned to reserves or to other departments," Sakura said, getting a glare from Sasuke. "Did you have to ruin my fun? I was waiting for the dog's breath to crack. This is neither the place nor the time for petty rivalry." Sakura snapped, getting surprised looks from her fellow genin. Looking around, they saw that Sakura was right. They were already close to the Hokage mansion, along with many civilians staring at them with scrutinizing gazes. Wrong behavior would bring shame to their clans. As they approached the gates, a bald man with a severe face and wearing white and black robes with a sash similar to Asuma's. "Asuma, my friend, it has been too long." "But it has, Shiriku, are you here to greet the guests?" Asuma asked with a smile. "Not exactly, that's what young Shurin is here for," the man named Shiriku said as he pointed to a young monk standing beside him. "I was asked by Hideyoshi-sama to await young Naruto-sama's arrival. It has come to his attention that not only is Naruto-sama the last known Uzumaki, he is also the grandson of the Uzumaki Hikaru-sama, the third Uzukage, and the last daimon of Uzu no Kuni. He wanted me to ask you, Naruto-sama, will you be averse to releasing that information to the rest of the daimon? He has been administering Uzu as your mother requested when he asked her. Now he asks you the same." Naruto looked startled at that revelation, while the others looked at the blonde Jinchuriki with disbelief. Naruto looked at Sakura, hoping she could give him some advice. "Don't look at me. This is something you need to figure out yourself and right now." "Is he planning to announce that right away if I agree?" Chiriku nodded with an understanding smile. "That's what he hopes, but he will understand if you want some more time to make a decision." Naruto was about to ask for more time when Kurama finally spoke up. "Allow it to Naruto on the condition that until you retire from your ninja career, the Fire Daimon keeps administering Uzu no Kuni as your proxy while sending you monthly reports. It will allow you to grow into the position while still allowing you to prepare for the future." Naruto nodded before saying, "I don't have a problem with my heritage being revealed, but I would ask that Hideyoshi-sama still serves as my proxy until I retire from being a ninja." Chiriku nodded before turning to the rest of the group. "Now before we enter, can I please get all of your names and team affiliations?" we need to announce your entries. Each entry will be team-wise with sensei followed by students, with the exception of Naruto-sama, who will be announced first with his team following him. Chiriku said before noting down the name and team affiliations of everyone. Naruto-san is an exceptional shinobi Hokage dono. You should be proud of him. I just wish that my own Jinchuriki Gaara would have even a tenth of his abilities. Rasa failed in his creation. The Wind Daemon said to Hiruzen. Beside him, Rasa clenched his fists in anger. I am sure that with proper training, even young Gaara would be able to easily control his Bijk's powers. Though from what Naruto-kun had said, Kikbi always calls Shukaku an empty-headed sand rat. So we can conclude that the only way for young Gaara to be able to use Shukaku's power to the fullest is to suppress his will, Yoshihiro Dono. Hiruzen said with a reassuring smile. From what Jayuki has said to my brother, Shukaku has intelligence, but he is uncooperative at the best of times. Young Gaara would have a hard time coming to a compromise with the Ichibi. Besides, suppressing the will of a Bijk is nearly impossible unless one has a pure heart. Said with a grim expression. A silence filled their side of the chamber when the River Daemon approached the group. I have heard rumors that Uzumaki Naruto is the grandson of the last Uzu Daemon. Is that true? The Fire Daemon was about to answer when Chiriku started announcing the entrance of new guests. Announcing Uzumaki Naruto-sama, the present head of the Uzumaki clan, the 16th Uzu Daemon and genin member of Konoha's Team 7 with his guests, Hada Kakashi, the present head of the Hada clan, and Junin Sensei to Konoha's Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, the present head of the Uchiha clan, and genin member of Team 7. And finally Haruno Sakura, the final genin member of Team 7 and the youngest fully certified combat Irinen. Following the announcement, Naruto entered the room with his head held high, with Kakashi following behind him, with the rest of his teammates following behind Kakashi, with heads held high. Announcing Mido Gai, Junin Sensei of Konoha's Team 9 and master of the Genkentojutsu style with his genin, Higurashi Tenten, the upcoming weapon mistress of Konoha, Rock Lee, apprentice to Mido Gai, and Haika Niji, member of the prestigious Haika clan. Team 9 entered following the announcement. Gai and Lee entered with excitement, while Tenten gave off nervous vibes. Niji, on the other hand, was completely stoic. Announcing Ikki Kurenai, Junin Sensei of Konoha's Team 8 and Jinjutsu mistress of Konoha with her genin, Haika Hinata, heir presumptive of the prestigious Haika clan, Aburam Shino, heir apparent of the Aburam clan, and Inyazuka Kiba, secondary heir to the Inyazuka clan. Team 8 entered with Kurenai calmly walking into the room, though some could see the tension of her back. Hinata was similar to her sensei, adopting a stern expression though small uncertainty could be seen in her eyes. Shino was stoic as ever, while Kiba entered with an excited expression. Announcing Saratobi Asuma, Junin Sensei of Konoha's Team 10, former member of the 12 Ninja Guardians and heir apparent of the Saratobi clan, with his genin, Yamanka Ino, heir apparent of the Amanaka clan, Akimichi Chimjai, heir apparent of the Akimichi clan, and Nara Shikamaru, heir apparent of the Nara clan. Team 10 walked in with heads held high following their sensei's example, though Naruto could swear that Shikamaru was muttering about the whole thing being troublesome. Ah, the guest of honor and his guests have arrived. Hideyoshi, the Fire Daemon said, quickly detaching himself from the group of Kage and Daemon that surrounded him and approaching Naruto. Naruto Dono, I am happy that you have agreed to accept your rightful place on the throne, though I must confess, how are you planning to be both a ninja of Konoha and administer Yuzu? While under us and our honored father's administration, we have helped the refugees rebuild the country which now thrives once again. You and your honored father have our gratitude for all the help you have given us and our country Hideyoshi Dono, but may I request that you keep administering Yuzu until I retire from my ninja career, or at least until I have been able to finish the Katsueki Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto said with a presence of authority that isn't normally seen in someone so young. When did Naruto learn to talk noblish? Kiba asked the rest of the genin when Sakura giggled and replied, it's noblesse, and I have no idea, but he is doing quite well. Maybe it's because of his blood. He is of royal descent after all. Sasuke said with a grin. I am actually afraid of what he would have already become if he had the proper training from birth. All the gathered genin, their sensei, and the nearby clan heads shivered at the thought. All of them agreed that any political enemy of the boy would be dead before anyone even realized what had happened. Forgive me for interrupting Hideyoshi Dono, but what do you mean by Katsueki Bunshin no Jutsu Naruto-kun? You haven't been experimenting with Kinjutsu, have you? Any kind of blood clone would require too much blood to be of viable use. All research into blood clones was dropped when the ninja sage Naboru died from blood loss 300 years ago. Mother and father had already done most of the research. I just have to finish it. When I am done, it would only need about half a pint of blood to do it, Naruto said, causing all the ninjas' faces to pale in realization. Even if you succeed, I would like to tell you that your Katsueki Bunshin would be marked Kinjutsu. Come to me as soon as you succeed and make sure to not teach it to someone else unless I allow it. Hiruzen started with a stern expression only for Naruto to shake his head. Sorry, I can't do that. My Kitsueki Bunshin is a derivative of the Kage Bunshin, but I plan on declaring it clan jutsu. Besides, it requires approximately twice as much chakra as the Kage Bunshin, so anyone outside my clan would die out of chakra exhaustion anyway. Declaring it clan jutsu would also keep it away from unsavory kinds of people like that bandaged old man. Hiruzen looked surprised but nodded in agreement. I can't stop you from declaring it a clan jutsu, but make sure to not teach it to someone unworthy. If it has the properties of the Kage Bunshin with the proposed properties of the blood clones. I don't want to think what it could do in the hands of the unworthy. I agree with Hokage Dono, Naruto Dono. Such techniques should be taught and used as sparingly as possible. Said with a stern expression. Naruto nodded in agreement before he was pulled into a conversation with the Wind Daemon. Over the next 3 hours, Naruto walked about greeting Daemon and representatives of the different countries Hiruzen had invited to watch Naruto's evaluation. From time to time, Naruto could be seen talking with his fellow genin and their Jonin sensei before returning to socialize with the nobility and their representatives. Near the end of the night, the Hokage and Mizuki approached Naruto as he was speaking with a daemon. Pardon us Tsuki Kakeru Dono, but may we steal Naruto Dono away for a moment? Tsuki Kakeru, the daemon of Tsuki no Kuni, was an elderly man nearing his 60s who looked up at the two Kage with a suspicious gaze. After a couple of moments of silent contemplation, the man turned back to Naruto. Then I shall take my leave Naruto Dono. Please give consideration to my proposal and if you are ever in my country, feel free to call me. Your grandfather was a good friend of my father's. It is always a pleasure to host in Uzumaki. All of your clan had a way of brightening up the people they are around. It was an honor to meet you Kakeru Dono. I promise to call on you if I am in Tsuki and I will put considerable consideration to your proposal. Naruto said with a respectful bow, a bow that Kakeru returned before leaving. Naruto Dono, I must congratulate you on mastering the power of the Kikbi-en at such a young age. Said getting a nod from Naruto. But I must confess that I wonder how you achieved that feat at such a young age. I must agree with Dono. It truly is an amazing feat. I just wish my own Jinchuriki, Gaara would be able to achieve a similar feat. It is disappointing that he can't even master the power of the Ichibi when someone his age has already mastered the power of the Kikbi. Naruto and frowned at Rasa's statement before replied, isn't young Gaara your youngest son? Rasa nodded with an emotionless face. That's right. I didn't expect him to be such a disappointment. It's too bad. He is an exemplary shinobi, but he easily succumbs to Shukaku's will. He is a liability to the village. Maybe the seal is not stable enough. Naruto stated getting an annoyed look from Rasa and an understanding look from. You think the mind separation component is not working, right? That's right, Hokage Dono. Either that or Gaara has himself damaged the separation component. My seal though is different now. Previously, it used to keep me and Kurama completely separate, only letting a sliver of his power through. Higher amounts would have corroded the Haki no Fukin Shiki. When I befriended the fox and helped him overcome his hatred for humans, the seal changed into Tori's seal. It allows us to easily synchronize our chakra without restraint. Our trust in each other is the strength of the seal. If required, I can restrain Kurama and separate his chakra away from him but lose access to Bijchem MDM. That is quite fascinating Naruto Dono. It seems that you and my brother are very similar. I just wish Yujito would stop complaining about Matatabi's quirks and build a better friendship with her. Now may I ask how you shared Bij chakra? Asked with curiosity, beside him Rasa silently seethed at being ignored by the two. That depends on the Jinchuriki. If they can truly understand the nature of their Bij, themselves and their merged chakra, they can easily share it with others. Is that all Hokage Dono? Naruto asked with a grin. Looked surprised but nodded in respect. He could appreciate the subtle way Naruto declared the end of that line of questioning. Now Naruto Dono, you said something about Gaara himself damaging the separation component. Why would you think of something like that? I doubt Gaara is badly treated, I mean he is the son of their Yondaime Kazekage and a jailer of the Ichibi. He deserves respect for both his lineage and his burden. Said with a mocking grin directed at Rasa. Are you insinuating that I encourage the mistreatment of Gaara? Rasa said with a cold voice causing to shake his head, his mocking grin not fading. I would say that probably the separation component has been faulty from the start, though I may be wrong. I would say only a level 8 and above seal master would be able to correct the seal, what I suspect is true. Naruto said, causing Rasa's attention to shift to the young Jinchuriki. Are you insinuating that my seal master has botched the job? I would like you to know that Elder Chio is the finest seal master in all of Suna. Rasa gritted out in anger. I never meant any insult, but a seal designed to hold a Bijkin a Jinchuriki is far more complex than one that holds a lower Bijkin an inanimate object. I am only saying that we are human after all. We all make mistakes. Naruto started, causing Rasa to stiffly nod before storming away. He doesn't take too well to criticism, does he, even if it is well hidden? Naruto asked with a small grin, causing the Hokage to nod in agreement. Anyway, Naruto Dono, I wish to hear your views on the political climate that permeates the nations at this current time. Naruto appeared thoughtful for a few moments, but the far-off look in his eyes gave a minor hint that he was speaking with the Kyuubi. Nodding to himself, Naruto stated, the present climate that gives off the illusion of peace is quite loathsome. While an uneasy peace does exist, it is easily broken by the smallest of conflicts. And with each such infraction, we just create more hatred in the world, allowing the cycle of hatred to keep running. I believe that the only way we can achieve true peace is through complete understanding. We have the foundations, we just need to build upon it to achieve that peace. Some of the militant ideals, like the ones that lead to Gaara being cursed to become a Jinchuriki, need to go, while better ideals need to be introduced. If we all are able to forget past grudges and live in the present, I believe that we can easily achieve a steady peace. So to tell the truth, while I barely like the uneasy peace, I would love the peace I just described. Nodded in respect and understanding. I agree with you to a certain degree, but I doubt we could forget past grudges so easily. It will be up to the next generation, particularly your own, to build that peace on the foundations that today's uneasy peace provides. I agree with Dono, Naruto-kun. We will try and make the foundations as stable as possible. It will be up to your generation to build the everlasting peace that you wish. Hiruzen said as he came to stand behind Naruto, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Now Dono, I believe it is time that we all prepare to leave. It is already quite late into the night and many of us need to prepare for long journeys or, in some of our cases, neglected paperwork. Of course, Hokage Dono, good night, and to you as well, Naruto Dono. Stated as he walked away from the duo. Hiruzen silently motioned for Naruto to follow him. After walking to a quiet corner, Hiruzen turned to Naruto with a proud smile on his face. I have been observing you throughout the night, Naruto-kun, and I must admit that you have caught everyone by surprise. Many here expected you to be a gullible, boasting rookie, not the humble but powerful young man you proved yourself to be. When my fellow Kage came to speak with you, I was about to intervene, but Jiraiya stopped me. I was angry at him at first, but by the way you handled them, I can already see you as a monster of a Kage, in both power and political acumen. Jiraiya was right to trust you, I am ashamed to admit that I didn't. I think that with a couple of years of experience, you would easily be able to become the goddamn Hokage. Thanks for your confidence, Jiji. I will strive to achieve your expectations. Naruto started with a formal bow. Hiruzen bowed in return before grinning, now are you ready for your speech? What? What speech? Naruto asked in panic until Hiruzen started chuckling. Naruto looked confused before realizing that Hiruzen's hand just pranked him. With a flat tone, Naruto stated, beware Jiji, I will get you back for this prank. Hiruzen felt a shiver run down his spine. He had forgotten for a moment who he was talking to. Now he would have to keep looking over his back for Naruto's retaliation. Faking a cough, Hiruzen stated, just as well, you should gather up your friends and head home for the night. All of you have missions and training in the morning. Naruto nodded with a foxy grin before rushing to gather his friends. You do know that you are a dead man walking, right Hiruzen? Hiruzen turned his head to see his old teammate, Kaharu, standing beside him. With a sigh, Hiruzen replied, I realized it right after Naruto-kun stated his desire for revenge. I should have kept my childish urge in control. Watch your back, Hiruzen. I will inform Himura and Danzo to stay far away from you until Naruto is satisfied. Kaharu started with a grin before leaving the old cage to wallow in self-pity. Team 7 and their sensei were walking towards the Hokage tower, wondering why they were suddenly called during their scheduled training session. They were working on some team formations when Bor the Anbu suddenly appeared in the middle of training ground 7 with a scroll from the Hokage. The surprising thing was that the scroll had only a single line in it. Team 7, you are hereby summoned to the council chambers immediately, by orders of the Hokage. What did you do now, Baka? Sakura had asked as soon as Kakashi had finished reading the scroll. I swear I haven't done anything yet. Sakura, I know how this looks, but the message called all of us. It didn't specifically single out Naruto. So it is prudent of us to assume that we are being called in for a special mission. It does happen to experienced teams, though it is rare for freshly minted genin being assigned such missions. Then again, looking at the current strength of our team, we already surpass the strength of most experienced genin teams past, present and future. Kakashi said, not taking his eyes off his copy of the Icha Icha. It can also be a diplomatic mission. Naruto is a daimon and the face of Konoha. Sending him on diplomatic missions is very likely, Sasuke said with a frown. What I am confused about is our whole team being called in. Usually only the representative is called along with the team meant to escort him or her. Maybe, we are being assigned as the escort while Naruto is the ambassador. Sakura said, causing Naruto to suddenly stop with a nervous expression on his face. Seeing the expression, Kakashi and Sasuke chuckled. Are you afraid for such a simple mission when you can take down a team of elite Genin, a rookie Genin, a Takebetsu Genin who is known to be strong enough to easily rival some of our elite Genin and 2 elite Anbu? Sasuke asked with a smirk causing Naruto to growl. Who wants to spend hours discussing treaties when I can be out there taking down enemies of Konoha, protecting innocents and training? Naruto exclaimed as they reached the Hokage tower. Now, Naruto. There is no need to be irritable. We all get diplomatic missions from time to time. With you being the face of Konoha, you will now be taking the brunt of the major ones. Kakashi smirked in amusement as Naruto started cursing. Beside him, Sasuke and Sakura were chuckling and giggling respectively. As Team 7 reached the council chambers, Naruto still cursing under his breath, Kakashi offered the scroll to the Anbu guarding the entrance. After the Anbu read the message before nodding to Team 7. The Anbu slotted the scroll into the door frame behind him. The door glowed green before a click was heard before the doors swung open. Please enter now before the door closes again. Team 7 nodded to the Anbu as they entered the room. Naruto has adopted a mask of calm. Team 7 welcome. You all must be wondering why you have been summoned here. Well, it doesn't matter. You will be informed of the reason soon. Team 7 looked up at the raised seat to their left in surprise. Though everyone knew of the seats reserved for the daimon and his advisors, no one expected the daimon to be present at a council meeting that didn't deal with war. Good morning Hideyoshi Dono. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Naruto said with a formal bow. No need to bow Naruto-kun and no need for formalities outside a gathering of daimon and their representatives. Now come and sit beside me. It is the least honor I can accolade you as an allied daimon. Hideyoshi said, causing the civilian councillors to start whispering amongst themselves. Some of them wear pallid expressions. Hiruzen, after this, you must sanction the Uzumaki seat to be on my side and at the same level and with the same number of advisor seats. As you wish Hideyoshi-sama. Hiruzen said as he stood up and bowed. At the same time, Naruto walked up the steps to the unoccupied seat beside the fire daimon. But now to the reason for the summoning. Naruto-kun, you asked me to be your proxy till you have grown accustomed to your newly revealed station. As I said, I am honored to accept. My advisor, Old Cheng, has already compiled all the scrolls and documents pertaining to Yuzu. At the end of the meeting, he will personally accompany you to your home and help you understand all of it. At the end of every month from now on, Cheng will come to Konoha and hand over the new month's documents, which is unless you are occupied with a long-term mission. In such a case, it will be handed over to the current Hokage. I understand and accept Hideyoshi Jai-chan. Naruto started with a small bow of his head. Hideyoshi smiled at Naruto before continuing, now as your stature as an unattached daimon of young age, you will be sent many marriage contracts with some daimon and nobles, trying to get you to verbally agree to such a proposal. I advise you not to commit yourself to any such arrangement, all the while gracefully and politely decline or redirect the talks, unless you are interested. Naruto nodded his head in understanding while sweat dropping in realization of what he had promised Shion in the future that no longer exists. Now as the last known male member of the royal line of the Uzumaki, you are already considered the clan head and daimon of Yuzu. That you already know. Now what you don't know is that a law was passed by the 23rd gathering of daimon some 400 years ago that states that the male heir of a royal or noble clan are required to have multiple spouses to repopulate their clan if the clan is nearly extinct. All the ninja village has a similar law that applies to their ninja clans. Both of them are called the Clan Restoration Act. The difference between the laws is that the daemon's version requires the target to marry multiple spouses without any choice in taking only a single spouse. The shinobi version, the target has the choice to only take a single spouse. Interestingly, you are applicable for both laws with the daemon version taking precedence over the shinobi version. Naruto nodded with an eerily calm expression gracing his face. So I have no choice in whether I take a single spouse or multiple. No you don't, though you have a choice in who will be your spouse. There is no limit to the number of spouses, but the minimum is 3. Now I hope that you are wise in choosing. As a daimon, you have a duty to your people. Marrying the wrong woman may cause political instability. Marriage with us royals isn't always about love, we marry out of duty and political advantages as well. Many will send their daughters after you due to the promise of power a marriage to your family will grant them. Hideyoshi said, looking at the civilian council. I see, thank you for your warning. I will endeavor to keep on my guard. I would expect no less of you Naruto-kun. Now I must say that I was even surprised when I received multiple contracts from the minor daemon pertaining to you, as your proxy. All of them are with Cheng. He will show you all the ins and outs of the contracts. You must pay attention to the minor details that are usually hidden within the flowery language used in such contracts. Again, Cheng will be able to help you. I also advise you to seek out trustworthy people to act as your advisors. They can be shinobi, samurai, monks or civilians. It all depends on you. In fact, Cheng was a samurai before he became my advisor. Now on to other things. Normally you wouldn't be able to become a clan head until you become a chunin, but I think it prudent that you and young Uchiha Sasuke become clan heads, as you two are the last loyal members of your clans. Excuse me Daimon-sama, but may I decline in taking my position as clan head until a time in the future when I am much more experienced and comfortable with my skills before taking up such responsibility. Sasuke said, getting a gasp from the civilian council. The daimon stared at Sasuke with a blank look causing the boy to squirm. After a couple of minutes of silence, Hideyoshi hummed as he replied, "You are wiser than your age portrays." Most would have accepted the rank without thinking of the responsibilities that come with it. I will accept your reasoning, but know this, as soon as you feel ready, you may take up your position as clan head of the Uchiha, even if you are not a chunin. Too long has the Uchiha and Senju clans been unrepresented. Hiruzen, I also order you to call in Tonati so that she may be of use to Konoha again. As you wish Daimon-sama. Now, Hada Kakashi. Yes Daimon-sama. Kakashi asked with a bit of nervousness seeping into his tone. You are not fulfilling your duty to your clan. The Hada clan has been citizens of Hai no Kuni since the founding of the country some 900 years ago. Your clan has been retainers of my family and you have served us well. It is truly disheartening that the last heir would see his clan pass from living memory instead of making sure that there are members to carry on the grand legacy of their ancestors. All of your ancestors must be rolling over in their graves. Kakashi hung his head in shame but nodded in agreement that he was in fact disappointing his ancestors. I understand Daimon-sama. I will strive to better myself and make sure that my clan carries on. Now Haruno Sakura. I would like you to head a department I wish to personally fund. It shall deal with the training of competent Irinen so that every team shall at least have one capable of administering first aid on the field on fatal injuries so that the rest of the team has time to bring the fatally wounded member back for intensive care. I know that you are young, but your accomplishment in gaining full certification is enough for me to appoint you to such a position. You are welcome to keep doing missions with your team while leaving behind a suitable temporary head. Hiruzen makes sure that Team 7 doesn't get any mission that will keep them away from Konoha for more than 8 weeks. Hiruzen and Sakura nodded in agreement causing the daimon to smile at them. Then I believe that we are finished with the meeting. Now before we all leave to attend to our duties, I have something to say. Hideyoshi said as he looked around the room. Seeing everyone's attention on him, he continued, Naruto-kun has decided to become the face of Konoha and along with it the Yuzu daimon. That means that he is representing 2 countries. As we all know, Yuzu is still feared for their genjutsu skills. Now Konoha must bow to the image Naruto-kun is portraying. We all must do our part. The shinobi forces must grow stronger, both individually and as teams. There are many who fail the genin test. Those who have adequate qualities, don't throw them away, send them for specialized training. Sakura-chan, I advise that you look for candidates for your department from that pool, along with the existing genin and academy students. The civilians should leave their greedy nature behind or be executed for treason. What do you mean Daimon-sama? A fat man from the civilian council asked with confusion. Hideyoshi nodded to the advisor sitting behind him. The old woman nodded as she took out a bundle of scrolls and started reading. 500,000 ryo diverted from the annual fund sent for infrastructure development to the personal coffers of Councillor Tanaka and Councillor Hitomi. 1 million ryo diverted from the annual funds allocated to the betterment of the Shinobi Academy to the coffers of Councillor Jimu. 750,000 ryo diverted from the annual royal donations to the orphanages in Konoha to the coffers of Councillors Hitomi, Hakuto and Takabashi. Should I continue Daimon-sama, the rest are all permutations of the councillors already stated. No thank you, have Chiriku go ahead and reclaim the stolen money, along with 20% interest per annum. The traitors will be executed if they protest. Hiruzen, it seems that you have become a bit soft in your old age. You can do what you want with these 5 traitors any way you wish. I give them to you. Make sure to dissolve the present council and make note of the possible new members and send it to me. Naruto-kun, I would like a favor from you. How may I be of service to Jai-chan? I would like you to look over any propositions the new civilian council hands to Hiruzen so that he doesn't have to waste time in looking over unnecessary ones. It will also be good practice for the future when you take full control of Yuzu. As you wish Jai-chan. Also, I would like you to spend a few hours of your free time to restructure the academy curriculum. Your training has borne fruit to amazing results. I hope that you will be able to devise one that will allow the future genin to be highly trained from the start instead of the useless soldiers the present curriculum produces. I was going to suggest some changes to Jiji already. Now I will make sure that the academy graduates will at least be low chunin level when they graduate. In fact, I was planning to help my classmates and a select few genin from last year to learn the ninshu I used during the test. That's a fine idea, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen and Hideyoshi exclaimed at the same time before Hideyoshi continued, if you think it is possible, why not add a few Jinin and Anbu to your plan? I was going to suggest that our Jinin and Anbu start training more anyway. After the test, I realized that while all of them are fine shinobi, they have all become complacent. My goal is to make sure that all of our shinobi reach their full potential. Many become lazy after reaching a certain level, which is most common among prodigies. Then there are those who aren't naturally talented but make do with intense training. With proper regimes, I am sure that Katetsu, Izumo and Iruka-sensei can easily become elite Jinin, though in cases of the two former, they have become lazy, while in the case of the latter, he has little time to do personal training with the amount of history he has to teach. If the academy was more practical-oriented, all the teachers could train right beside their students. It would motivate both the students and the teachers to do better. Then devise such a routine, Naruto-kun. I will make it so that all shinobi are required to compulsorily follow the routine as much as possible. Hiruzen started getting a nod from Naruto and the daimon. From the corner of his eye, Naruto caught the happy expression on Danzo's face. If you need help in devising the routines, I would like to offer my help. Though I was wondering if you could teach ninju to a young boy who is my ward. Young Sai has so much potential. Everyone looked at Danzo with skepticism. Naruto closed his eyes and activated his Senin MMDM before releasing it. Within that one moment, Danzo knew that Naruto wasn't trusting him as much as he would like. Then again, Naruto seems to have similar ideologies to himself, and he wouldn't trust Naruto much if their roles were reversed. Danzo saw Naruto open his eyes with a stern expression in them. I would gladly accept your help in devising the routines, and I will accept him, but make no mistake, if I find him lacking, I will forbid him from learning any more from me. Danzo nodded in agreement, he won't disappoint you, and I can assure you of that. He is one of the finest I have ever trained. Hiruzen and the rest of the Shinobi Council looked startled at the revelation. The only thing that was going through their collective minds was what game these two were playing against each other. That's good, but I must ask, is he a shinobi of Konoha or just an orphan you decided to favor? Sweat flowed down Danzo's neck at the question. He was an orphan that caught my attention. I decided to take him in and train him. Why isn't he a shinobi of Konoha yet, unless you think he is not ready yet for his duties? After all, if the roots aren't strong enough the whole tree suffers. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at Naruto's particular choice of words. At the same time a shiver ran down Danzo's spine as he looked at Naruto in shock. He understood the hidden meaning behind Naruto's words. I know that he is a member of your root forces and I will be keeping a close eye on you and your men. I was planning to introduce him to Hiruzen for induction into Konoha ranks in a couple of more years when I was sure that he was high chunin material. But if you won't train him until he is a Konoha shinobi, then I can have him inducted within the week. Naruto nodded in agreement, then I wanted his full file. His abilities, his heritage, his mentality, everything. Hiruzen saw Danzo give a nervous nod and realized what Naruto was doing. He was making sure that Danzo took him as a threat, but only if Danzo stood against Naruto's plans for the betterment of Konoha. Floating around the heads of the Shinobi Council was only a single thought, don't piss off Naruto. If he can make Danzo sweat, they don't want Naruto setting his sights on them. Now if all of you have finished, I think we should absolve this meeting before some other discussion comes up. I think that all of us would like lunch before heading back to our duties. Daimon said as he and his entourage stood up to leave. Following his example, the rest of them prepared to leave as well. As Team 7 walked out of the room, Naruto addressed Kakashi, "No Kakashi-sensei. I think it is time you throw away that perverted book and look for a bride before Daimon Jai-chan forces you to marry someone of his choice." Beside him Sakura started giggling, while Sasuke smirked. Kakashi grumbled out, "Mind your own business, you troublesome blonde. I am sure that Naruto can convince Daimon-sama to ban Icha from Konoha. Make sure to get a life before Naruto does that," Sasuke said with the smirk still present on his face. "Don't worry Kakashi-sensei, I am sure there is a perverted woman out there who likes Icha just like you," Sakura exclaimed with laughter. "Not very likely," Kakashi mumbled under his breath before disappearing in a shunshin. Chapter 7 Revelations. So this is the Uzumaki compound. I thought it would be more opulent, especially since they were a royal clan. Ino muttered, getting the attention of her teammates and sensei. Ad said that the Uzumaki never likes showing off. He said that Mito-sama was a great Kenjutsu mistress, but no one knew that until she helped Shodai-sama seal away the Bijk in their first Inchi-Kriki. After the fall of Yuzu, she helped restructure the protection seals on the outer walls and the creation of the detection barrier around Konoha. Most of them were far superior to the ones that were around Yuzu at the time of the fall, and let me tell you, each of the seals in Yuzu were a masterpiece beyond the understanding of most Uzumaki themselves. Asuma said, getting surprised looks from his genin. Why haven't we learned of them in history classes in the academy? Shikamaru asked with a frown. That's because the civilian council decided that suppressing the knowledge of the Uzumaki would prevent anyone from questioning their words about me. Team 10 looked ahead to see Naruto standing in front of them at the gates of the compound with a seal tag in his hand. Oh hello Naruto, what do you mean by that? Ino asked with curiosity as her team groaned in annoyance. Simple, because I am the Kikbijinch Kriki, they didn't want anyone to know the truth of the sealing arts. If everyone knew the extent of seals, then they would question if I was the fox or not. Then there was the jealousy many of the counselors had against my clan. Even if they never completely moved to Konoha, they were still founders and we have quite a lot of real estate here. Most of the ones who were against me had been trying to buy up the shops under Uzumaki ownership, like the Golden Leaf Hotel. They couldn't because a law states that if an heir of a probably extinct clan wasn't found within 16 years, all the real estate belonging to the clan would become state property, while the clan scrolls would be given to a ninja clan with the closest blood connection, in this case the Senju. If no blood connection was found, the clan scrolls would be put up to auction so that other clans could bid for them, while the forbidden techniques would be sealed in the cage vault, along with the heirlooms. That's one law I didn't know about, how did you come about it? Everyone turned to see Hiashi standing behind Naruto along with Inuyasukitsune and Aburame Shibi. It is an old law in existence since before the time of the village system. It was created under the command of the Council of Daemon to prevent unnecessary bloodshed during the Warring Clan period. I found out about it on the day after my evaluation. Advisor Cheng went over all the laws that are common among the nations and laws that particularly affect the citizens of Hai no Kuni and Yuzu no Kuni. The three clan heads nodded. All of them realized that after the creation of the villages, that law became a bit obscure. Hiashi looked at Naruto with an inscrutable expression as he asked, how has your real estate been managed this long, shouldn't they be in ruins? Luckily my father was an absolute genius with a proclivity for premonitions. He and mother hired an overseer to oversee all clan assets, along with my father's personal assets, which are now clan assets as well. He did a fine job as well. At the moment most of my assets are returning a high premium of 150% to 300% of the original investments. That's only the ones in Konoha. I still haven't the time to see the assets pertaining to Yuzu that Hideyoshi Jiji has been overseeing. He must be a genius in business strategy and investments, may I ask who he is? Shikaku asked as he walked up to the group loitering about the gate, along with Inoichi and Shimza. He will be here as well. He is the only person other than Jiraiya, Jiji, Hideyoshi Jiji, Sakura-chan and Konohamaru to have full access to my compound. All the elders present understood the underlying threat. None of them had gained his trust yet, not even his final teammate and sensei. Not that any of them could blame him. Anyway, you're the final lot to arrive, please put forward your right arms. I need to apply the key seal to allow you entrance into the compound. After everyone got their temporary keys into the compound, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke, to the surprise of the new arrivals. He was a bunshin. That's right Asuma, did you expect him to wait here for the late arrivals, leaving his other guests? It's not like he needed to be here, he didn't apply blood seals after all. Asuma said with a fanged grin. Besides, why were you late? Not taking after Kakashi are you, especially since he was the first of us to arrive. I thought that Naruto was pulling a prank on us. Asuma gave a nervous chuckle before saying, I heard Kakashi complain that Naruto threatened him with a month of non-stop pranks and a ban on Icha if he didn't get his act together. I am not surprised that he changed that easily. What does him being here have to do with blood seals and why are you making so much fuss about them? This seal doesn't look complicated. Ino asked with confusion. Kushina, his mother, was my friend. She helped put up some new protections around the Inyazuka clan compound. They were blood-based intruder detection seals connected to a large sealing array that engraved the blood connection of the intruder into a scroll placed in the array. If we check the scroll, the intruder's name would be found along with their blood relations. I don't know how, but the Uzumaki has some kind of master seal that has a record of all the clans present and past. She just modified a more complex version of the seal into a simple detection, one that our own seal masters could maintain. To apply blood seals, he would need to be present. Zoom said with a grin. So this one is a normal seal. No, it isn't young Yamanaka. It is more complex than any blood seal we know. I studied under Mito-sama in my youth. I had asked her about that seal. She had only smiled and said that it was far above what most Uzumaki can understand. When I asked why, she just said that she even has difficulty in understanding the seal. It was created by her grandfather during the Warring Clans period to protect the whole of Uzushio. How the alliance of Iwa, Kumo and Kiri got through, we may never know, but I expect that there may have been a traitor. The seal, if applied under force, would etch itself onto the target, but when the target would try to pass through the barrier, they would be shocked into incapacitation, their chakra bound, and finally their whole body would be placed in stasis. To simplify, the seal is semi-sentient. It reads the emotions of the applicant and applies the appropriate seals. If Naruto wanted to, he could have made it permanent instead of temporary. The permanent seals would have 10 triangles arranged around the spiral. None of ours have that. Thank you for the delightful lecture on the Uzumaki and their sealing abilities, along with Key Seal Elder Danzo. Don't mention Hiashi, it is good that the young ones are finally learning about Uzumaki. They truly were an amazing clan. It was a sad day when we heard about their demise. I was greatly angered when any mention of them was removed from the academy curriculum, even references to Mito-sama. The clan heads along with Asuma narrowed their eyes at the old warhawk. They couldn't see why he would be praising the Uzumaki when in the past he would be extremely against any foreign allies, always expecting a betrayal. Hello, if I may have all of your attention please. The voice of Hiruzen flooded the compound. The group hurried behind Danzo and appeared in the large back garden. The whole garden was filled with blooming flowers. Some of them were rare enough to even catch one's attention. On an ornate stage made of wood carved with seals stood the Hokage in his robes. It pleases me to no end to be able to introduce a new clan head. Normally the honor falls to the previous clan head and in his or her absence, the clan elders. On the other hand, it also saddens me that the clan head is the only surviving member of his family known to us. Please welcome the 17th head of the Uzumaki clan and the 15th daimon of Yuzu no Kuni, Uzumaki Naruto. The only son of our beloved Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, the daughter of the Sandaime Uzukage and the great-nephew of Senju Mito-sama. Hiruzen stated as Naruto walked onto the stage wearing his ninja uniform without his usual haori. Instead he was wearing a sleeveless white cloak with gold piping. A large red Uzumaki spiral was dyed into the back of the cloak. The inside was a royal purple with faint black seals drawn on the fabric. As Naruto took center stage, everyone became quiet. Along with the clan heads, village elders, Hokage, his friends, and the Anbu commander, some delegates of many of the minor daimon were present. Around the gardens, many shinobi from allied villages were also there. From Suna, an old lady was present talking with a middle-aged man bearing the crest of the Wind Daimon. Many civilian businessmen were also present. Finally Madame Shijimi was sitting beside a young brunette girl about 12 wearing an expensive red kimono with black sakura petals embroidered on it. In the young girl's arms was the dreaded cat, Tora. Naruto took a deep breath before starting to speak. I thank you for coming here today, as I officially take up my position as the 17th head of the Uzumaki clan and the 15th daimon. It is a day of both happiness and sadness to me. I am happy that I will be able to officially represent my ancestors. I am sad as none of them are alive to see me bring the Uzumaki back to prominence, though I believe that the dead are always looking out for us. I hope that my actions up until now have made them proud and my future actions will make them prouder still. An absolute silence filled the garden at that statement. After a couple of moments of silence, Naruto continued, everyone knows that the world is cruel. We humans have a habit of falling onto the path of darkness. Anger, revenge, grudge, jealousy and greed are some of the sins that plague us. We don't want to let the past lie in the past and drag ages-old grudges into the light of the present. I dearly hope that I never fall to the darkness as I once nearly did in the past. I hope to always keep on the brightened path that I now walk. The path I led the mighty Kikbi no Imkmontu. Hokage-sama tried to keep me from my heritage with the thought of protecting me from the cycle of hatred. He feared my parents' enemies would be after my head. If everyone walked on the brightened path, then we would not have to fear such attempts. Everyone nodded in agreement with Naruto's statement without even realizing. As I said, I don't plan on submerging myself into the sea of darkness that plagues the world. I realize that many of the neutral enemies of Konoha and her allies are now wary of me. I can say without a doubt that I won't take up arms against anyone for past offenses, but if any targets are precious to me, my village, my countries, my clan, my allies and allies of my countries, even the innocent, I will not hold back. This I promise to everyone as a shinobi of Konoha, as the head of the Uzumaki clan and the Yuzu daimon. As Naruto said that, everyone cheered, Sakura and Sasuke cheering the loudest. As the cheering came to an end, Naruto motioned for a man with long black hair held in a ponytail with a pair of katana and wakizashi strapped at his waist. He was wearing an expensive set of hakama and furisode that is common among samurai. Now I would like to introduce the chairman of the Naruto Banking Corporation, Hikifune Takajetsu-san. He is also my advisor on economic matters both related to the clan and Yuzu no Kuni as a whole. In my absence, he has graciously accepted to handle all civilian matters in relation to the clan. Naruto stated as the man bowed with a small smile on his face. Forgive me for my insolence, Naruto-sama, but why do you trust him to handle such delicate matters? Everyone turned to see one of the gathered businessmen was the speaker. The man was short for his age, but looked pleasant enough in demeanor. Naruto's eyes narrowed for a moment before a foxy grin lightened up his face. He is completely trustworthy. He did the same when my parents were alive and after their death as well. After all, without my input, the Uzumaki and Namika's finances would have been in ruins by now. It is only thanks to Takamatsu-san that they are still in good condition. In fact, it is in better condition than it was 16 years ago when he first took over from his predecessor. I have full confidence in him and his abilities in managing my civilian affairs. Thank you for the great honor, Naruto-sama. I am truly sorry that I didn't recognize you before the revelation. I could have at least helped you by giving you access to your trust fund account. That is alright, Takamatsu-san. As I said before, what is in the past, let it lie there. Now as this is a party, I will no longer keep you all from the festivities. Please enjoy. Naruto said with a bow before stepping down from the platform with Takagetsu. Did you know that Takagetsu-san was a retainer of the Uzumaki clan? Homura asked with confusion. No, I didn't. It seems that Minato and Kushina weren't as trusting of us as they portrayed themselves to be. Kaharu said with a frown. She couldn't think of a reason to cause such mistrust in them. It was the proper thing to do. You don't let financial information of your clan fall into enemy hands. Naruto is taking a great risk by introducing Takagetsu as his retainer for civilian and financial matters. You are right in that, Danzo, but also wrong. Takagetsu is probably the best protected civilian other than the daimon of the 5 major countries. No one wants their financial information to fall into enemy hands. The only one who would even dare to attack him would be Nukenin. Even the villages themselves hold accounts in the Naruto Banking Corporation. If one attacks him to get the information on a rival village, all the neutral villages, the daimon and the businessmen, would turn against the offending village. Naruto knows this. He is making a statement. He is challenging all of his enemies to ruin themselves by attacking Takagetsu. I didn't think of that, but what about Black Ops missions? The agents sent to get the information would be marked to Nukenin. A sacrifice for the greater good. It is something I would do. Homura, Kaharu and Hiruzen narrowed their eyes. That is possible, but the problem will still remain on how to use the gathered information without making it obvious of their ploy unless they plan to financially cripple Naruto. Homura mused with a concerned expression. There won't be any way to spin the tale without incriminating themselves, and no one wants to anger the collection of villages, the daimon and the businessmen. They would ruin themselves as well. Only the most diehard haters would even think of sacrificing their families and countries. Something even Inoki and Iwa aren't. Only danger is Orochimaru, but even he isn't stupid enough to get a larger target painted on his back. At this moment, only Konoha hunts him. If he moved against the largest banking corporation in the lands, he would instantly have all the villages, daimon and businessmen offer massive bounties on his head. You are right, Hiruzen, I am just clutching at straws. Naruto's presence is way too vital to Konoha. I am just overthinking things. Danzo said, getting nods from the rest of the elderly shinobi. This is an interesting revelation about Naruto Dono. I didn't realize that the Hikifune Takagetsu Dono was a retainer of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto turned around and grinned, neither did I know until he approached me the day after the revelation of my heritage. Until now, we have been using all the free time I have had to go through 12 years of financial and economic paperwork. Thankfully, Takagetsu-sen was given the authority to do as required to maintain the assets. I just had to approve some of the pending decisions and review some of the older major decisions Takagetsu-san took. Nothing much with the help of Kage Bunshin. Ah, I see, but may I ask what the sudden reference to the Kage Bunshin no jutsu had to do with paperwork? Nothing much, Hiashi-san. Kage Bunshin does allow memory sharing when the Bunshin dispels. It was an invaluable tool when dealing with the paperwork. My progress in Ninshu also has its roots in the Kage Bunshin, though most won't be able to use it as an effective training tool. Hiashi blinked in shock. Well, the Haika didn't learn any outside their own and the 3 academy standard ones, they do keep up with the aspects of others. The memory passing function of the Kage Bunshin was something he didn't know. For the first time in his life he cursed his clan's views on the usage of foreign. That is interesting, Naruto Dono. I must admit that while I know a lot about the functioning of many, that particular aspect of the Kage Bunshin I was not knowledgeable about. Naruto nodded when Danzo approached the pair with Hiruzen, Madame Shijimi, and the young girl who was carrying Tora. Ah, Naruto-sama, having a delightful conversation I see. Naruto nodded to Danzo as he replied, no more delightful than usual. If you will excuse me, Hiashi-san. Of course, Naruto Dono. I will leave you to your guests. Hiashi said before turning to Danzo and his group, Elder Danzo, Hokage-sama, Shijimi-sama, Kana-sama, a good day to you. If you will all excuse me. The four nodded to Hiashi in greeting and dismissal before turning to Naruto. "Good day Naruto-sama, I thank you and your team again for catching Tora for me the other day. This is my granddaughter Kana-chan." "Nice to meet you Kana-san, and please don't mention Ob-sama. It was the mission and I would be loath to fail a mission as easy as capturing Tora without extreme duress. It would bring shame on both my honor, my team's honor, my village honor and my clan's honor. Still, I can't thank you enough for returning Tora to me unharmed and in the fastest time as well." Madam Shijimi said as she took Tora from her granddaughter's arms, but before she could get a proper grip on the tiger-like cat, Tora jumped out of her owner's arms and nestled himself in Naruto's arms, all the while purring in contentment. "Interesting, you are the only one other than myself and Kana-chan who Tora is allowing to hold him. Normally he would scratch anyone else. Must be because of my aura. As an accomplished sage, a minor amount of Senjutsu chakra is constantly flowing through me giving me a calming presence. He must like that. Then again he isn't a normal cat. Isn't that right Tora?" Everyone raised an eyebrow in confusion to what Naruto said. While Tora is longer lived than most cats, he hasn't shown any special abilities. Hiruzen and Danzo, after a few moments, widened their eyes in realization of what Naruto meant. "What do you mean Naruto-sama?" Kana asked with confusion as she watched Tora in Naruto's hands. She could have sworn Tora was shaking with nerves for a moment. "What I mean is that Tora isn't a normal house cat. He is either a summons or an in-miko. A powerful one as well. I can sense his powerful chakra. So are you going to reveal yourself to Tora?" Naruto said with a grin as he felt Tora tremble in his hands. After what felt like an eternity Tora sighed before speaking up, "Damn Gamma-senin. You are just like Gamamaru-sensei. Never letting a cat have a bit of fun." Everyone in the garden stared at the shocking revelation. The glass of wine in Kurama Hakuto's hand slipped and shattered grass, letting the red liquid flow unfettered. Most of his generation were looking at the cat with gaping mouths, while Kakashi glared at the cat with his single eye. Beside him Asuma was half frozen with a cigarette in his hand. "What?" Guy screamed out in shock. "This is not your true form is it? You really aren't a cat, are you Tora?" Naruto said, causing the cat to glare balefully at the blonde. With a hiss he jumped down towards a relatively large free area of the garden, before being engulfed in a burst of smoke. When the smoke cleared, instead of a cat with tiger patterns, a massive white tiger with ice blue eyes and dark gold markings. "Happy now?" Tora asked with a rumbling tone. Almost everyone had a shiver run down their spines at his rumbling tone. Naruto nodded without showing any emotion. Sighing, the tiger spoke again, "My true name is Byako the Tora Senin." As everyone stared at the tiger in shock, Naruto nodded and asked, "What are you hiding?" Byako roared out in anger at Naruto, causing everyone to take a step back from the enraged tiger. "How dare you insinuate I was hiding? I was merely using the transformation to easily keep an eye for a worthy summoner. It has been too long since the tigers had a summoner. All the times I had Genin chase me down were tests. Until now, I have only found 3 worthy of being a summoner. Unfortunately, one of them is a traitor to Konoha and we tigers are too proud to serve a traitor." "And the other 2?" Naruto asked without fear as he walked closer to the tiger. "Why do you wish to know?" "I have no need to know, but I am just curious who you found worthy." Byako closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. "You were one, but the toads are higher ranked in the summoning realm for me to ask you to sign our contract without fear of offending. The other was until now worthless because of his mentality, but thanks to you he now walks the right path. I was planning to approach him later and in private, but now will do. Uchiha Sasuke, step forward." Everyone gasped in shock. No one expected Sasuke to be the potential summoner. When Sakura saw Sasuke was too shocked to move on his own, she gave Sasuke a light shove, causing the boy to stumble, but approached the tiger in a daze. "Normally we test our potential summoner before allowing them to sign the contract. In most cases, we give tests of physical and mental capabilities. This time as well I shall test you. I will allow you to sign the contract, but only if you land a single hit on me. Know this, if you fail, your life is forfeit. You may decline the challenge and give up any hope of ever signing the tiger summoning contract, but you will leave unharmed. What is your choice?" Byako asked, causing everyone to look startled. Everyone could understand that if he turned the test down, he would never get this chance again. Sasuke glared at Naruto for a moment before turning back to Byako with a determined expression. "I accept your test Byako-sama, however I must say that it is not the time nor the place for a test. This is a party to celebrate my teammate taking his place as a clan head in Daemon. Let us not spoil the event with a battle." Byako growled as he glared at Sasuke, but to the white tiger's hidden joy, he didn't see fear in Sasuke's eyes. Only the truth of his conviction. Byako nodded before saying, "If you asked for the test to commence immediately, then you would have already failed. The situation was meant to test your character and mentality. I was expecting you to insist on taking the test right now without considering the situation. Congratulations, Cub, you aren't an Avenger anymore, seeking only power for your own sake. I shall approach you for the test in the future. Sasuke nodded, thank you for the opportunity, Ayako-sama. Ayako gave a dismissive nod to Sasuke before turning to Madame Shijimi. Thank you for putting up with my antics for the past 20 years. It is regrettable that I didn't reveal myself to you, but if my presence had gotten out, your life would have been in danger from ninja looking to prove themselves worthy of the contract. Please forgive me for the subterfuge. You were a caring and noble caretaker. Now my time to leave has come. Thank you for honoring me and my residence with your presence, Ayako-sama. It is sad that you have to leave, but I understand your reason. Madame Shijimi said with a bow. Ayako nodded before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Nothing is simple around you, is it, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen said with a chuckle. Causing the others to chuckle as well. What can I say, Jiji? Even the gods are drawn to my magnetic presence. Naruto said with a joking grin just before a metallic clang was heard. Hiruzen looked down to see a covered in poison lying on the grass after striking Naruto's cloak. At the same time the Taki representative fell onto the ground, paralyzed, with seal markings forming on his face and visible portions of his arms. I was wondering when he would try to assassinate me. Naruto said with nonchalance while the others were still processing what happened. When everyone finally processed what happened, Hiruzen turned with anger in his eyes. Glaring at the fallen Taki representative he shouted out, Kakashi, guy. Take that man to T&I and hand him over to Ibiki and Anko. Ibiki, you two have full reign to get all the information they can out of him. Any way you can. Hiruzen, what do we do with Taki? They had the audacity to try and assassinate Naruto-sama. I think that we need to show them what happens when they attack Konoha unprovoked. Danzo said with all the assembled Konoha ninja nodding in agreement. I want you to make sure that Taki has completely wiped out Hiruzen. I will inform Hideyoshi-sama of this. He will support this, as will the Council of Daimon. Madame Shijimi said with anger clearly visible on her face. All of you are overreacting. Besides, I doubt he is truly a Taki ninja. After all, this is an old friend wearing a false face. Naruto said as he walked towards the fallen ninja. Kneeling down, Naruto focused a bit of killing intent on the man as he placed a hand on the man's face before ripping it away. Under the false face, the face of a Nukenin from Konoha was seen. Tsume growled out in anger, Mizuki. How did he escape prison? Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. It is terrible. Mizuki has escaped. An Anbu appeared amidst the group before he suddenly shouted out in pain as lightning flew over his body. The Anbu commander sighed in annoyance as Naruto placed the key tag on the man, causing his suffering to end. Sitting up he nodded to Naruto before trying to speak up again when he saw Mizuki held in Kakashi and Guy's arms. How did he get captured already? The Anbu asked in shock. Of all the incompetent morons, they sent you with a message. I need to arrange a general assembly of all the Anbu soon. The Anbu commander sighed as Shikaku patted the man on his back. Rat. Why did you breach the Uzumaki compound barrier? Didn't you read the memo? Ah, what memo, sir? Growling, the Anbu commander said, the memo stated that anyone breaching the Uzumaki clan compound barrier would be in for a world of pain. If the key wasn't applied this quickly, you would have been a dead moron. Calm down, you are supposed to retire at the end of this month. Besides, no harm was done. Plus this will serve as a lesson for all. Hiruzen said with a grin. Turning to Rat, Hiruzen asked, report. Quickly getting on his feet, Rat bowed. About 5 minutes ago, I went down to take Mizuki his lunch when I came across Crane with her throat slit and Mizuki's cell empty. After alerting the command to the situation, I came to notify you and the commander of the situation, sir. And what of the investigation? Who leads it now? Inoichi asked with a frown. Turtle from Team Gamma and Mitarashi Anko, sir. Go and tell Anko to hand over the investigation to Turtle. I need her to investigate something else. Inoichi, I would like you to replace Anko in interrogating Mizuki. As you wish for Hokage-sama, but may I ask why? All civilians and foreign dignitaries clear the area. Forgive me for breaking up this party, but as you can see, the situation has become dire. Genin other than Naruto-kun leave as well. No, let the Genin stay. If you keep sheltering us, how are we to learn? Naruto said with a stoic expression. Hiruzen looked surprised at Naruto's proclamation, but nodded in agreement. You are right, Naruto-kun. Genin stay. After the compound was cleared of all civilians other than Madame Shijimi and Kana and the foreign dignitaries, Naruto led the group of elders, clan heads, Anbu commander, the Genin, their sensei, the Hokage and Madame Shijimi and Kana to the formal sitting room. After everyone was situated and Naruto had a few clones to serve refreshments, Hiruzen stood up and started pacing. Are you going to tell us what the matter is, Jiji, or are you going to keep pacing? Naruto asked with annoyance after a few minutes. Hiruzen stopped in his pacing as he sighed. The false face that Mizuki was wearing was a technique my former student Orochimaru had created. No one but him knows how to do it. Not even his former student Anko. Everyone knows that Mizuki was caught trying to steal the forbidden scroll of seals. No one but myself, Iruka-kun, Naruto-kun, Sakura-chan and Ibiki knows that Mizuki was Orochimaru's henchman. When Naruto-kun and Sakura-chan took him down last time, he had used some kind of drug that Orochimaru had given him. The drug temporarily mutated Mizuki and gave him immense strength and speed. At that time, I just thought that Mizuki had gotten in contact with Orochimaru outside Konoha. Now you believe that it was Orochimaru who freed and sent him. You believe that he is still around. Naruto stated as he closed his eyes and concentrated. Orange eyeshadow formed around his eyes for a moment before fading as Naruto opened his eyes. There isn't anyone in Konoha who has the required level of chakra to be Orochimaru. He must have another agent hidden amongst us. I would think it wise to assume that as well. Probably assume that there are more than one agent. Abiram Shibe said, getting a nod from all the seasoned ninja. Then we need to find them and eliminate them as soon as possible. No, we shouldn't eliminate Hiashi-sama. We should tag them and start giving them misinformation. Orochimaru wouldn't be alerted that his spies have been caught and we can take advantage of Orochimaru's arrogance. Sakura said, getting a nod of approval from some of the older ninjas. That is a good idea Haruno-san. For your age, you have quite the strategic mind. Kaharu said with a proud grin. Why take the chance of them figuring it out? Kana asked with curiosity. Simple really, when they discover the subterfuge, we end them. The Uzumaki has a seal that is undetectable and can be keyed to a single person. I will key the seal to Jiji and when their usefulness has ended, he can quietly dispose of them. The seal will cause their hearts to suddenly stop as if they had a heart stroke. Naruto stated with a vicious grin. Kana nodded in understanding. Then they won't be a risk at all. No, they won't. How are you going to place the seal without them knowing Naruto-kun? Naruto grinned, simple Jijiya, we invite the idiots to my training sessions and hide the seal within the restriction seals that will be mandatory for every participant to have. What training sessions do you mean Naruto-sama? Kurenai asked with confusion. Oh right, you weren't there. I was planning to teach a handful of Junin, Anbu and Genin the ways of elemental ninshu. An experiment of mine and the Hokage that Hideyoshi Jiji approves of. I plan to use that as a cover. But first we have to find them, Naruto. Don't get ahead of yourself. Sasuke said with a frown. I am sure that the Anbu can find them. If it takes too long. I will join myself. Their malicious intent won't remain hidden from my sensory abilities. Everyone looked surprised at that declaration. No one realized that Naruto's ability to feel emotions could be used like that. That's a unique use of your sensory abilities, but I digress, we should let the Anbu handle the situation. I am sure that they can find them within the month. Besides, if you keep doing their job, they would become lazy. Hiruzen said with a grin at Shikaku. Naruto stood in the middle of the large field on training ground 43. All around him were his present students. Some of them were wearing Anbu uniforms but without masks. Others were normal Junin, with a couple of Takibetsu Junin and Chunin thrown in. Finally, behind him were the chosen Genin teams, Team 7, 8, 9, 10, and a newly instated Genin Sai. All of the assembled ninja were looking confused. Most of the seasoned ninja were ordered by the Hokage to be here. The Genin were brought by their sensei. The only ones without the slightest hint of knowledge were the Anbu, Takibetsu Junin and Sai. So why are we all here? A Takibetsu Junin wearing a bandana and chewing a question in confusion. Naruto's eyes narrowed along with Kakashi's, Gai's, Asuma's and the brown-haired Anbu Yamato. Wait a moment Genma. Hokage-sama is supposed to give a speech to explain why we were called here. Anko said while chewing on a stick of dango. Do you know anything about Kurenai? I do, but you have to wait for Hokage-sama Anko. Kurenai said with a grin, causing the purple-haired snake mistress to huff in annoyance. Before she could start pestering the Jinjutsu mistress, the Hokage appeared beside Naruto in a puff of smoke. Ah, all of you are already here. Good. Now many of you are wondering why you are here, correct? Hiruzen asked, getting nods from the assembled crowd. With a nod, Hiruzen continued, as you all know, Naruto-kun here has learned the lost art of elemental ninshu used by the Rikiden Sennin and the first shinobi. He has been gracious enough to offer the knowledge to selected members of Konoha. You're the chosen ones. I and Naruto-kun went through all of your files and psychological analysis reports to choose the ones with the best chance to quickly learn the skills. Well, that excludes the Genin, but they were chosen for other reasons. Knowing this, all of you should feel highly honored to be selected for this. Naruto-kun has decided to make Ninshu and Uzumaki clan art. All of them are being taught with the belief that it would strengthen Konoha, but also with the belief that you won't teach the art without the permission of the present Uzumaki clan head. I, myself will be joining all of you in this, specializing in fire. Any questions? The assembled crowd looked around before a female Anbu hesitantly spoke up, "Hokage-sama, are we going to be free to choose our elements, or have they already been chosen?" "That is a good question. Sorry to say, we don't have a choice in elements. It is connected to our personality. At least it is what I have come to understand from how Naruto-kun and Gamamaru-sama explained elemental ninju." Hiruzen said, causing the Anbu to nod in understanding. "Hopefully, your personality will match the element you want. Very few have the personality traits to have access to more than one," Naruto said with a sad frown. "Can we learn an element outside the one our personality allows?" Ibiki asked with curiosity. "I am doing all 4 elements. Do you think I have such a colorful character?" Naruto said with a laugh, causing Ibiki to shake his head in amusement. "My elements are air, earth and water. Granted I have 3 out of 4, but that is something very rare. I have to work 4 times harder to master fire. Thanks to my liberal use of Kage Bunshin, I am able to handle the training. Mastering your own element may take years depending on your natural ability to connect to the element. So you can understand how difficult it must be to learn an element that isn't your own. Besides, I am a seinen. I can easily connect with nature, which includes all the elements." "How many Kage Bunshin do you use in Naruto? Can we use it for our training?" Ino asked with excitement. "I use about 2 to 3,000 clones at most. Any more and Kurama won't be able to heal the strain. Even Jiji can't create more than 30 clones without fainting from chakra exhaustion. Even then he won't be able to use more than 10 to train, or the memory feedback will kill him." "What do you mean, Naruto? How can a clone return its experience back to you?" Shikamaru asked with a frown. Around the clearing all the assembled shinobi above genin level and Sai frowned at the revelation. Hiruzen sighed before explaining, "Let me explain, Naruto-kun. The Kage Bunshin was created by the Nidaime to be a tool for espionage. It was termed a kenjutsu for the chakra requirement and the memory feedback. The Kage Bunshin has a small portion of the creator's essence within them. When the clone dispels, the essence returns to the creator with the experience. The experience is anything related to memory, both active and passive. Other than this I won't explain more." "What do you mean by passive memory?" Kiba asked with confusion. "Muscle memory, Kiba. Something we don't think about. Instincts are also passive memory," Ino explained in an offhand comment. "So can we use it to train?" Kiba asked with excitement. "Sorry, but the Kage Bunshin training is inaccessible to anyone under higher rank chakra reserves. That would exclude everyone other than Kakashi, Guy and Yamato," Hiruzen said with a stern expression, causing nearly everyone to nod with sad acceptance. "Now be ready to find out your elements. Place a drop of blood on this seal that Gamamaru-sensei and I created," Naruto said as he unsealed a massive stone plate with the 4 elemental symbols engraved at cardinal points. A large Kenjutsu Shiki was visible in the middle of the plate, with thin lines connecting to the elemental symbols. "Why are there 4 elemental symbols?" Sai asked with confusion. "Because in nature, there are only 4 elements. Others are just a variation of a primary element. Take lightning for example. It is just a variation of fire," Naruto explained with a grin. "Then there are the elemental Kekkei Genkai like Himten. It is considered a merging of Khton and Suiton. In Ninshu, it is underwater." Sai nodded in understanding when Shikamaru inquired, "Does it work similar to chakra paper? And are we going to be able to use Kekkei Genkai?" "The tablet doesn't work similar to chakra litmus. It tests the blood for the elemental affiliation. Our personalities are connected to a certain degree to genetics. Each family has a certain common personality trait. The seal checks the personality traits through genetics to show your element. Now to answer your second question, that depends on your mastery. If you are a waterbender, with proper mastery you can manipulate ice, transform water to ice or vice versa. Ninshu is the art of connecting, understanding and bending the elements to your will." "I see. That's interesting, so what do you think my element will be?" Shikamaru asked, getting a chuckle from Naruto. "Water. You are lazy, but can go with the flow when motivated." Shikamaru nodded but grumbled of irritating happy-go-lucky blondes. "Alright everyone, line up." Genin waited at the side. "Let the seasoned ninja find their elements first," Naruto said with a grin, causing the genin to mumble. Hiruzen walked forward. "Let me demonstrate the use." Hiruzen bit his thumb before letting a drop of blood fall onto the seal. The blood was absorbed before the fire symbol glowed with red light. As you can see, it is very easy to use. Don't channel any chakra into the blood. It will mess with the results. Nin-sensei first. One after another the 4 Nin-sensei walked forward with Kakashi leading the group. Each of the sensei dropped blood and got their result. Kakashi had the water and fire symbols glow. Kurenai had water. Guy's blood caused the air and earth symbols to glow, while Asuma's was earth. But next up the Anbu. Naruto said as the Nin-sensei retreated. Guy hesitated before walking to stand beside Naruto. "Can I help you, Guy-sensei?" "Why is Lee here, Naruto-kun?" He can't use chakra outside his body. That's alright. He won't need to use chakra outside his body. Ninja requires the user to internally manipulate their chakra to forge a connection with the elements. The rest is up to his will to bend the element. Guy nodded with a grin as most of the Anbu had finished their checks. Hello, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded with a smile at Ikgao as she placed a drop of blood on the plate. The water symbol glowed in response. Ikgao nodded with a satisfied smile. I expected it to be water. Hope you are as good a teacher as you are a shinobi. Yamato was the final Anbu to come up. He placed his blood on the seal, causing the earth symbol to glow. Alright, now to the Takibetsu Jinin please. Naruto called out, causing Anko to saunter up with a grin. Placing her blood on the plate caused the air and fire symbols to glow. Ah. Look at that. Air and fire. Naruto just shook his head in exasperation. It had to be the two most destructive elements that Anko had. After Anko, Ibiki came up. He turned out to be fire. Following him was Genma with fire as well. Finally Hate was found to have water. Up next. Naruto said with a foxy grin directed to the three present. I don't know why you chose me, Naruto. It's not like I am going out on missions. Iruka said with a grin as he tested himself. To his surprise, he came out with Earth. Earth, huh, that really suits you, Iruka-sensei. Naruto said as Izumo tested himself. Air, huh, that's why you can't sit still, Izumo. Katetsu said with a teasing grin as he tested himself only to come out with fire. That's good, guys. Your elements complement each other. As the first line of defense, that is very good. Naruto said with a laugh, getting laughs from everyone present. Now Iruka-sensei, you asked why I chose you. That's because you are going to start the academy students on the basics of ninju from the next semester. How can you teach something you don't know? What do you mean, Naruto? Iruka asked with a frown. I was given authority to restructure the academy curriculum. You will get the revised curriculum in a week. I decided to include the basics of ninju as a class while reducing the amount of history we have to study. I am also including a special course in Iryujutsu and Fukinjutsu. I am also reinstating the portions of history the civilian council had removed. Iruka looked surprised but nodded in agreement. Finally. I can send my students off without fear of their imminent deaths, Iruka said with a grin. Meet me tomorrow at Ichiraku's for lunch. We need to discuss something about the curriculum. Iruka nodded as Naruto turned to the rest. Alright, now everyone follows one of my clones. Each of them is going to focus on a single element. Those with multiple elements, choose one and follow the designated clone. Everyone nodded and chose to follow the clone designated with their element. Now Genin. Most of you don't have the chakra reserves and control to be able to connect to the elements yet, nor do you understand your element or elements as the case may be for some of you. What do you mean, Naruto? Ino asked with anger. Are you saying that we are weak? Truthfully, at the moment all of the Genin excluding Team 9, Sakura and Sai are weak. Most of you are barely Genin level. Either due to laziness or due to poor teaching or due to no initiative on your own part. Sasuke is near high Genin, so technically he should be able to connect to his element, but his control isn't ready. Other one is Lee. Well, he can't use chakra externally, he doesn't need to. He has enough training for the control needed to link with his element. What do you mean, Naruto-sama? Lee is the dope, granted he has trained himself to monstrous proportions, he is still the loser. He is fated to always remain a loser. Neji arrogantly declared with a glare. Wow. That was my future if I kept on the path of the Avenger, wasn't it, Naruto? Sasuke asked with an infuriating smirk directed at Neji. Be silent, oh great last loyal Uchiha. Go and make comments to your dead clan. Neji snarled in anger, but before he could continue, he started choking. Clutching his throat, Neji desperately tried to draw in a breath. Everyone watched confused at first before Sakura's eyes widened in realization. Sakura turned to Naruto and saw the boy's hand raised at Neji, his hand was as if clutching a throat. Before the girl could say anything, Naruto spoke up, that is but a small portion of the power I am going to teach you. It is more powerful than ninjutsu in the hands of a true master. Telekinesis is a sub-part of airbending. With the simple application of thought, a master airbender can kill you. Do your eyes protect you, Neji? Naruto dropped his hand causing Neji to drop to his knees, desperately drawing in air into his lungs. Well Neji, I am waiting. Neji looked up to see the cold blue eyes of Naruto staring into his pale lavender ones. Shakily standing up he glared at the blonde in defiance. I didn't even have the Byakugan active. How is it supposed to protect me if it isn't active? That's your comeback. The Byakugan wasn't active. Naruto taunted Neji, causing Neji to grit his teeth in anger. You are blinder than I thought. Be gone from my sight. You are hereby dismissed from ninju training. Nah, Naruto-sama doesn't to take his words to heart. Neji Niasen has had a badly life. Please forgive him. Hinata requested with a formal bow. Neji snarled at Hinata but kept quiet. Do you think that he is the only one who suffered? Then what about us Shinchkriki and war orphans? What about Sasuke? What about Lee? Naruto asked with a cold tone. Neji had a family to be there for him. He had a heritage to be proud of. He has access to his chakra. First two, I didn't grow up. The last, Lee doesn't have. Sasuke had the three, but lost the first. To his own blood as well. Tell me, why should I care for an arrogant team? Hinata kept her head bowed and listened to what Naruto said. It was true, she had to admit. Neji wasn't the only one to suffer. We shouldn't let our past dictate our actions in the present. Sasuke used to let the past direct him. He changed in a very small amount of time. I gave Neji a chance to change. He decided to spit upon that chance when he baffled the dead. He forgot that it wasn't only Sasuke who had lost his clan. So had I. I may have not known my clan like Sasuke had, but their loss is still painful. How would Neji feel if we baffled his parents? You wouldn't dare. Neji snarled, clutching his fists as veins became visible on his face. Unlike you, I wouldn't insult the dead, even those who were traitors and enemies. Pain and suffering are just part of life. Without them we wouldn't understand pleasure and happiness. It doesn't give us the right to belittle others and their heritage. Naruto-kun, I know that Neji can be unyouthful, but please give him a second chance. I promise that he can change. Lee exclaimed with a bow. Look at them, Neji. You belittle them, yet they protect you. You who think of yourself as strong are in fact the weakest amongst us. I shall give you a second chance if you can survive one of my weaker attacks. You can use anything in your arsenal for the objective. Everyone looked surprised at Naruto's proposition. Neji gained a smirk as he stared at Naruto with his Byakugan. I accept your proposal, Naruto-sama. Neji said with a mocking bow. Good, now don't blink everyone. Naruto exclaimed as he snapped his fingers. At the same time, Neji suddenly collapsed in a faint. Everyone looked startled at the event. Did you use his Naruto? Shikamaru asked with confusion. And no he didn't. Though there were no visible attacks made, Naruto-sama's chakra SP spiked at the snap of his finger, then Neji Niasen fainted. Hinata exclaimed to the shock of everyone. Hiba and Ino were the first to react. What did you use? Advanced air bending. Naruto said with a foxy grin, causing nearly everyone to groan out in annoyance. Only Sai and Sakura kept quiet. Sakura, I struck the pressure point on his neck to induce a death-like state. I think it best that you drop him off at the Hokage compound and tell Hiashi-san that I will be coming to explain the situation with Neji this evening. Sakura nodded as she picked up Neji and vanished in a shunshin. Don't worry Hinata, Lee. I will allow Neji to learn ninju if he still wants to. Finally, Sai. I will be testing you on your present skills. The rest, follow this clone. The clone formed beside Naruto and was about to let everyone other than Sai away when the pale-skinned genin asked with an emotionless tone, what did you really do Naruto-sama? Was it similar to how you choked Neji? Naruto nodded, that's right Sai. I used telekinesis to manipulate the air particles around his neck into an invisible. From there, it was easy to prick the pressure point. Then shouldn't Hinata-sama be able to see them? Byakugan, Sharingan, any ninjutsu really only sees chakra. Ninju doesn't need the element to be infused with chakra. The internal manipulation of chakra is the maximum involvement that happens to forge the link with the element. The rest is manipulating the element by using our will. Can you see air Sai? No, we can't Naruto-sama. So does that mean no one can sense the attacks from ninju? Not quite Sai. Any sage should be able to feel the flow of natural energy that happens when an element is bent. Other than that, no normal sensor can sense a ninju attack. Although instinct can save you from an attack if honed enough. That's the reason I am having our fellow genin go through physical training first. Most bending skills are strongly connected to unique taijutsu styles. I am going to have Gai-sensei help me and Gamamaru-sensei in developing the completed styles for each element. Then the advantage of ninju is that it can be used in all ranges. That's right Sai. Now let's head to Ichiraku for some lunch. All of you follow me as well. I will foot the bill. You will all need the energy for the physical. I shouldn't have tried to send you to training without the food. Naruto said getting a groan from Ino and Tenten. Great, the slave driver is awakening in him again. Better get your fill guys, you will need it. I can guarantee it. Sasuke said, causing most of the genins' faces to pale in realization. Naruto, does it have to be ramen? Actually, ramen is good just before heavy training. Choji said as he placed his empty packet of potato chips in his pocket. It is rich in carbohydrates and with proper vegetables, fish and meat added, it is quite healthy to have. Naruto beamed in happiness just before Choji said, but the oil is unhealthy, so trying to survive on ramen alone is not wise. Naruto's shoulders fell, but he quickly perked up and said, hey Choji, can you convince Sakura-chan to increase my weekly quota of ramen? She barely lets me eat 5 bowls a week. No thank you. I want to live. There is no way I am going against a medic's proclamation. Choji said with a grin, causing Naruto to grumble before turning around and leaving the field. Hey Tuchi Jiji, am Nisan, get ready to cook a feast. I brought friends. Naruto said as he took a seat on one of the stools. Hello Naruto-kun and friends. Please sit down. I will be taking your orders as soon as I find that pesky notepad. Dad seems to have misplaced it again. AM said with a grin. No, I didn't. It should be under the counter. Hello, Naruto-kun. The usual. Hey wait, you aren't trying to dismiss Sakura-chan's orders are you? Tucci said with a suspicious look as he surveyed the gathered crowd for the pink-haired nin. Not at all. I still have my 5 bowls for this week. Naruto said with a grin. Alright, but if you don't tell Sakura-chan about this little outing, I will ban you for the next month. I want my stall standing, thank you. No need to fear Tucci-san. I am already here. Guys, place your orders and let's head back to training. Sakura said as she looked at AM. The usual AM-san. An Ichiraku special veggie ramen coming up along with 5 bowls of Naruto special. What will the rest of you have? What is this Naruto special? Ino asked with curiosity. That is the healthiest ramen for heavy training ninja we created for Naruto-kun some time ago. It contains the perfect balance of carbohydrates, proteins and vegetables. I can guarantee that you won't gain weight if you work out. But that declaration, all of the assembled genin started giving different amounts of the Naruto special. After giving his order last, Kiba asked, why is it called the Naruto special? That's because he is our best customer and the record holder for eating the most bowls at one sitting as well. 40 large bowls to be exact. How is that possible? Ino muttered to herself as she waited for her order. Chapter 8 Hello Waterfall. Team 7 This is Shibuki. He is the present leader of Takigakure no Sado. Hiruzen said as Team 7 and their Junin captain walked into the room. Inside, Hiruzen was sitting on the couch that was placed on one side with a small coffee table in front of it. Sitting on the couch placed at a right angle to the one Hiruzen was sitting was a black-haired man about Kakashi's age, wearing the uniform of a Taki ninja. All members of Team 7 nodded their heads to Shibuki before turning their attention towards Hiruzen. The aged Hokage took a sip from his teacup before speaking. Shibuki came here with an interesting proposal. I don't know if you are aware, but the Nanabi no Kabutamushi is in Taki. Ever since Hashirama-sensei spread out the Bijk among the nations, it has been there. Until now, none of the Jinchuriki have ever been treated well, even though Taki has never faced the wrath of one. So let me guess Jiji, the present Jinchuriki is ostracized for a burden they didn't want. Naruto asked with a cold tone causing a shiver to run down Shibuki's spine. That's right Naruto-kun. Young FK is somewhat like a surrogate sister to Shibuki. He came to us with hopes that you can help her overcome some issues she has been having after mastering the third tail. That is a mission for Konoha. He also wishes to speak with you privately as the Uzumaki clan head. From what I could gather, he wishes to procure the skills of the Uzumaki. If Naruto accepts Shibuki's request, then the parameters of the mission will change from escort Shibuki back to Taki and help young FK to include protection detail for Naruto while he does the second mission. Naruto please remain behind, the rest of Team 7 accompany me to the adjacent room while Shibuki and Naruto talk over the details of the second mission. Hiruzen said standing up with an imperious demeanor before walking out of the room with the rest of Team 7 walking behind him. Naruto and Shibuki stared at each other for a few moments before Naruto occupied the recently vacated couch. With a nod, Naruto motioned for Shibuki to speak. A good day to you Naruto-sama. I wish to procure your clan skills in Genjutsu to check the seal on FK. The last of Taki's Genjutsu masters were killed on a mission recently. I need someone to check her seal, as I fear that the last use of 4 taels worth of Nanabi's chakra may have corroded it. Along with that, I would like you to check the seals that help us maintain our secrecy. Taki would be happy to pay whatever you want for the job. Naruto silently pondered for a moment before speaking, so let me get this straight, you want me to check her seal along with the seals Senju Mido gifted your village, as you fear that they may have been damaged and you have no Genjutsu experts at the moment and you are willing to pay any price I would declare. Shibuki nodded in agreement with everything Naruto said until the price for the job came up. With how Naruto stated it, Shibuki realized the major loophole he left. With an embarrassed smile Shibuki corrected, any price within reason. Naruto nodded with a grin, new to politics. Yeah, I became the leader a couple of months ago. I had trained for a long time under my father, but taking the seat is still difficult, especially since I don't have active experience in politics and business deals. Lucky for you, I am not a malicious person. With the loophole you left, I could have asked for the destruction of Taki, and you would be honored to follow through or be branded as honorless fools. Anyway, I accepted the job. The standard price we asked for routine maintenance of a single seal of the caliber you want me to check is equivalent to an S-ranked mission price, though it may increase if you want changes done to the seals. Though I am willing to give you a discount as the first customer since the re-emergence of the clan. You will only have to pay the cost of an A rank mission per seal. Though the Jinchuriki seal will still need SS rank pay as is the price. Shibuki rubbed his chin as he thought of the price Naruto asked before nodding in agreement. I agree with your price for Naruto-sama. The security of my village is at stake. I shouldn't be a cheapskate about price in such situations. Naruto nodded as he unsealed a blood seal contract and filled in the particulars for the job and the price before placing a drop of blood on one of the seals at the bottom of the document. Before placing another drop on another seal. Shibuki watched amazed as the seals glowed red before vanishing, leaving behind the final seal. Place a drop of your blood on the final seal to finalize the job. Naruto said as he turned the document to Shibuki. The leader of Taki nodded as he quickly went through the document before placing the requested drop of blood on the seal. To his surprise, right after the seal vanished, 2 identical copies of the document appeared atop the contract in a puff of smoke. What happened? Shibuki asked with confusion. Naruto chuckled and said, the contract makes 2 copies when the job is finalized. There are hidden seals engraved on the document that makes it possible. All 3 copies are tamper-proof. Keep the lowest one, the other 2 are meant for the Uzumaki archives and the clan member who is meant to do the work, which in this case is me. Shibuki nodded and returned the top 2 copies to Naruto. I plan to leave early in the morning tomorrow for Naruto-sama. I hope that isn't a problem with you. Not at all, Shibuki-san. I will inform my team. Are you returning to the Golden Leaf? That's the plan. It is already late in the evening, the sun has nearly set. I want to make sure that I am rested for the journey back. After Takahito died, we became a bit paranoid. Naruto nodded with a sad smile, I understand. The Anbu will escort you back. Have a good night, Shibuki-san. You as well, Naruto-sama. Shibuki said as he walked out of the room and motioned for the Anbu standing outside to lead him back. So did you take the job, Naruto? Naruto turned his head and smiled at the source of the voice, which turned out to be Sakura. The pink-haired medic was sitting on her favorite red cushion drinking a cup of herbal tea. Sure did, though I didn't expect a clan job so soon. Sakura hummed as she placed her cup on the small table in front of her and poured another cup for Naruto, who scrunched up his nose in disgust but without prompting, sat down on the orange cushion opposite his teammate and took the cup of tea before taking a small sip. Surprisingly, he didn't taste the expected bitter taste the previous cups of tea held. Seeing the surprised look, Sakura giggled before saying, doesn't taste like you expected, did you? Naruto shook his head as he placed the cup on the table. It was not bitter like I expected. I thought it was medicine that would help with malnutrition. It is, but not the kind I gave you last time. The previous team has run its course. In the past 2 months, your body has recovered faster than expected, but I believe the Kurama helped in that aspect. This one is to help get the most nutrition from the smallest of intakes. Tonadi-sama and I were experimenting with it right before pain attacked. It was showing great results. That's why I am also taking it. It will help us regain our physical forms faster and help maintain it with less ration as well. Naruto shrugged before saying, this is the best tasting medicine I have taken yet. It should be. It is a blend of medicinal herbs with some of the most exquisite tea from Cha no Kuni. Originally it wasn't this good tasting. After coming back, I had been experimenting with different blends to make it this good, especially for you, since you tend to complain about the taste of the medicinal tea. Sakura said with a small smile, getting a large grin from Naruto in return. Thanks, Sakura-chan. You are awesome. If it was Ba-chan, she would have force-fed me the yucky tasting tea. Sakura shook her head with fondness before her face hosted a serious expression, that isn't true, besides you didn't answer my question. Naruto nodded, and I accepted the job. It was a routine seal maintenance job. I have already learned enough to do that. I will have to look at FK's seal as well. Shibuki fears that the seal is degrading. We know that isn't the case, as you had yourself seen her in action 2 years from now, but there may be changes in this timeline. That is true. So much has changed this time around, yet some things are still the same. Are you planning to give Chmei her memories when you check up on the seal? That's the plan. It will be easier than sneaking into Taki, but I didn't expect the mission to escort Shibuki already. We haven't been to Nami yet. It is still nearly a month away before Tazuna comes to Konoha. Sakura nodded in agreement before saying, that's true, but he may have been here due to the death of his representative. He just used this opportunity to come here earlier. Then again, he may have ulterior motives. He is the leader of a powerful village. Taki may be small, but no invasion against it has ever succeeded unless a former Taki ninja was involved. Naruto nodded before his eyes widened in shock. Sakura, I think that there is a seal that can be added to Taki's defenses that would incapacitate Kakuzu and any such traitors. Sakura looked pensive before saying, like the one surrounding the compound. Exactly like the one surrounding the compound. Just have to tweak it a little to increase the size of the barrier to encompass the whole of Taki. With proper tweaks, we can even have all of Konoha under that seal. That's all well and good Naruto, but why give it to Taki? They may be allies at the moment, but that can easily change in the future. The seal has some weaknesses. Toby would easily be able to bypass it. The seal needs the target to touch the barrier to start tracking. Then there is the problem of it not extending underground. Zetsu can bypass it as well. I plan to give that version to Taki. It would protect FK as long as she isn't kicked out of Taki. I will leave a loophole to monitor the situation. Sakura nodded in agreement before saying, why not ask for FK and the Nanabi's payment for the seal? Naruto blinked owlishly for a moment before saying with a sad tone, that thought didn't cross my mind, though I doubt they would be willing to part with their jinchuriki. To most, we are weapons after all. Sakura nodded in agreement as she drained her cup of tea before standing up. Shibuki plans to leave in the morning, right? That's right. Kakashi-sensei informed you and Sasuke. Sakura nodded, he did, and he said that we need to be early. Like he is wont to talk, the hypocrite. Even after the threats, he still comes late. Naruto gave an awkward laugh, hahaha. That's Kakashi-sensei for you. At least he is only a few minutes late now instead of 3 hours. Still, he is a Jonin. He should be a bit more professional. Anyway, good night Naruto. See you at the gate. Naruto nodded as Sakura vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto, are you really going to go through with your plan? Your teammate won't like it. Especially since you haven't discussed it with her. The deep rumbling voice of Kurama reverberated through Naruto's mind. You're worrying for nothing. I have a feeling that it would be needed. Having a backup plan is always good. I have rushed into danger without one too many times in the past to not plan ahead from now on. Especially since our opponents are Madara and Toby. Kurama gave a mental equivalent of a shrug before going quiet, leaving Naruto to his own thoughts. Next morning, Sakura was the first one to arrive at the main gates. She looked around before sighing in annoyance right before Naruto and Sasuke appeared in a shunshin. Morning you two. Get any sleep? Naruto gave a big yawn before grumbling out, not really. I needed to check through some of the sealing notes on the seal that my clan gifted to Taki. I do think my plan is feasible. Sasuke just grunted in greeting before looking at Naruto with curiosity. What is Naruto's plan? Huh. Oh right, you didn't come by last night. As I said to Sakura, a barrier similar to the one that surrounds my compound can be integrated into the present formula without much problem. Still, do you think it wise to strengthen a foreign village like that? Sakura said with a frown. Sasuke frowned as well only for Naruto to wave off the concern. It isn't like I am not leaving a backdoor in it. Besides it has a weakness to Jikiken ninjutsu and tunneling under the barrier, remember. Still. I think that your concern isn't necessarily Sakura. It has such a massive glaring hole in the structure. Granted Jikiken ninjutsu isn't common, but tunneling under the barrier, which must be barely a couple of inches thick, can be easily done. He offers his hand in friendship while clutching a dagger behind his back. It is a wise precaution. Besides, he doesn't need to let Taki know about the glaring weaknesses. Sasuke said with a grin. Sakura huffed but nodded in agreement that the plan was sound. She was about to open her mouth to speak when Shibuki appeared with Kakashi. Good morning team. I hope you all are packed and ready to go. Kakashi asked to get nods from his team as each of them brought out storage scrolls, or in Naruto's case, pointed to a massive scroll strapped to his back. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction before saying, we are going to travel in arrowhead formation with Sasuke taking point, Naruto your left wingman, Sakura your right wingman, Shibuki directly behind you, with me taking up the rear. Any questions? Sasuke looked at his two teammates before speaking up, what speed are we moving at? Mid-Chunin. I know that Naruto and Sakura can maintain that for over 10 hours before being tired, well in Sakura's case, Naruto has enough stamina to put Guy to shame. Anyway, how long do you think you can maintain it? 6, 7 hours tops. Naruto and Sakura have forced me to increase my stamina along with my speed during our personal team training for the past month. It should be fine to fight if we keep in that time span. Kakashi nodded while Shibuki looked startled at the revelation. He didn't think that the genin of Konoha were that capable. Sure Naruto was a monster, but he was also an Uzumaki and a Jinchuriki. It was expected of him, but two genin, one from a civilian family and the other from the famous Uchiha clan, but only a handful of Uchiha have ever come to become something great. The rest were just mediocre at best. What kind of training creates such monsters? Bed in formation in front of the gate. I will handle the sign out with Izumo and Katetsu. Do an equipment check while I do that, Kakashi said as he approached the small hut. Behind him, his team and Shibuki got into their assigned positions before checking over themselves for their equipment. After a couple of minutes, Kakashi took up his position and gave the signal to move, causing the group to rush out of the gates and vanish into the trees. The group traveled towards Taki at mid-chunin speed, taking small rests every 6 hours to give Sasuke and apparently Shibuki a respite to catch their breaths. With all the rest, it still took the group 3 days to reach Taki. As the group approached a large waterfall, Shibuki called for them to stop just as multiple Taki ninja appeared from the trees surrounding the waterfall. "Shibuki-sama, you have finally returned. I hope that you didn't have any problems on the road." A petite kunoichi asked with a smile as she looked at the Konoha ninja escorting her leader. "None at all, Kodo, no trouble here I hope. We did have a bit of a problem last night from Kanoko trying to get back in without the proper paperwork, but that was easily solved. I still don't know why you allow her to stay as a kunoichi. She keeps misplacing her id," Kodo said with a huff. Shibuki just shook his head in exasperation but nodded, "I will give her another warning. Now open up the gates of Kodo. Uzumaki-sama has accepted the job." Kodo nodded to her leader before turning to the Konoha ninja and with a bow directed to Naruto said, "Welcome to Taki Uzumaki-sama and comrades. I hope you will find your stay here pleasing." Haru opens the gate. "Yes, Taicho." The shinobi standing on a ledge said as he took out a stone key with seals carved on it. Placing the key in a hidden slot behind him, the man turned the key clockwise. With a low groaning, a large spire of rock emerged from the waterfall separating the curtain into two, leaving behind a massive gaping maw in between. "Well, follow me. Be sure to step only where I step," Shibuki said with a grim expression causing drops of sweat to form on Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura's foreheads. "The booby trap's right. That's why we used the official entrance instead of the usual one," Naruto said with a mischievous grin, causing Shibuki to look at the blonde Jinchuriki in shock. "How did you do it?" "No. I can sense everything within 10 kilometers of me. That means I knew that we were going towards the official entrance instead of the secondary one, but I agree with the sentiment. Never show your main entrance to foreigners. That was a mistake my clan made in the past and paid for it." Shibuki nodded, "And I saw Naruto-sama. Then you can sense Taki as well." Naruto nodded causing the leader to sigh. "Well, I believe that most sensors can barely feel 3 furlongs. You are the exception, so I don't think it is a danger, but is there any way to confuse sensory abilities?" "There are a few barriers, but they won't stop anyone like me. My abilities come from both emotion sensing and sensing life instead of chakra, which in turn comes from my senjutsu. So I don't think you would need such an addition, of course if you are willing to pay for it, I can integrate it into the seal." Shibuki looked surprised but grinned at the subtle jab. Behind them, the remaining members of Team 7 were grinning as well. "We can discuss Naruto-sama later, but first, welcome to Taki, proper." Team 7 looked on in awe as they laid their eyes on the massive tree that grew in the middle of the village, surrounded by a body of pristine clear water. Well, Naruto and Sakura had already seen the village once, but they didn't have the chance to admire it last time, not with the grumbling they were doing for being assigned that stupid cleaning job. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Team 7 nodded in agreement before Naruto sensed someone above. Before anyone realized what happened, Naruto had vanished in a swirl of wind. "What happened?" Shibuki shouted in shock only for Sakura to look up with an annoyed expression on her face as she was greeted to the sight of a mint-haired tan-skinned girl with orange eyes, wearing white midriff shirt and apron skirt over fishnet armor and shorts. Her ate was tied to her right arm. "Shibuki-sama, is that Taki's Jinchuriki?" Shibuki looked up in the direction Sakura pointed to see Naruto float in front of a stunned FK, who had her fist connected to Naruto's. "FK, Shibuki-sama has returned. Go and keep an eye on him. Foreign dignitaries are accompanying him," FK said to herself in a mocking tone. "What do they take me for? I may be a Jinchuriki, but I still need rest. Damned elders." FK looked down as she flew above the official entrance and saw Shibuki being accompanied by a shinobi she recognized as Hada Kakashi. Along with him must have been his genin team, FK realized, though she felt a strange sense of familiarity with the blonde genin. As she hovered above the group, she saw the blonde genin suddenly vanish from existence. Before she could react, the same blonde appeared out of thin air in front of her with a grin on his face. She saw that the boy looked friendly as he extended his right fist to her. Though wary of his intentions, FK extended her fist and met his right before her eyes widened in shock. FK looked around the place she suddenly found herself in. It was a wide expanse of space. She saw that she was the only one present before she turned around to see Chmei behind her, completely unrestrained. "Chmei, what's going on?" FK asked with confusion only for Chmei to look right past her as the Bijj spoke to her. "We are in the mental dimension we Bijj can use to communicate with each other and through us our Jinchuriki. So Kurama, what do you and your Jinchuriki want? Though I must confess I am shocked to see you getting along with your Jinchuriki." "What are you talking about, Chmei? We are the only ones here," FK said before the sound of clapping caught her attention. Turning around, she came face to face with the same blonde-haired boy with whom she bumped fists. Behind him was the majestic Kikbi no Imp, grinning at her. Ah. Hi, I am FK. The girl said with an awkward smile. This situation was way out of her comfort zone. The name's Uzumaki Naruto. So FK, tell me, were you mistreated here? Naruto asked with a nonchalant tone, causing FK to glare at the blonde. You should know. I mean you are a Jinchuriki after all. Naruto gave an understanding smile before saying, let me rephrase it. How badly were you treated? FK became suspicious, why are you interested? To see if you have any reason to leave your village. There is a group S-rank Nukenin working to gather all 9 Bijk. If you plan to leave your village, you would be vulnerable. I would be willing to offer you a place as a retainer of the Uzumaki clan, thereby under both our protection and Konoha's. So tell me. FK looked at Naruto and Kurama with suspicion before sighing, nothing more than verbal and mental abuse. They didn't dare harm me physically out of fear of releasing Chmei. Neither did they try to rape me. I don't really have many people I love here. Only Shibuki and my sensei. I know that the elders were planning to exile me if I lost control again. Shibuki denied it, but my insects heard them talking. So what about you? How was your life? Much like yours, but I never gave up and finally gained recognition. Well, the elders and Shibuki fear that your seal has weakened, though I doubt it. If I am not mistaken, Taki was given the Gichitekin Fkin. It shouldn't corrode even if Jiki's full power is used. I know for a fact that it is the same seal that Karabi, the Hachibi Jinchuriki has, and he can easily access Bijkem MDM. But she doesn't have that seal. It hasn't been used since a couple of years after the fall of Yuzu when my first Jinchuriki died. She has the Shai Shinsei CHMKM Fkin. Chmei said, getting a growl from Naruto. And where did they get it? No, don't answer that. I can use the seal to force some concessions. Using stolen from a royal clan right after the genocide of the clan is a criminal offense. Taki is on thin ice now. Naruto said with a grin that Kurama mirrored. You aren't going to destroy Taki, are you? FK asked with trepidation. No I won't, but the elders will wish I did. Besides, the usage of an Uzumaki seal without permission is a breach of contract. The reason why Shibuki approached me was to renew the contract between Taki and Yuzu. Besides, it wasn't designed to hold back a Bijk. It is amazing that it hasn't failed, but it may be because of Chmei's milder temperament. Naruto hypothesized, getting a chuckle from Kurama. Naruto, will you get on with the reason we made contact? Kurama said as she tried to slam his paw onto Naruto only for the boy to catch it with ease. Chmei and FK watched in shock at the interaction as Naruto growled at the large fox, stop that Kurama. Anyway, do you recognize this Chmei? Naruto raised his palm and in it coalesced a flame-like chakra, but unlike normal chakra, which was blue, this was red. Chmei gasped in shock while FK looked at it with confusion. So, that's just Bijk chakra. Kikbi's right. How did you get that? Chmei asked, suddenly furious. I walk amongst the ghosts. Here take it. Naruto said as he threw the flaming chakra to Chmei, who caught it in one of her tails. FK looked confused, but before she could say anything, Chmei touched Naruto on the stomach with her tail. Here is the gift back. You are wise to include us in your plans. I will make sure that FK gets strong enough to be able to survive using my chakra completely. Though how will she master her dark side? I will ask Gamamaru-sensei. Now FK don't react when I ask to see your Gichitekin Fkin. It is best no one knows about what happened. Chmei, fill her in on the threat. We will see you later. Naruto said before he and Kurama faded from view. After they had completely faded, FK turned to Chmei and asked the question that was plaguing her mind. What really happened to Chmei? At first, you were suspicious, but after he gave that chakra you changed. It was my chakra. Chakra I had willingly gifted to the young man. He is very important to FK. Follow his lead. He is the only one I can trust to lead us through the approaching dark times. He is the Imjin no Ko. The one prophesied to save the world or destroy it. With our help, it will be the former. FK looked surprised but nodded. Alright Chmei, I will trust him, because you do. That's a good little one. We better get out of here. We will talk later. FK nodded before both faded as well. FK stumbled for a moment before she was caught in the embrace of a gentle wind, which gently lowered her down to the ground right in front of Shibuki and the rest of Team 7. FK looked disoriented for a moment before looking up at Shibuki with a smile. Welcome back Shibuki. Didn't face any assassination attempts without me, did you? Everyone on Team 7 stared at the mint-haired Kunoichi with deadpan expressions, while Shibuki just fondly shook his head before pulling the girl into an embrace. Good to see you as well FK, and no, we didn't face any assassination attempts. Heading out of the embrace, FK pouted and said, that's good, but why didn't you take me with you? It was boring here without you to annoy. Shibuki smiled before turning to Team 7. This is Taki's Jinchuriki FK, though I believe that you already realized it is Naruto-sama. Naruto nodded that I did. Kurama and I already had a conversation with her and Chimei. From what I could gather, Chimei isn't actively working against her, in fact, Chimei has a fondness for FK. That makes it easier for her to master Chimei's power. The reason she can't use more than the four-tailed cloak is because she hasn't dealt with the darkness within herself. It is a must for any Jinchuriki to access the above four tails. That will require intense meditation and soul-searching on FK's part. FK looked surprised, as did Shibuki, Kakashi, and Sasuke. FK stepped forward and asked, "You mean to say that I will have to sit still for hours, meditating and soul-searching before I can synchronize with Chimei?" Naruto nodded, causing FK to violently curse. Shibuki just looked at the cursing girl with affection before saying, "I think you just disappointed FK. She seems to suffer from ADHD. She can't stay still for more than a few moments." FK glared at Shibuki as everyone laughed, so was Naruto. He was and is very hyperactive. "I have calmed down a lot, Kakashi-sensei. Becoming a sage requires patience. Granted, learning to sit completely still was a pain in the ass, but I succeeded and became that much more powerful for it." I have to agree with Naruto, sensei. He has truly calmed down a lot, though I think that this hyperactivity common among higher Jinchuriki may be due to the massive amounts of chakra their bij contain. Leave the medical theories at home, Sakura. None of us want to sit through a lecture that none of us can understand. Kakashi admonished the girl to huff in annoyance. None of you understand the beauty of medical ninjutsu in theory. There is no subtlety in any of your techniques. I can injure you in such a way that you will die a few days later and no one would even realize why. Everyone shivered in realization of how dangerous a fully trained Irinen was. Naruto turned to Sakura with a grin and said, "That may be true, but you prefer the unsubtle ways as well. Your monster strength is a testament to that fact. Shibuki-san, we should head towards the village. After finding a secure place, I can check FK's seal." "Oh. So that's the kind of person you are. We haven't met for even an hour and you are trying to get me out of my clothes. Smooth 9. FK said with a teasing grin causing Naruto to stumble in his step before vehemently declining her statement. "No, I wasn't. Besides, I was hired to check the seal." Naruto sputtered out causing everyone to chuckle at his expense. "I was just teasing, besides we are ninja. Standard morality doesn't really apply to us. After all, the villages train kids to become assassins." FK said with a somber tone as everyone nodded in agreement with the girl. After that the group walked down the path heading towards the village in silence. The members of Team 7 looking about their surroundings, trying to take in the rare sight of Taki. A sight that very few foreigners have the chance to witness. Shibuki and the 5 village elders were standing outside the room in which Naruto was examining FK's seal with Sakura as the medic in standby. Sasuke and Kakashi were leaning on the opposite wall staring at the door with frowns. "Does standard seal maintenance really take this long, Kakashi-sensei?" Sasuke asked with a frown. Kakashi mirrored Sasuke's frown. "Not really, unless the seal has really deteriorated and Naruto has to practically rebuild the seal. Let's hope that isn't the case." Near them, the elders and Shibuki frowned at the thought. Sasuke nodded before asking, "Why were Sakura allowed in while we weren't?" "Sakura is the medic monitoring FK's health. If Naruto has to rebuild the seal, it will be Sakura's duty to stabilize her while Naruto rebuilds the broken seal. You may not know this, but if the bij is ripped from its Jinchuriki, the container dies. Rebuilding the seal causes similar damage to the Jinchuriki's chakra coils. The medic's job is to heal the damage before it can become permanent." Sasuke nodded in understanding before Kakashi said that and because FK and Naruto are of opposite gender. A moderator is usually there as well so nothing inappropriate happens. Not that Naruto would do anything inappropriate, but it is just a precaution so that no one can accuse him of being inappropriate. The click drew the attention of everyone. Looking towards the room, the heavy wooden door swung open, followed by an infuriated Naruto with a meek FK following him, supported by Sakura. "Naruto-sama, what is the condition of the seal?" One of the elders asked with a haughty tone, only for his expression to wilt in the presence of Naruto's anger. "When was the seal changed?" The elders and Shibuki looked confused as Sakura motioned for Sasuke to help her support FK towards the balcony. Another elder, an old woman nearly in her 80s, stepped forward. "That has been the seal used by Taki for 2 generations now. FK's predecessor also had that seal." "Is that so?" Naruto asked with an imperious raising of his eyebrow, causing Kakashi to look startled. Naruto's demeanor told him that it was no longer the Naruto he knew, but the Yuzu daimon who was speaking. "That's right, Naruto-sama," another elder said with a simper causing Naruto to glare at them. "And did you know that the seal used is much too weak to be effective? What happened to the seal Mito-sama had gifted to Taki?" "The Gichitekken-kin?" Shibuki asked for a nod from Naruto. The elders had forbidden its use after the fall of Yuzu. 2 years after the fall, they were able to acquire the seal during my grandfather's reign and authorized the change. Naruto turned his suddenly golden eyes on the nervous group of elders before asking in a monotone, let me get this straight. Your lot illegally got your hands on Uzumaki clan property and instead of returning it to Mito-sama, you decided to keep it. Not only that, without understanding the consequences, you ordered the change on the operating seal for your Jinchuriki. Did I make a mistake? The 5 elders looked at each other nervously before turning to Naruto and said, we sent a letter to Mito-sama but never received an answer. As we asked for permission to use the seal, when no reply came, we assumed Mito-sama didn't object. I see, so you sent a letter to Mito-sama. Do you take me for a fool? I can sense your emotions and can easily tell that you are lying. No one in this world can lie to me. That is a black mark against you. Do you know what happens to those who steal from a royal clan? Shibuki looked startled at the revelation, he was now afraid of the retribution Naruto could legally bring down on Taki. If he wanted, Naruto could easily destroy Taki and no one would say anything in protest. After all, he was the slighted party. The elders paled in realization. That's right. If I was cruel, I could have asked for the enslavement of the whole of Taki and then send you all to the mines owned by my clan. Luckily for you, I only ask 2 things. FK will be released from Taki into my care as a retainer. Second, execution of you 5 elders for abetting theft and fraud against a royal clan. Shibuki, I expect to hear these 5 have been executed by tomorrow and make sure that FK's discharge and transfer papers are ready by the time I have done with the barrier seals. I was going to update them with a new feature for free, but due to the transgressions of your country against my clan, I shall not. Also know this, the treaty between Taki and Yuzu is hereby dissolved. You will need to renegotiate a treaty if you wish to keep an alliance with Yuzu. Remember this, your alliance with Konoha is a direct result of your alliance with us. Naruto said before walking towards the balcony with Kakashi following him. FK sat down on the bench with a little help from Sasuke and Sakura. With shaking hands, FK took the water flask Sakura offered her and took a long draught before handing the flask back. That was the worst situation I have ever been through. Luckily, I won't have to go through a similar situation in the future. Sakura giggled before saying, then make sure you don't get pregnant. A female Jinchuriki seal has a high chance to break during childbirth. It's what happened with Naruto's mother. FK's eyes widened in shock as she stuttered out, Naruto's mother was his predecessor. Sakura nodded with a solemn expression. Her lips pulled into a tight line. It is quite sad that Yondaime-sama, a world-renowned Fukinjutsu master, was unable to repair the seal holding the fox back. Then again, the power of the Kikbi is nearly unimaginable. FK was about to speak when Naruto and Kakashi walked onto the balcony. Both wearing aggravated expressions. Sasuke stared at the duo with a frown just before the 5 elders rushed in after them with Shibuki not far behind them. Who do you think is Uzumaki? One of the elders growled out. How dare you threaten and order us about? The Taki daemon won't agree with your demands. Another elder exclaimed while the female elder was trying to make them see reason. Naruto turned his golden eyes on the elders causing them to freeze. With a flower, Naruto hissed out, who am I? How dare I threaten and order you? The Taki daemon won't agree with my demands. You should be thanking me that I was merciful enough to only ask for your lives only and that FK be released to me as payment of the transgressions against my clan. I can guarantee that your daemon will agree with my demands and in fact add more punishments onto Taki. I think you don't realize the precarious position you are in, abetting theft and fraud against a noble clan will have you all hanged at minimum. Against a royal clan, you can understand the consequences. Sasuke walked up beside his teammate and asked, what's going on Naruto? The elders had the gall to use a stolen Uzumaki proprietary seal, an ineffective one mind you, without permission. They are allies and knew at least one living member of my clan and where she lived and decided to keep the seal and the information to themselves. Calling for their execution and release of FK into the care of my clan was the most merciful retribution I could ask, wasn't it? You should have executed them right where they stood, but I understand that you are being your merciful self again. Sasuke said before glaring at the elders with his Sharingan active. Watch your tongue boy. You may be the last Uchiha, but you have no say here, nor does Uzumaki. Elderly, that's enough. You have committed treason against Taki by stealing from an ally and then trying to defraud them, which led to the dissolving of a nearly century-old treaty. Your actions have harmed Taki and for that you shall pay. Even if Naruto-sama didn't call for your execution, I would have had you executed anyway. Now be silent before I decide to have your families charged with treason as well. That statement from Shibuki caused the clamoring elders to suddenly become quiet before one of them growled out, you would side with an outsider against your own people. Before anyone could react, one of the elders made a hidden sign causing 2 teams of Anbu to appear. Shibuki looked startled as the Anbu drew their tanto. What the hell are you doing? Stand down Anbu. They won't listen to you, Shibuki. We were planning to tell you later, but we have decided to have you replaced. You are too soft. You protect the demon while ignoring her transgressions against the village, and you are a poor leader, unable to discipline your subordinates. Anbu executes them. The guards standing at the base of the administration building suddenly straightened their backs in shock. Before they could say anything, a man nearing his 40s walked past them with a guard of 6 samurai and ninja. The man was wearing robes made of green silk and wearing a small gold circlet encrusted with jewels on his head. After the man and his guards were outside earshot, one of the guards turned to his fellow and asked, "Did you know Daimon-sama was going to be here?" His companion, a young Kunoichi, nodded with a shocked face before peeking her head through the door to see if the daimon was gone. Taki Daimon walked up the stairs and came to the top floor when he heard a commotion. Turning towards the source, he saw an elder ordering 2 teams of Anbu to execute Shibuki, a mint-haired girl and the Konoha ninja, among them being the Yuzu daimon, and his target. Before the man could put a stop to the farce occurring in front of him, the Anbu had already moved to strike down their targets. Just before the Anbu reached their targets, a wave of nauseous feelings flooded the man's head as an invisible pressure fell on his shoulders, causing him to fall on his knees. Within moments it had passed, and when the man stood and looked about, he saw that he wasn't the only one affected. Everyone except Naruto was on their knees. The Anbu on their backs, their masks shattered and frothing at the mouth. The elders were unconscious along with the Uchiha genin. Shibuki was barely awake and the girls were clutching each other for support. The genin he recognized as the infamous cop plus ninja, Hada Kakashi, was also on his knees. From the rising of the man's chest, he could deduce that Kakashi was panting heavily. What in the 9 circles of hell was that? You downed all of us without moving a muscle. FK exclaimed softly, but in the quiet that followed the wave of whatever it was, everyone could hear her perfectly. That was my killing intent amplified by Senjutsu. Naruto said with a grin, causing FK and Shibuki to gape while Sakura to shake her head in exasperation. Really, Naruto? Give us a warning next time. Sakura complained as she used an Ireme jutsu to wake Sasuke. The first thing Sasuke asked was, what did he do now? Focused killing intent amplified by Senjutsu, if his word can be believed. Sakura said with a huff as she pulled Sasuke up to his feet. Hello Raiden Ono. I was planning to meet you soon enough, but since you are already here, I think that it is best we don't waste time. Hello Naruto-sama, what is the agenda? Naruto sighed before informing the Taki daimon of the crimes perpetrated by the Taki elders against the Uzumaki and his demands in return. Then their further actions against him, his allies and their own village leader. At the end of the explanation, Naruto said with a grin, and you saw the end of the confrontation. That's all. I hope I didn't insult you by directly making my demands. Not at all Naruto-sama, in fact, you did the right thing. I would like to penalize all of Taki, but it seems that those 5 were the only ones directly involved, but I would like them interrogated, if you don't mind. Not at all. That's why I asked that they be executed by tomorrow at the latest. It would give Taki's T&I division time to draw out the information from the fools. Also, before you ask, as the old treaty has been dissolved, you and your people will need to negotiate a new one. Naruto said with a stern expression, causing the man to wince. Thank you for the heads up Naruto-sama. I will have my advisors draft up a new treaty for your consideration. Now let us retire for some dinner. Shibuki, have your trusted men arrest these 5 and their lackeys. I want the reports of their interrogation on my desk by dawn. As you wish Daimon-sama. FK please escort Daimon-sama, Naruto-sama and their guards. You have permission to use all the power you have at your disposal to protect them and send your sensei up here along with his old teammates. We need to arrest these traitors. FK nodded before standing up. She was about to follow after the group when Naruto called out, FK got some rest. Your chakra coils need time to heal. I can handle any idiots that come after us. But. That's an order from a seal master. Your seal has been changed. It needs time to completely settle. Besides, Sakura-chan will agree with me. That's right FK, eat dinner and turn in early. You saw that Naruto is never caught off guard. Nothing other than a Jikiken ninjutsu can cause him to falter. FK nodded before looking at Shibuki, who nodded in return, causing the girl to sigh in relief. Her chakra coils did still cause her some phantom pains. Shibuki woke up from his troubled sleep to the sound of knocking. Yawning widely, Shibuki opened the door to his office to see the head of T&I standing in front of him along with Naruto. Huh. What's going on? Shibuki, 4 ninjas are infiltrating Taki right at this moment. One of them is Chunin level and the other 3 Chunin. I thought you ought to know. Shibuki blinked dumbly before cursing as the head of T&I stared at Naruto in shock. How did you do it? I sensed them. Then can you tell me if they are heading towards the sacred tree from the north side of the village? That's right, how did you know? Naruto asked as Shibuki gaped at the 2 in shock. The elders are working with Nukenin of Taki. Your sensei to be exact, Shibuki-sama. Their target is the hero's water. How should we handle the situation? What does the hero's water do? Shibuki stared at Naruto for a moment before sighing. It increases the power of the consumer at the cost of his or her life force. Mobilize the active ninja, we can't allow Suin-sensei and his followers to get it. No, let them get it. My team and I will handle them. Besides, you said that they sacrificed their life force for the power, we just need them to use up the power boost and they will die by their own actions. Naruto said with a grin, causing Shibuki and the head of Taki's T&I to gape at his confidence before Shibuki nodded in agreement. Naruto's grin widened before he said, good, I will wake up my team and intercept them. Where is the hero's water kept? The hollow in the sacred tree. FK usually guards it, as the area is very peaceful. Naruto nodded before dissipating in a cloud of smoke. Shibuki stared at the place Naruto occupied before asking, he would have gone after them regardless of my decision, wouldn't he? It looks like it. What should we do? We wait and hope that Naruto-sama and his team is able to defeat them. Then again, I think Naruto-sama can easily defeat them himself. Shibuki said to a nod from his subordinate. Chapter 9 First Glimpse. Why are we handling this situation? Shouldn't ninjas from Takigakure handle intruders in their village? Sasuke grumbled out as he rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. Simple really, it is a good chance to test out your ninju in live combat. Also, since we are handling the situation, especially since we don't have to, not after what the elders did, Taki will be even more indebted to Konoha and our clans. It is a win-win situation with both wins going to us. Naruto said cheerfully, causing Sasuke to nod his head in understanding. Behind them, Sakura and Kakashi just sighed at the blonde-haired sage's overexcited demeanor. How many are there anyway? Kakashi asked with boredom. He had done such missions before while in Anbu. It was quite the brilliant political move on Naruto's part. 4, 1 Junin, 3. Kakashi-sensei, are you comfortable enough to take on another Junin using only ninja yet? Naruto asked with a frown, not that I don't believe you are capable of handling other Junin, but as I said, I want you all to only use ninju. Kakashi hummed before nodding to himself, I should be able to handle him. You are going to just observe us, aren't you? That's right, don't worry, I will intervene if I see any of you being overwhelmed. I won't even need to move from my spot. Naruto said with a nonchalant grin causing Sakura to growl in annoyance. Sasuke just nodded in acceptance before he smirked. So are we ambushing them? Naruto looked surprised at Sasuke's query, ambush? Why would we do that? Sasuke growled in annoyance. That's the standard procedure, isn't it? Sakura and Kakashi nodded in agreement with the last Uchiha only for Naruto to grin, that's for weaklings. We can easily take them. I have the utmost trust in my teammates. We are going to intercept them from the front after they get their hands on the hero's water. Sakura looked surprised at Naruto's audacity. She still remembered how strong Shibuki became last time. Naruto can't believe that ninju would give them enough advantage to defeat an enemy under the effects of the hero's water, can he? As he was about to voice her concerns, Naruto said, you don't really have to defeat them. From what Shibuki said, the hero's water, while increasing the power of the drinker, also claims their life. You just have to hold them back until the effects wear off, then they will die for their stupidity. Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura looked surprised at that before Sakura spoke up. You are banking on the fact that we should have more physical and mental stamina to outlast the effects of the hero's water, especially since we aren't going to be using much chakra. That's right, Sakura-chan. Anyway, they have already drunk the hero's water. We are going to reach them within a minute. Sakura, I would like you to focus on Earth this time. Kakashi-sensei, try lighting generation and fire. Sasuke, don't even try lightning. We don't need you blowing yourself up again. Everyone nodded in acceptance as Kakashi asked, how strong did they become? Low to high. It is a fixed percentage gain from what I can sense. Purified nature chakra is flowing through them. Interesting phenomenon. I need to take a sample to Gamamaru-sensei. Stop rambling, Naruto. Sakura exclaimed with annoyance, we are here. Huh. Oh, have fun. Naruto said before jumping up onto a tree branch. Placing his right hand on the branch, a complex sealing formula formed before a translucent orange barrier formed around him. After a moment, the barrier flashed before vanishing along with Naruto. Sakura and Kakashi focused their senses at the spot to find no trace of Naruto being present. No sound, no smell, no chakra pressure, nothing. That must be some kind of stealth barrier seal. Kakashi exclaimed in excitement before turning his attention to the arriving Nukenin. Hada Kakashi, the cop plus ninja. I didn't expect you to be here. No matter, you won't be able to defeat me and my team. Not now that we have ingested the hero's water. An older spiky-haired man said with a superior smirk. Though I am surprised that the elders and Shibuki let a foreign ninja enter Taki. Such a thing hasn't happened since Senju Hashirama and his wife Mito came to deliver the Nanabi. And look at the two cute genin he has brought along as reinforcements. Run along children, you don't want to die now, do you? The lone woman said with a mocking tone causing Sasuke to grit his teeth and activate his Sharingan. Sakura mentally groaned at the arrogance Kunoichi was showing. Oh look. It's the last Uchiha. There are rumors that Orochimaru of the Sannin will pay handsomely for an Uchiha. We should capture him, the silver-haired Aim Nukenin said with a grin. We should try to capture the girl as well. She would be worth a lot on the black market. I heard Gat likes them young. The final Nukenin exclaimed with a lecherous expression on his face, causing both Sakura and the Kunoichi to look at him in disgust, while Kakashi and Sasuke frowned. Sensei, can we just end this already? Sakura asked with a sweet smile while directing a surprising amount of killing intent for the fresh genin, catching everyone, including Kakashi, by surprise. Behind his barrier, Naruto winced before saying out loud, that was a dumb mistake. Sakura-chan is smiling that creepy smile again. You haven't taught your genin well, have you? Though I must ask, why happened to your final genin? Are you so poor a teacher that you have already lost someone? I think that is enough. Ah. Suian, these are Hisam, Kirisam and Murasam. Suian pointed to the Kunoichi, the lecherous Nukenin and the silver-haired Nukenin in turn. Now since the time for talk is over, you three take care of the genin, the final member should be hiding somewhere. Hisam, take care of him. Murasam, you get the Uchiha. Kirisam, try not to harm the girl too much. Gat won't pay much for damaged goods. Suian said getting affirmative nods from his team, but before Hisam could move, Sakura stomped her left foot, causing the ground under the enemy Kunoichi to lurch forward, catching the intruders by surprise. Before Hisam could even right herself, Sakura had already stomped the ground again causing a large boulder to rise into the air. Throwing her fist into the boulder, Sakura directed the floating piece of earth to fly towards the airborne Kunoichi with extreme speed. The boulder crashed into Hisam, throwing her into a tree before crushing her under its weight. With a scream of pain, Hisam fainted. A stream of blood flowing down the side of her mouth. What kind of ninjutsu is that? There were no hand seals involved. Kirisam stuttered out in panic before another boulder flew towards him. Luckily, he was able to regain his senses and dodge before growling out in anger. Screw selling you to Gat. I am going to kill you. I would like to see you try mongrel. Sakura exclaimed as she pulled out another boulder from the ground and launched it towards Kirisam, who quickly made the hand seals for Suiton. Suiton no jutsu. Swinging the newly formed water whip, Kirisam was able to partially redirect the boulder before jumping out of the way and into the path of another boulder. With quick reflexes, Kirisam saved himself by using his whip to pull himself out of the way of the second boulder before swinging the whip at Sakura. Is that all you can do? Sakura said, raising a wall of rock. The whip struck the wall, chipping it before retracting. The wall lowered to Sakura's waist as Sakura placed a palm on the top of the wall. I am quite disappointed. Being a Nukenin, I expected that you would at least be Chunin level in skills. It seems I was mistaken, especially since you can't seem to face even a freshly graduated genin. Kirisam growled in anger before jumping down. Channeling Chakra through the water whip, he struck out at Sakura again. With a malicious grin, Sakura slashed her palm forward, causing a thin blade of earth to fly and intercept the whip. To Kirisam's surprise, the blade, instead of being slashed in half by the whip, slashed through the whip before exploding into shards and dust, some of the shards causing minor wounds on his exposed skin. Right after that many more blades of Rick flew towards him, causing him to draw out two kunai and charge them with Chakra. As one after another blade reached him, Kirisam swung his arms, deflecting the blades. Unfortunately, there were too many blades to redirect, so he started getting minor slash wounds. As Sakura fought Kirisam, Sasuke concentrated on fighting against Murasam. It seemed that the man was better than the other two, since Sasuke was having a bit of trouble handling him, especially since Murasam used that weird Kokoro Kasoku no Jutsu. As another barrage of water kunai flew towards him, Sasuke gritted his teeth as he swung his right leg, causing a massive wave of flames to form and intercept the weapons, causing them to disperse into the air as steam. Growling, Sasuke punched forward releasing a stream of fire at Murasam who dodged before launching another wave of water weapons. Jumping into the air using a burst of fire to rise higher than usual, Sasuke threw his body into a forward spin. Waves of fire lashed out at Murasam in an unpredictable pattern. Gritting his teeth, Murasam went through some hand seals, causing the water around him to fly up, freeze into chunks of jagged ice, and fly forward and intercept the whips of fire. Lucky for him, the flames weren't hot enough to completely melt all the ice, so some of the chunks flew towards Sasuke, or so he thought. As the jagged pieces of ice struck the Uchiha, he burst into smoke and was replaced by a log. You know Sasuke, when I said only Ninshu, I meant it. Sasuke whipped his head to the side to see Naruto standing beside him with a disappointed look on his face. I know, but dying soon isn't on my bucket list at the moment. Sasuke said with annoyance, and he breathed heavily causing Naruto to just shake his head. You aren't using the strength of fire that comes from the breath. You are trying to use your anger to fuel the fire. Well, that is effective to a certain degree, true firebending comes from breath. Let me show you. Naruto said before jumping down. Getting into a relaxed stance, Naruto closed his eyes, raised his fists to his waist, and took a deep calm breath. Murasame was surprised at Naruto's appearance, but realized that he must have been the hidden genin. With a grin, Murasame realized Naruto was not focusing his attention towards him. Making a few hand seals, Murasame used the same he used against Sasuke the right before the Uchiha vanished. As the wave of jagged ice flew towards him, Naruto's eyes snapped open as he brought back his right fist while extending his left palm. Moving his hands in an anti-clockwise motion, a circle of fire formed, tracing the motions of his hands before he thrust them forward, causing the circle to suddenly solidify and release a massive wave of pale yellow flames that easily vaporized the ice chunks and most of the water under the place the wave passed. Murasame watched in shock as the wave rushed towards him. He tried to make the hand seals for the Kawarimi no Jutsu, but just before he finished the final seal, the flames swallowed him. The screams of agony lasted only for a moment before the flames snuffed out, leaving behind the charred corpse of Murasame. Naruto bowed his head for a moment before turning to Sasuke and said, "That is the true power of fire. Strength comes from breath, not anger." Sasuke nodded dumbly, Naruto puffing away in smoke as he stared at the corpse of his opponent. "This is unreal. What kind of person allows this?" The T&I head asked as the other Taki ninja nodded in agreement. FK watched in shock at how easily Naruto defeated Murasame with a single technique using only a clone, while Sakura easily took out the Kunoichi before the main fight even began and was now playing around with the remaining aim Nukenin. Spikes of rock rising from the ground in a blink of an eye, boulders flying with great speed, walls of earth breaking into jagged shards of rock and flying towards their target, all without the use of a single hand seal. The whole battle was unbelievable. I can't even sense any chakra in the earth or the fire. It's almost like they are bending the very elements to their wills. Ejimin exclaimed in shock. That's because they are. A childish voice called out in glee, causing the gathered Taki ninja to jump. Drawing their kunai, they turned only to come face to face with Naruto standing behind them with a foxy grin on his face. Calming down, Shibuki asked the question floating in their heads, "What do you mean, Naruto-sama?" Naruto's features changed from childish glee to a prideful expression as he said, "What you see are the results of learning using Ninshu, the predecessor of ninjutsu." "What is Ninshu, Naruto-sama?" Ejimin asked tentatively, fearing offending the young daimon with his ignorance. "Is this the style you have started teaching a handful of Konoha ninja? I believe that you used similar techniques during your evaluation, didn't you?" Shibuki asked with awe as he turned back to the fight, hoping to not miss any of it. Nodding, even though Shibuki couldn't see it, Naruto said, "That's right. Ninshu is the art that Rikiden Sennin taught our world when he gifted us the light that is chakra. It is the use of chakra to connect not only to each other, but to nature itself. His elder son had perverted this sacred art into what we now call ninjutsu. Not only is Ninshu more potent, even the most powerful techniques require very little chakra cost in comparison to ninjutsu of the same caliber. Granted, ninjutsu is easier to learn, but Ninshu is better." "If I may, Naruto-sama," the T&I head asked, getting a nod from Naruto, "how did you come to learn the art at such a young age as well?" "I became a Gamma Sennin by observing the battle between a snake summon and toad summon. With my sensory skills, I realized both were using senjutsu in minor amounts to increment their abilities. Studying how they did it, I recreated it. When the toads learned of it, they decided to test me. It isn't common to become a sage without help, in fact only Senju Hashirama is the only other person to achieve the feat. Originally the Gamma Sennin Fukasaku was supposed to administer the test, but the Gamma Sennin superseded him. I was already using a different variant of Sennin MMDM to Fukasaku, the variant that Gamamaru Sensei and his previous student the Rikiden Sennin used, so he took me in as his pupil. After that, he taught me the theory behind Ninshu and let me figure it out. Nothing more really." Everyone stared in shock, their mouths hanging open before FK said, "You are a prodigy. There is no other explanation." "No, I just work hard. Very hard to gain my abilities. Now before I go, Shibuki, I would advise that you don't use the hero's water at all if you can. The water is infused with purified nature chakra, the same we sages use in a baser form. The purified form prevents petrification, but instead damages the life force. Only a sage would be able to use it without ill effects. I would advise that if you have a summons contract, see if they will be willing to teach you senjutsu before allowing anyone to use the hero's water. A sage can easily reverse the damage if they know how." With that said, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke just as FK said, "Can you teach me? You are a good Kakashi, but I didn't realize that you were good enough to use seal less." Suian said as Kakashi dodged another wave of shuriken. Without answering, Kakashi punched forward releasing a wave of scorching hot flames, causing Suian to use Kawarimi to dodge. Is that all you have got? I thought that the hero's water is supposed to increase a mediocre shinobi's skills. If this is the increase in your skills, then I can only assume that you were subpar even among mediocre shinobi. Kakashi taunted with a bored tone causing Suian to growl before drinking the rest of the water in the jar he was carrying. Kakashi watched in shock as Suian was suddenly covered in a massive aura of visible chakra. Before he could react, Suian had disappeared and reappeared in front of him, Suian's fist firmly planted in his gut. Coughing up blood, Kakashi tried to kick Suian back only for the former Takinen to jump back and go through the hand seals for the Suiton. Shuriken no Jutsu. Realizing the danger, Kakashi got into a horse stance before clenching his fingers in a fist, with the index and ring finger extended. Raising his pointed fingers to his head, Kakashi swiped his arms in large circular arcs. Bringing his pointed fingers to his waist, Kakashi launched them forward in a strong jab, just as Suian conjured the larger-than-average water dragon. As the water dragon charged at Kakashi, intense streams of blue-white lightning flew out of the extended fingers before colliding with the massive water construct. Everyone knew that Suiton and Raiten were about equal in strength. Either could win over the other, depending on the user's skill and power. Here, everyone thought that Kakashi was at a disadvantage. From what everyone could see, the water dragon was larger than normal, nearly S-rank in power. Now Kakashi's stream of intense lightning would have easily defeated the water dragon if it was a normal one. The Takinen believed that, at the moment, Kakashi's lightning wasn't strong enough. That technique doesn't seem strong enough to handle a water dragon of such power, should we help him Shibuki-sama? Anbu asked with concern only for Shibuki to shake his head. No, Naruto-sama told us to leave it to him and his team. Besides, Hada Kakashi is an elite genin marked as a borderline S-rank ninja. I doubt he needs help. As Shibuki said, Kakashi didn't seem to need help at all. To everyone's shock, the lightning easily carved through the massive water dragon, causing it to disperse before a massive explosion occurred. The shockwave threw Suian and Kakashi back, but both were easily able to right themselves before looking at their respective opponent. Suian with a shocked and fearful look and Kakashi with the focused look he used to have while in Anbu. How? Suian muttered out, his body shaking with indecision. How what? Kakashi mocked. How are you still so weak? You haven't even forced me to use my Sharingan yet. I was expecting more. Maybe, the legend of the hero's water was false, or maybe a mediocre shinobi doesn't get that much of a boost. Growling, Suian charged at Kakashi, a visible aura of flame-like chakra flowing around the former Takinen, when suddenly the aura vanished. As soon as the aura vanished, Suian stumbled before falling on his face, blood leaking from his ears, mouth, nose and eyes. Well, that was anticlimactic. I was expecting you to take him down instead of playing around. Kakashi shrugged at what Naruto said. What can I say, I wanted to test out my skills, so I decided to play around instead of ending the fight as soon as I could. Besides, you said no ninjutsu, as far as I know, that also includes ninjutsu. Not really, but I can agree that if you master without your Sharingan, with it you would easily become a highest rank shinobi. Kakashi nodded in appreciation as he kneeled down beside Suian and placed 2 fingers on his neck. No pulse. He is dead, just as you said. How did the others do, Naruto? Better than I expected in Sakura-chan's case. Sasuke could have been better, but his mentality is still not stable enough to bring out the true power of fire. I will have to spend some time helping him get out of his present mindset. Let's round these idiots' corpses up and meet up with the Taki ninja nearby. Lead the way, Naruto. You still have to check the security seals. How long do you think it will take? Not more than a couple of days, especially with a liberal use of Kage Bunshin. Naruto said as he sealed Sun's corpse in a scroll before he and Kakashi headed to Sasuke's position to repeat the procedure. Give up already, you are losing blood too fast. Within moments, you are going to start getting lightheaded. Sakura said with a smirk causing Kirisum to growl before throwing a bunch of water kunai at which were promptly blocked by a wall of stone. Though Kirisum couldn't see her, Sakura had just punched the wall, causing thousands of sharp jagged shards to fly towards the tired Kirisum. As Kirisum was dodging and redirecting the shards, 2 pieces of rock jutted out of the ground and crushed his right foot between them. With a loud scream, Kirisum fell to the ground, clutching his leg right above the ankle as he tried to pull it free. While he was thus distracted, Sakura steeled her nerves and launched a wave of rising spikes at the downed Aminin. Hearing the sound of the emerging spikes, Kirisum looked up only for a spike to shoot through his left eye and out the back of his head. Several more spikes followed, tearing through the rest of his body, raising the still warm corpse into the air. His right leg separated from the rest of the body when a spike ripped through Kirisum's right thigh. Seeing the effect of her final technique, Sakura started hyperventilating in shock just as Naruto, Kakashi and Sasuke reached the place. Seeing the corpse, Sasuke turned around and promptly vomited at the condition it was in. He had seen the Uchiha massacre, but the corpses were not brutalized to such a degree. He knew that there were many techniques that could brutalize the corpses, but to see such a thing up close was another thing. Kakashi watched with shock and sadness at the sight. Seeing Sakura's condition, Kakashi believed that this was the first kill the girl had, so was about to approach her, when Naruto threw him the sealing scroll and pulled Sakura into a comforting hug. At first, Sakura didn't respond. She just stared at the corpse with blank eyes before Naruto's soothing voice finally breached her shock. Without realizing, Sakura had grabbed onto Naruto and started brawling into his chest. "I didn't mean to," Sakura said after calming down a bit. Naruto nodded and said, "I know Sakura-chan. This was a complete accident. We still don't know the full power of. Besides, there is no limit to the techniques one can create. Spikes of rock isn't something that has been seen in Buton before. I know that I am being hypocritical, but you should know that I haven't killed anyone in such a brutal manner before." "It was a shock," Sakura said, her jade eyes still red from her bout of crying. "It wasn't completely your fault, Sakura." From the expression on what's left of Kirisam's face, I can say that he was surprised and shocked just before he died. If he had expected such a technique, he should have been able to dodge most of it, even with his foot clamped to the ground. Sakura looked up to see Kakashi standing beside her with a gentle look in his eyes. "Besides, such things happen. I have a technique that can be used to punch fist-sized holes through someone's chest. Many top-ranking shinobi have to face the moral dilemma of if they should use their more brutal techniques at all. I say, we only use them in the protection of our comrades." "I agree with Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said as he let go of the girl with a bit of reluctance. "My f***on. Rasen Shuriken can atomize anything that comes in contact with it. That doesn't stop me from using it, does it?" Kakashi looked startled at the revelation as Sakura looked contemplative for a moment before nodding in agreement. "You are right, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto. I was being stupid. Besides, if I remember correctly, a Rasen Shuriken can easily reduce a small hill to nothing." Kakashi started choking on his own spit in shock, causing Sakura and Naruto to laugh before Kakashi asked, "You completed the Rasengan?" "That's for me to know and you to find out. Now let's head back. Sakura-chan looks like she can use a good rest to calm down." "Oi Sasuke, you alright there?" Sasuke finished rinsing his mouth out with the water from his canteen before looking at Naruto and nodding. "I am now. I didn't expect such a brutal sight. I have read of them, but to see one up close." Sasuke drifted off as his face paled a bit before shaking his head. "Alright then, let's head back. I will carry Kunoichi, she should still be alive," Naruto said, causing the rest of his team to nod. Picking up Hisam without any sign of effort, Naruto rushed towards the place where the Taki ninja were assembled. Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke looked at each other before rushing after the retreating back of their blonde-haired teammate. Late in the afternoon, Sakura woke up with a cold sweat. Sitting up, Sakura reached out and took a drink from the glass of water that was on the bedside table when Sasuke walked in with a bowl of salad in his hand. Sasuke wasn't paying attention, so Sakura watched with amusement as Sasuke sat down on his bed and started munching on his salad. Sakura made a mental note to remember the rare sign of pleasure and happiness Sasuke exhibited as he ate the slices of tomato. After a few moments, her stomach grumbled, causing the pink-haired girl to silently get out of bed and walk towards the exit when Sasuke finally realized that his only female teammate was finally awake. "Hey-chan. So you're awake?" Naruto and Kakashi are out with Shibuki, checking the integrity of the seals. "Catch, Naruto has left this pouch of rim for your lunch and if you want to buy any souvenirs. Be back by evening. They wanted to discuss something with us. Also FK was looking for you. She should be in the lobby," Sasuke said without preamble as he threw the pouch of rim Sakura, who promptly caught it. Nodding her thanks, Sakura left the room. Walking down to the lobby of the hotel they were staying at, Sakura saw FK sitting on one of the chairs, munching on a bag of potato chips, completely ignorant of the hateful glares everyone was directing at her. "Hello, FK. I heard you were looking for me." Looking up, FK smiled as she stood up. "That's right, I wanted to talk to you about something." Sakura nodded. "Have you had lunch yet, FK?" FK shook her head, causing Sakura to smile. "Neither have I, why don't you join me? And don't worry, if anyone gives you trouble, let me take care of it." FK gave a nervous smile but nodded. "Alright, but you don't really need to get in trouble for me." "Nonsense, it's the exact opposite really. Jinchuriki should be respected, not despised. Anyone who turns a blind eye to the situation doesn't deserve to be called a human," Sakura said with vehemence, causing FK's smile to brighten in response. "This is interesting," Naruto mumbled, gaining the attention of Kakashi and Shibuki. What do you mean, Naruto-sama? Shibuki asked with worry. Taki was already on thin ice due to the elder's behavior. He was hoping that there won't be any more unforeseen situations that will cause the precarious relationship between Taki and the Uzumaki to completely fail. There has been tampering done on the seal. Probably by the elders or on their orders. It has actually weakened the seal as a whole. This array wasn't meant to have loopholes. I am surprised that the whole array hasn't destabilized and taken the whole of Taki with it. If the loophole is activated for too long, the feedback loop would create a cascade failure in the array. The explosion would not only take out Taki, but much of the surrounding lands as well. Seeing the grim expression on Naruto's face, Kakashi shivered. Beside the silver-haired Junin, Shibuki's face took on a countenance of horror at the precarious situation his village was in. Shibuki shook his head and asked a question that was floating about both Kakashi and his head, will you be able to fix it? Naruto nodded, not going to be a problem. Lucky for you, the backup array was left untouched. I can use it to keep the protections active while making the necessary corrections. I should be done in a couple of hours. I hope you both have brought something with you to keep yourselves busy. But before that, have the elders been executed yet? Not yet, Naruto-sama. Daimon-sama decided to wait till Hisam has been properly interrogated. He wants to add more crimes to the list. Naruto nodded before saying, then inform Raiden Dono that the elders had also played around with the security features of the village. If they wanted, they could easily hire Nukenon to attempt a coup d'etat, and since you wouldn't be expecting an attack from inside, they would have been successful. Shibuki nodded with a stony face. I understood, Naruto-sama, the thought had crossed my mind. I will inform Daimon-sama about this. They are scheduled to be executed at noon tomorrow. Will you be attending? No, I won't. I will be checking how FK's seal has settled. I will need your and Sakura's help, Kakashi-sensei. Can you ask Sasuke to attend the execution? Sure thing, Naruto, you just fix the seal here. I want to see how Sakura's doing after her first kill. Kakashi asked with worry. Naruto nodded before he created 4 clones to aid him. For the next 2 hours, Naruto and 3 of his clones worked in tandem to fix the main array, while the 4th made sure that no chakra fed back into the main array from the backup array. It was amazing how Naruto or one of his clones would change a sub-array and then diagnose it by only activating it and placing a metal plate engraved with the Uzumaki clan symbol to it. If the symbol glowed red, they would recheck the array. If it glowed white, they would move on to the next sub-array. Kakashi had seen his sensei work on seals before, but the way Naruto was working and the simple tool he was using was completely different. And again, his sensei wasn't in Uzumaki, and Kakashi himself hadn't seen an Uzumaki work on seals before, so this was quite the treat. Finally, after nearly an extra hour passed before Naruto was finally satisfied with the seal. He nodded to the final clone who nodded back before letting the backup array reconnect to the main one. Kakashi and Shibuki watched as the backup array glowed white before dimming and going dark. At the same time, the main array started glowing with a faint white light that intensified before suddenly dimming in a flash of white light. Naruto placed the metal plate at the bridging array and saw the engraving glow white, causing the blonde to smile. Alright, everything is fine now. There are no feedback loops present anywhere in any of the arrays. Also, the backup array is in perfect working condition, so I conclude a portion of our contract is fulfilled. After I check how FK's new seal is set, I will declare our contract fulfilled. Shibuki nodded to Naruto's statement before saying, FK's discharge and transfer papers are ready for Naruto-sama. Daimon-sama has personally countersigned the papers so that no one can complain. He has also included a paper to transfer the Nanabi to the Uzumaki clan as part of the payment to regain Taki's honor. Naruto nodded before saying, that's good. I will pick up the papers right before we leave for Konoha. FK will accompany us immediately. Make sure that her personal artifacts are packed and ready to go. We leave the day after tomorrow. Naruto said, imperiously, causing Shibuki to shiver but nod in agreement. As you wish, Naruto-sama. Also, Daimon-sama asked me to inform you that the new treaty will be delivered to you at the time of the Chunin exams. We hope that won't be an inconvenience. Not at all, Shibuki. Now let's head out. I can feel Sakura and FK in the middle of the Commerce District, or at least I think it is the Commerce District. So many civilian chakra signatures. Naruto said as his eyes flashed gold for a second. Naruto didn't wait for Shibuki to answer and left, leaving a stunned Shibuki behind. Being told that Naruto could sense the whole of Taki was something, seeing it in action was shocking. So what did you wish to talk to me about, FK? Sakura said while she discreetly observed the behavior of the civilians around them. Most of them were glaring at FK, while some were staring at her with suspicion and concealed hostility. I was wondering what me being a retainer to the Uzumaki clan would entail. While I am grateful to Naruto, I am a bit apprehensive of his intentions. FK said nervously, causing Sakura to giggle. FK frowned, but before she could ask what was so funny, Sakura said, "Sorry, but Naruto doesn't have any ulterior motives other than protecting and helping you. You know, there is an organization of S-ranked criminals out there. Their goal is to gather all 9 Bijj and fuse them into the Chbai. Only Naruto and I know about it at the moment and maybe Jiraiya-sama of the Sannin. Make sure to not let anyone know you know. That would put you in grave danger." Seeing Sakura's serious expression, FK gulped and nodded in agreement, "Alright. I will make sure that no one learns of this information from me." Sakura nodded, "Good. Now you understand why Naruto browbeat Taki to surrender you and Chimei. You aren't ready to handle an S-rank shinobi, let alone 2. Konoha is better prepared for such an eventuality, besides, Naruto can handle a duo himself, and that's without Kurama's help. Anyway, as a retainer, you will be expected to put the Uzumaki clan above everything, but to tell you the truth, you will be a retainer in name only. We have our own problems. A man named Dansm would try and get you under his thumb, as a retainer of the Uzumaki, he won't dare to kidnap you. He fears Naruto and his retaliation. So practically, I can still lead my own life. I will just need to put the Uzumaki above others, and I publicly call in Uzumaki-sama." FK asked with incredulity, "It can't be that simple, can it?" "It's exactly that simple, FK. Naruto isn't a tyrant, nor is he like other nobles and royals. He is quite a laid-back guy, sometimes an idiot, but can be depended on completely." "Hello Haruno-san, having a late lunch?" Sakura and FK quickly stood up and bowed to the newcomer. "Amam-sama," FK said. "Raiden-sama, how may I be of service?" Sakura said, keeping her head bowed. "Praise you too. I was hoping that you knew where Naruto-sama was." Doing as the daimon commanded, Sakura and FK stood up from their bow and looked at the man with nervous expressions. Sakura mentally sighed before saying, "I am sorry, but I don't know where he is particular, but I know that he is checking the barrier seals, so he should be where the arrays are." Raiden nodded, "Thank you Haruno-san. When you see him, can you please tell him that unfortunately, I will have to leave tomorrow right after the execution of the elders. I really need to get back to the capital in my palace so that I can get my advisors together to help draft the new treaty." "Of course Raiden-sama, I will make sure that Naruto knows." "I already know about Sakura. I heard all of it. Raiden Dono, please don't waste your valuable time with pleasantries. If you need to leave, I won't take offense. After all, who better than Shinobi understands the value of time?" Naruto said with a smile that Sakura realized it was a polite mask. It seems that Naruto was quickly becoming a good politician. Raiden nodded, "Thank you for understanding Naruto-sama. Now before I leave, can I be of help?" "Not really, everything is done already. I will check FK's seal tomorrow and check how well it is settled before declaring the contract fulfilled. After that, we headed home. Anything else you need to know, I have told Shibuki to tell you, no need to waste time in repeating the same thing." Raiden nodded before leaving with his guards. Naruto smirked when he sensed the annoyance Raiden felt at Naruto's polite yet subtle dismissal. "You know. You shouldn't dismiss fellow daimon like that," Sakura said with a grin that Naruto returned. Beside him, Kakashi grinned under his mask. FK and Shibuki looked confused for a moment before their eyes widened in realization. Since Shibuki was already here, Naruto's statement was a dismissal. A subtle one, but one they were sure that the daimon picked up. "I don't know what Sakura-chan means. I just pointed out that Shibuki already knew what I would say." Raiden Dono could have directly asked Shibuki right here. Sakura just shook her head before saying, "Are you lot joining us for a late lunch?" "Sorry Haruno-san, but I must get back to my paperwork. A lot is piled up and I now have to also check the paperwork the elders had done. It will be one hell of a tedious time for me." Shibuki said before turning to FK, "Be a good hostess FK and show our guests around Taki." "Sure thing Shibuki. Make sure you keep an eye open for more assassination attempts," FK said with a cheeky smile causing Shibuki to grumble before bowing to Naruto and leaving in a shunshin. Naruto and Kakashi took seats at FK and Sakura's table and after placing their orders, Kakashi turned to Sakura and asked with a worried tone, "Are you feeling alright Sakura?" This wasn't my first time killing Kakashi-sensei. I had already been killed before I became a genin. Remember that Naruto and I used to sneak out of Konoha for training. We had killed a couple of bandits before. I was just shocked at the brutality of my technique, nothing more. Most of my techniques are either subtle or blunt force trauma based. The amount of trauma Kira-san went through was just shocking. I will be alright in the future." Kakashi nodded before saying, "If you say so, keep in mind that I am here to talk too." Sakura nodded with gratitude as she ate a bit of her salad. Beside her, FK was whispering with Naruto. "Citizens of Taki. I come before you with grave news. It seems that our trusted elders have been misusing the trust for their own gain. They have abated theft from an allied royal clan, the Uzumaki. They ordered the changing of the seal that keeps the Nanabi imprisoned to an ineffective one. It is a miracle that the seal held. We could have had the Nanabi rampage across the village. They had tampered with the barrier seal that keeps all of us protected. And finally they tried to assassinate an allied daemon, perpetrate a coup d'etat and help Nukanen sneak into Taki. All of which are treasonous crimes. Because of them, a nearly century-old alliance treaty has been dismissed, which may lead to the loss of our treaty with Konoha. They have brought ruin upon Taki and her inhabitants. For these crimes, I have sentenced them to execution. Be warned, treason will not be tolerated. Anbu brings in the criminals. Raiden said, causing the 10 Anbu to drag the elders to the execution platform erected in the middle of the village. All the elders were gagged, hands tied behind their backs and bags over their heads. The Anbu tied them to posts before pulling off the bags and then removing the gags. As soon as the gags were removed, the elders started begging for their lives. One the Anbu took tied ninja wires around the throats of the 5 treasonous elders before handing the ends to another Anbu who took them by hand before channeling Chakra through them. Sasuke watched from the back of the crowd as the elders screamed in pain. Many of the civilians turned away while others glared at the elders. Some cried out of the Anbu to increase the strength of the current. Blood started leaking out of the eyes, ears, mouth and nose of the now silent elders, still screaming, their vocal cords torn beyond help. It took another couple of minutes before the elders stopped screaming and slumped in their binds, causing the Anbu to stop channeling Chakra. Irenen walked forward and checked the elders before approaching the daemon. Daemon-sama, all 5 elders are dead. Their hearts have collapsed and their brains fired. There is no hope of reviving them. Execution complete. Raiden nodded before turning back to the crowd, as you can see, the treacherous elders have been executed. Burn this sight to your minds. This is what awaits those who betray Taki. Dismissed. The crowd left silently leaving behind Sasuke, who approached the Taki daemon. Seeing the approaching Uchiha, Raiden motioned for his guard to wait and let him come close. What can I do for you Uchiha-san? I was wondering, Daimon-sama, what is the punishment dealt to Nukanen? If caught alive, they are tortured to extract all information of their activities before being publicly executed like the elders were, that is if they were of Taki. Foreigners are either handed over to their home village if allies, or killed anonymously. If it seems impossible to catch them alive, they are killed on the spot. Why do you ask? I heard that you were a shinobi, and since you have no reason to butter up to me like some Konoha ninja do, I decided that you would be the best person to ask. I could have asked Naruto, but he is quite merciful, so his decisions may be different. Raiden nodded before saying, always trust your teammates, but still be skeptical. You don't know when an ally becomes the enemy and when an enemy can become an ally. Sasuke nodded before bowing. Thank you for the wisdom Daimon-sama. May I leave? You may. Raiden said imperiously, causing Sasuke to rise from his bow and vanish in a shunshin. Here is the payment for the job Naruto-sama. Shibuki said as he handed over a scroll to Naruto who took it with a nod before sealing it into a storage seal in his flak jacket. And here are FK's discharge and transfer papers which include the transfer of ownership of the Nanabi to the Uzumaki clan. Naruto took the next set of scrolls and browsed through them for a moment before nodding and sealing them in another storage scroll. Thank you for your cooperation Shibuki. We will leave now. If you wish to have a private conversation with FK, we will wait by the entrance of the building. Naruto said before walking out of the room with his team leaving behind FK. Shibuki looked at FK with tender eyes before pulling the girl into a tight embrace. Take care of yourself FK. I will miss you, but I know that you will have a better life now. I hope to hear great things about you in the future. FK cried as she hugged the man she considered an elder brother and said, I will make sure that you are proud Shibuki. Make sure to sleep with an eye open. I don't want to hear that you were assassinated in your sleep. Shibuki chuckled before letting the girl go. FK smiled before taking off the Taki hit I-8 and placed it on Shibuki's table. Shibuki took it in his hand and stared at it for a moment before handing it back to FK. Keep it. I know that you can't wear it anymore, but you can still keep it to remember me by. FK nodded with teary eyes before bowing and leaving the room. FK met up with a group of Konoha ninja, only to see Kakashi reading a scroll with the Konoha symbol watermarked into it. Realizing that it was a field order directly from the Hokage, FK asked, what happened? Are there any changes in orders from the Hokage? Kakashi rolled up a scroll and turned to his team and FK with a grim expression. Sighing, Kakashi said, Team 10 took a C-ranked mission recently. It was supposed to be a standard escort and guard mission. Hearing this Naruto and Sakura tensed, both were hoping that it wasn't the wave mission. First it was too soon, and they really hoped that the changes they implemented didn't change the time frame of their self-appointed mission. Their client, the bridge builder Tazuna had lied. It seems that Gatm of Gatm Shipping Corporation has taken over Nami no Kuni. Their daemon was already killed. Gaten has placed a contract on Tizuna's head as Tizuna is building a bridge that would destroy the trade monopoly Gaten holds over Nami. He has hired the demon brothers to take him out. Shikamaru and Choji had easily taken them down, but Asuma feared stronger foes. He has requested backup from Hokage-sama, and we are the only free team there is. We have secondary orders to assassinate Gaten. I want you all to hit the shinobi stores to stock up on tools and rations before we head towards Nami. We will meet at the exit in an hour. Aye, Kakashi-sensei. Team 7 called out, while FK nodded before the four ran off towards the shinobi section of the commerce district. Kakashi sighed before summoning Pakin. The small pug looked around before asking, "Yo. Kakashi, what do you need?" "Pakin, I need you to head to Konoha and tell Hokage-sama that Team 7 and the new retainer of the Uzumaki clan, the Nanabe Jinchuriki, are heading towards Nami within the hour. Make haste, Pakin, I fear I may need you in the near future." Pakin nodded before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Chapter 10 Waves of Change Part I. Ino, Chimjai and Shikamaru were walking through a misty forest with their client, Tizuna, walking in between them. Asuma was bringing up the rear, completing the diamond formation enclosing Tizuna in a protective formation. While the genin and their client was lazily walking down the forest path, Asuma was jumpy looking about, fingers twitching whenever he thought he saw a shadow move. A sudden sound caused the group to stop when Asuma threw a kunai at a bush. After a couple of moments, Ino walked towards the bush and peered at a dead rabbit. Sighing in relief, Ino picked up the rabbit and walked back to the group. False alarm. It was just a rabbit. "Sensei, since you already killed it, can we take it with us? Dad once told me that rabbit stew was very tasty." As Ino waited for his answer, Asuma was scrutinizing the rabbit with skeptical eyes. Beside him, Shikamaru was doing the same. Both of their eyes widened in startling realization. The rabbit was white. The season was summer, whereby the rabbit should have had brown fur. This one had white, ergo it was bred in captivity and probably used for a kawarimi. As they came to this realization, they heard a faint whistling sound of something sharp cutting through the air at a fast pace. With a pale face, Shikamaru collided with Tizuna, bringing the drunk old man to the forest floor with him. Beside him, Asuma had tacked Ino and Chimjai as well, just as a large zanbin flew at waist height and collided with a tree. Getting up, the genin took on a defensive triangular formation around Tizuna as Asuma warily stared at the famous sword. Suddenly, in a puff of smoke, a man appeared on top of the handle of the sword. The man was wearing black shinobi pants, black sleeveless muscle shirt, blue-violet cloth forearm guards and blue-violet shinobi sandals. His lower face and neck was wrapped in bandages, and he had a kiri hit IA tied around his head with the plate facing left. "Mamachi Zabuza, Kurigakur no Kajin. To what do we owe this pleasure?" Asuma asked with a nonchalant expression while Shikamaru paled even further in fear, cursing and thanking Naruto at the same time for forcing him to memorize the bingo book. The information that he was remembering was scaring him. "Tsurutobi Asuma, son of the Sandaime Hokage. No wonder the Oni Kimdai failed. No matter, I will kill you here and then kill the bridge builder. You, snot-nosed genin, if you wish to live, then run back to your mommies," Zabuza said with malice as he easily hefted his sword, the legendary Kubikura, onto his shoulders. Kurigakur no Jutsu. The mist thickened to the point where all of them could see barely a foot in front of them. A creepy chuckling filled the thick mist before intense killing intent flooded the clearing. The genin started to shiver and panic while Tizuna was nearly frothing at the mouth. Asuma had developed a prominent sweat at the oppressive feeling of the killing intent but started to release his own to counterman's abuses. Lungs. Liver. Kidney. Clavicle vein. Jugular vein. Heart. Femoral artery. Brain. Spine. So many points to choose from. Which will I go for first? Zabuza's disembodied voice filled the clearing, causing a shiver to run down the genin and their client's spine. At the same time Asuma looked worried. The mist was so infused with Zabuza's chakra that his barely adequate sensory abilities were being completely overwhelmed. Why don't I leave it a surprise? Zabuza suddenly appeared inside the formation right in front of a startled Tizuna, only for him to collapse in a puddle of water. Everyone turned to see Ino with her arm extended. A swirling wave of wind was flying through the point Zabuza's face was, drawing in a lot of the mist with it. "Ah. Sorry sensei, I just reacted like Naruto taught me," Ino said with a sheepish look. "Well, at least the troublesome blonde's torture is coming in handy," Shikamaru said when Zabuza's demented laugh filled the clearing. "Well, what do we have here? A genin with some skill. Granted, a Mizubunshin is barely a fifth as strong as the original, but to take it out with a single focused strike imbued with nature transformation is still a grand feat. You would make a perfect assassin. If you were in Kiri before the bloodline purges, I would have personally picked you up as my apprentice." "Ah. I will take it as a compliment, but I am not really interested in assassinations," Ino said with an awkward smile. "But you should miss. Too bad I have to kill you all now. I can't take the chance of underestimating you all now. Zabuza appeared behind Asuma and slashed through him only for Asuma to puff into smoke and be replaced with a split log. Asuma reappeared behind Zabuza and tried to slash at Zabuza's neck only for Zabuza to intercept Konohajimin's trench knives with Kubikuramjim. To the former Kiri shinobi's surprise, the trench knives scored deep gouges on the flat of the blade. Ton Chakra flow technique. I should have expected that. You are quite well known for your wind and fire ninjutsu combinations. No matter, your blood will help repair the damage. Zabuza said with bloodlust before he started to savagely attack Asuma, pushing the cigarette-smoking Jinin into a defensive retreat. Asuma was panting from the exertion. He was coming to his wits' end. No matter what he tried, Zabuza easily countered. He hadn't had such a challenge since his time with the 12 Ninja Guardians. His Kaiten ninjutsu was completely useless against Zabuza's. His Futen, while versatile, just didn't have the strength to take down Zabuza with a single strike. Besides, his Futen was meant for support and combinations, not direct offense. It had already been 5 minutes and he was starting to feel the onset of chakra exhaustion. A single thought was flying through Asuma's mind, a hell of a time to realize I have been slacking in training. Asuma-sensei. Behind you. Ino screamed in fear as another Zabuza appeared behind Asuma. The warning was enough for Asuma to twist his body enough to prevent the fatal blow to his spine, but unfortunately, the second Zabuza's sword carved a massive chunk of flesh from Asuma's shoulder, while the other kicked him towards the large pond where another Zabuza was waiting. Before Asuma could even react, the third Zabuza had already gone through hand seals before extending an arm towards him. The water around his feet swirled before rising in a swirling cocoon, which quickly gained faint red markings from the blood Asuma was losing. Well Asuma, it seems that you are finally defeated. Wait in my suiton. Surum no jutsu and watch while I slaughter your genin and your client before I finally end you. Zabuza said, sharing a smirk with the two others. Without a visible signal, both rushed the genin, but before they could react, one of them was launched back with great force, while the other stopped and warily watched the newcomer. The kid was barely 13 years old with spiky blonde hair, cerulean eyes and wearing a Anbu-style uniform with a Konoha hit I-8 wrapped like a belt while a hit I-8 with the kanji for Bij Kansenin on his forehead. His Jinin-style flak vest was burnt orange and he was wearing black boots and a red haori with yellow lightning at the bottom hem. He had a sealing kit at his waist and an equipment pouch on each outer thigh. Zabuza would have scoffed, but seeing the look in the blonde's eyes, Zabuza knew not to underestimate him. Especially if he was right about the newcomer's identity. Uzumaki Naruto, I presume. Your reputation precedes you. Though I wonder how much is propaganda and how much is truth. Naruto didn't say anything at first. Before he smirked and said, your reputation precedes you as well, Kurigakur no Kajin. You should know that your suiton is completely useless against me. If you were even half as skilled as Genin of Yuzushiya were, I would be a fool to try ninjutsu against you. But with your pedigree, I doubted. Son of one of the greatest kenjutsu users of my generation and in Uzumaki. It would be suicide. How about this, do you use Bukijutsu? If so, let our weapons and taijutsu decide the confrontation. Naruto chuckled, very well, but let me warn you, it will be a very short contest. Zabuza's eyes narrowed at what he thought was an insult when Naruto started moving his hands. Before he could even react, he found himself dispersing and flowing towards Naruto's hand. The real Zabuza watched in shock as the mist, his 3 clones, and the water prison dispersed and flew towards Naruto, who Zabuza could have sworn was dancing. He watched as all that water came together and formed into a dense ball of water above Naruto's head, before compressing and freezing into a chunk of ultra-dense ice. Naruto grinned before he tossed the ball into the air. As the ball was falling, Naruto lashed out with a kick, causing the ball to fly towards Zabuza before phasing out of existence. Before Zabuza could react, the ball of ice flew by his face. Loud smacking sound of ice with flesh resounded behind him, causing the former Kiri shinobi to turn around and come stare into the mischievous eyes of Naruto. The ball of ice already reverted into a dense ball of water that Naruto was playing catch with. How? Seeing the dumb expression on Zabuza's face, Naruto grinned before saying, how what? How did you get here so fast? How are you manipulating the water like that? Are you even a human? Now that would be telling. I might tell you if you give up right now and beg me for the information. Mind you, I said I might. There is still no guarantee that I would. Zabuza glowered as Naruto threw the ball high into the air before clenching his fist, causing the ball to suddenly compress and expand, forming into a low-level dark cloud where some lightning was beginning to form. Naruto grinned and said, I hope that demonstration gave you an idea of what would happen if you use ninjutsu against me. Now let's see how good my ninjutsu has become. I have about a month's worth of training in the basics. That should be enough to handle someone like you. What is he doing? Ino asked with worry. Granted that level of water was cool, but why is he angering Zabuza? Troublesome blondes. He is playing mind games, trying to unsettle Zabuza. It won't matter who is more skilled in their style if you can't focus. Don't forget what Naruto did to our elite Chunin and Anbu during that evaluation test. Even if he is more skilled, he is playing dirty, gaining every advantage he can. Just like Zabuza was doing when he was telling us all about the fatal points and which he should choose. Oh, stop worrying, guys. This is Naruto. The only person to nearly completely fool everyone other than Sakura, but then again, Sakura was doing the same. I hope I can do similar things with Earth. Chimjai said with starry eyes. Calm down, big guy. We should help Asuma-sensei first and let Naruto handle Zabuza. Ino said right as the rest of Team 7 appeared in the clearing with a mint-haired girl. At the same time another Naruto appeared with Asuma slung over his shoulder. Placing the nearly unconscious Asuma on the ground, Naruto took out 6 kunai with tags wrapped around the hilts. Quickly throwing the 6 into a hexagonal pattern, Naruto placed a 7th seal in the middle of the formation and channeled Chakra into it. A 5-meter-tall pole of golden chakra erupted from the 7th seal, while 4-meter-tall ones erupted from the 6 boundary ones. The tops of the boundary rods connected with wires of golden chakra before thinner filaments formed from the boundary poles towards the central pole. When the framework had settled forming, panes of translucent golden chakra formed between the poles and the wires until a hexagonal house-like barrier formed around the group. Why the barrier, Naruto? Sakura asked as she kneeled down beside Asuma and placed a glowing palm on the man's wounded arm before withdrawing it in shock. What the hell? How is he regenerating like that? What do you do now, Naruto? Well. No, don't tell me, the barrier is meant to accelerate regeneration of everyone within, isn't it? This is one of your clan's hidden, right? Naruto looked serious as he said, that's right, but a modified version. The original was meant to facilitate healing cast within it. This one causes a powerful regeneration ability to manifest on anyone injured to the same level of a Jinchuriki's regeneration. I modified it, just didn't have the time to test it fully. It also replenishes chakra by changing natural energy into usable chakra without turning the target to stone. I call it the Uzumaki Hijutsu. 710 Shmiki. It also acts like a barrier that prevents outside interference and is strong enough to survive 3 Futon. Rasen Shuriken back to back before collapsing. No one said anything, because what could they say? Naruto never did anything by half. So pulling such a technique isn't impossible for him. Nodding to herself, Sakura decided to help the barrier in healing Asuma while the others turned towards Naruto who was taunting Zabuza. You know, Onion, you shouldn't be skulking around here like this. Someone could mistake you for having wrong intentions. The masked Onion jumped before pulling out some and nearly chucked them towards Naruto before Naruto caught hold of the Onion's wrist. I mean you no harm. Your target is Zabuza, right? That's right, Uzumaki-sama. The Onion said with a nervous twitch. Then you can have him, just let me test out my Banjutsu against him before you do that. Goodbye, I am sure we will meet again soon. Naruto said with a knowing tone before dispersing in smoke, leaving behind a puzzled Onion. I think you have bitten off more than you can chew this time, Zabuza-sama. No matter, I will make sure to save you, even if I lose my life in the process. Or I will be a useless tool. So Zabu-chan, are you ready? Naruto said with a simpering tone causing Zabuza to audibly growl in anger. Watch it, boy. You may be stronger, but I have more experience in Bukijutsu. Naruto nodded before both of them reappeared in the middle of the clearing, with Zabuza holding Kubikarabjm over his shoulder. Naruto unsealed a staff made of silver chakra metal and got into a defensive stance. You can have the first strike, Zabuza. Here I will make it easier. I will close my eyes for you. Zabuza watched with annoyance at Naruto's audacity, but just shrugged and charged towards the boy, with the intent on ending the boy with a single strike. As Zabuza was about to cleave Naruto in half, Naruto expertly swiped his staff and parried the blow before spinning and ramming the staff into Zabuza's stomach. Jumping back, Zabuza took a deep breath and started viciously attacking Naruto with swipes, kicks and thrusts. To his shock, Naruto kept dodging, parrying and countering with his eyes still closed. After a couple of minutes of assaulting the blonde, Zabuza jumped back and started taking in deep breaths. Naruto opened his eyes and smirked, saying, well, you had your chance. Let me try. Without warning, Naruto jumped forward swinging his staff with an expertise that beguiled all expectations. For the next minute, Zabuza tried to dodge, parry or counter Naruto's blows, only to partially succeed. The strikes he was able to parry or dodge were feints, and the counters he was able to connect were shrugged off with impunity. At the end of the short but furious bout, Zabuza was completely exhausted. Looking up with tired eyes, Zabuza's eyes widened in fear as Naruto thrusted his staff with great strength, catching the man in the stomach and launching him into a tree. The impact was so hard that the tree snapped in half and fell backwards. That was fast. Great job, Naruto. Zabuza groaned and looked up to see Kakashi standing beside Naruto with a kunai in his hand. Zabuza watched as Naruto nodded before saying, I must say, I had underestimated how good Zabuza is with that Zanbatm of his. The only reason I won so easily was because I have greater stamina, strength and my sensory perception. Without those, Zabuza would have won. Do you want to do the honors, or should I? Kakashi asked as he pointed his kunai at Zabuza. Naruto just shrugged, causing Kakashi to nod and pull his hand back to throw the kunai when 3 needles struck Zabuza in the neck. Kakashi warily looked towards the source to see a kiri onion sitting on the branch with some more in hand. As agreed, since I saw you weren't going to kill him, I decided to do it for you Uzumaki-sama. As part of the deal, I will now take care of his body and sword. The onion said, causing confusion among everyone present except Sakura, who already knew what was happening. Naruto had made a deal with Haku to make it seem like he wasn't interested in creating an international incident, which would have happened if Haku was a real kiri onion. Let me check that he is dead. No offense to your skills Onion-san, but has a very low fatality rate. Kakashi said with a suspicious expression on his lone eye. Surprisingly the onion nodded, I agree with you. I prefer as I am mostly dispatched to capture my targets alive, unfortunately for Zabuza, I was sent to kill him. Check him, I can guarantee that he is dead. I swear on my honor as a kiri oinen. Kakashi nodded as he approached Zabuza and, kneeling down, felt for a pulse. After a couple of moments, Kakashi stood up and declared that Zabuza was dead. The onion nodded before jumping down from the tree and landing beside Zabuza's body. Taking out a kunai, the onion turned to the group and said, I would advise Genin to turn around. The next sight will be gruesome. If you haven't had your first kills, it would be very unsettling. Asuma, who was completely healed by now, nodded and said, I agree with the onion, if any of you don't wish to watch the onion behead Zabuza, then I advise you all to turn your head. Azuna and most of the genin turned their heads away. Only Sakura, Naruto and FK kept watch with Asuma and Kakashi. The onion nodded and placed the kunai at Zabuza's throat before quickly making a couple of one-handed hand seals out of the view of everyone and suddenly disappeared. Asuma and Kakashi cursed while Sakura and Naruto looked at each other and nodded. At least some part of their plans were still feasible. The way Haku was behaving caused an unseen tension on their shoulders. Seeing Haku take away Zabuza was a massive relief to them. Azuna and the genin turned back as soon as Kakashi and Asuma cursed and saw Zabuza and the onion were gone. Ino, being the inquisitive one asked, where are the onion and Zabuza's corpse? The onion was Zabuza's accomplice. Unfortunately, even though I had my suspicions, I couldn't interfere for fear of causing an international incident if my suspicions were wrong. By the time we realized what happened, the onion had already taken Zabuza away. But you said that he was dead? Sasuke asked with a frown before his eyes widened in realization. Senbon. The onion used. It may have carried a fast-acting poison that temporarily sends the body into a death-like state. Blows, but not quite Sasuke. They struck the neck in a particular sequence. The same sequence of striking with a finger would activate a pressure point that would induce a death-like state. Sakura said with her expertise in human anatomy and her knowledge from the future. Everyone nodded in deference to her speciality. Sakura was the only one with knowledge and expertise among them to truly understand what happened. Asuma shakily stood up and asked, how long will he be out of Sakura? I would put it up to a week to recover from the death-like state. Then another one to recover from the strikes Naruto was able to land on him. Did you break anything serious? Sakura asked Naruto with a frown. A couple of ribs. Probably a ruptured spleen. The impact with the tree should have cracked a couple of vertebrae. Probably a concussion. Nothing serious that would take Zabuza out for more than 2 weeks. 3 tops if the fake onion doesn't have medical expertise. Sakura nodded, then let us assume the worst and expect them to try again in a week's time. Wait, Naruto-sama, what did the fake onion mean about a deal? When did you make a deal with the fake onion? FK asked, causing Shikamaru to focus shrewd eyes on the blonde. I had my suspicions as well. Unfortunately, being a daemon, my actions would have a greater effect on the world at large. If I was mistaken, then since the onion and my mission weren't putting us on opposite sides, it could have been taken as me trying to avenge the fall of the Uzumaki clan at the hands of the Kirikumo-Iwa coalition. That would sour the already precarious relations of Konoha with Kumo and Iwa. FK nodded in understanding when Shikamaru spoke up, why not follow them now? You have nearly unparalleled sensory abilities. Think Shika, what would you do in the onion's position? Naruto said with a serious expression. I would expect you to follow me. I see what you mean, but you have the power to easily dispatch the enemy. Why not take it? Simple really Shika, we have traveled non-stop for 2 days directly from Kiri. Even I have my limits. While I am not really that close to collapsing, it is better to fight on your own terms instead of letting the enemy dictate the terms. Now let's get moving. Sasuke doesn't have the stamina to keep going and still have strength to fight if he doesn't rest soon. Everyone nodded while Sasuke huffed in annoyance but didn't say anything. Though it hurt his pride to admit it, Naruto was right. For all of his skills, he still had poor stamina. Even Sakura had better stamina than him, and FK was a Jinchuriki. It seems that all Jinchuriki are blessed with massive stamina, which in his opinion was unfair. Izuna-san, direct us to your home. We are close, right? Asuma asked as he stood up and stretched. Not more than an hour's walk from here. Alright then Team 10 and Sasuke, you take diamond formation around Izuna with Sasuke at point. The rest of us will take up a pentagon formation around the diamond formation with Naruto at point, Asuma and me at the rear, and you two on Naruto's left and right, your choice. Kakashi said with Asuma nodding in agreement. After the formation was ready, the group started walking again, while one of Naruto's clones destroyed the ceiling tags of the barrier so as to not leave any evidence of the barrier. The group was nearing Izuna's house when Asuma suddenly realized that they had an extra member with them. Staring at FK, Asuma asked, I seem to have forgotten to ask, but who are you? Sasuke chuckled and said, this is FK, the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi no Kabutomushi. Naruto strongly armed Taki to release her into service of the Uzumaki clan for the transgressions of the Taki elders against his clan. Don't forget that the Taki daimon has exceeded all ownership rights of the Nanabi to the Uzumaki clan as a way of trying to appease Naruto. Though dissolving the 100-year-old treaty was a bit harsh, but an acceptable course of action especially since Naruto would completely crush Taki for the transgressions. Sakura said with a small grin causing Team 10 and Izuna to gape at the blonde, while FK simply smiled in amusement. And Taki agreed, just like that? Ino asked with incredulity. Naruto-sama can be very persuasive. Hell, he even convinced the Nanabi to work with me instead of passively resisting. You're lucky that Chimei was only passively resisting, Kurama used to actively resist me. I couldn't even draw a single tail's worth without nearly losing control. Anyway, you will still need to master yourself and your emotions before you can truly use Chimei's power. FK huffed and mumbled stupid meditation. I can swear that you inwardly laugh at me whenever I fail. Ah, here we are. Izuna suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to the large house standing alone near a dock. As everyone stared at the house admiring the scenery, Izuna walked up to the door and knocked, bringing everyone out of their reverie. A middle-aged, wearing a pink top and blue skirt opened the door with an apprehensive look. Seeing Izuna standing in front of her, a smile blossomed on her beautiful visage. Father, your home is safe. But I am Tsunami and it's all thanks to these super shinobi with me. Especially the young blonde one, he toyed with a demon of a man sent to kill me before the man was taken away by his accomplice, posing as a ninja from another village. I am sure that I am perfectly protected while they are here. That's good news, I thank you for protecting my father Shinobi-san. Please come in and make yourselves at home, though unfortunately we only have one spare room. Tsunami said, standing aside to let her father and his guard enter the house. Not to worry, Sakura-chan and I are well used to living outside, so are Kakashi-sensei and Asuma-sensei. Naruto said with a grin with Sakura, Kakashi and Asuma nodding in agreement. Besides, I always carry multiple survival kits with me nowadays. Wait, you have multiple survival kits, complete with tent, rations and medical supplies on you right now? Ino asked incredulously. Yeah, isn't Genjutsu the best thing in the world? Ino blinked before muttering, I should have thought to bring my gear sealed in a scroll. It would have been so much easier. Ignoring Ino's muttering, the rest of the Konoha ninjas settled down around the living room. So the legendary Kurigakure no Kijin was defeated. You know I expected better. After all, your reputation preceded you. I am paying you a lot of money. Make sure to kill the bridge builder or you will regret it. Gaten said with a sneer. I nearly did win, if Uzumaki Naruto didn't appear, I would have already finished the mission. I underestimated the brat last time, next time, I won't. Zabuza said with a growl causing Gaten to step back a couple of steps. With a shaky voice Gaten asked, Uzumaki Naruto is here. In Nami right now? Yes, why? Are you afraid of the brat? I wouldn't fault you. The Uzumaki were dangerous foes. Besides Uzumaki Naruto's father was also the only person to get the flee on sight recommendation in his bingo book entry. If I were you, I would hide in the farthest reaches of the elemental nations and hope that Uzumaki ignores you. Zabuza said with a feral tone causing Gaten to shiver in fear. Mind your tongue Zabuza. I am not afraid of anything. Make sure to kill him as well. If you succeed, I will pay you 5 times the amount I promised you. Gaten said before leaving the hut where Zabuza and his accomplice were. After Gaten and his 2 men left, a young girl walked out of the shadows, wearing the uniform of the Kiri Onion. Her mask clutched in her hand. Zabuza-sama, I don't mean to insult you, but should we just consider the mission a failure and retreat? I mean, with the addition of Hada Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto. I know that Uzumaki Naruto doesn't have the field experience, but from what little I saw during your fight, he is skilled enough to make do, not to mention, is insanely powerful. We alone can't hope to survive such an encounter. Zabuza was quiet after the impassioned speech the girl gave before chuckling. I agree with you, Haku, especially since we would already be dead by now unless Uzumaki wants something from us, isn't that right, Uzumaki Naruto? The chuckling filled the hut, causing Haku to stiffen in shock and fear before turning to face the source of the voice. Naruto was leaning by the door to the storage room of the hut. His face was partially hidden in the shadows, while his blue eyes shone with an inner light that seemed to draw her in. Finally, he was tossing a ball of compressed water which was transforming into ice before reverting back to water with each consecutive throw. You would be right there, Zabuza. I have an offer for you. Not as a Konoha ninja, but as the daimon of Yuzu no Kuni. Will you hear me out? Though it seemed to have been posed like a question, both Zabuza and Haku knew that Naruto would continue, even if they declined. Besides, it wasn't like they had anything to lose hearing him out. Sure, go on ahead. Not like I have any pressing appointments. Naruto nodded, good decision. If you had declined, then I am afraid you would have been sent to the pure world. Zabuza and Haku shivered at the tone, but kept quiet as Naruto continued. Now my offer is simple. As I am a daimon, I am one of the few people that can pardon you for your crimes. What I want is that you pledge your loyalty to Yuzu Kuni and help me rebuild Uzushiogakure no Sen. In return, I will help you free Kiri. That's what your ambition is, right? Save Kiri from the self-destructive phase it is going through with the bloodline purges. Zabuza and Haku gawked at Naruto in shock. This was the first time someone realized Zabuza's true goal. Everyone thought that Zabuza was just the common power-hungry traitor, especially with his bloody reputation. What's the catch? I believe that I will become a shinobi under the Uzumaki clan and later the reformed Uzushiogakure, but that can't be the only catch. Naruto grinned, you are right, the catch is that you will have to give up Kubikurimjima. In return, I will help you forge a sword that will rival the 9 sacred treasures of the Uzumaki, to be exact it will rival the Kuraigasei no Ha. The Blade of Dark Immolation. The same sword that Uzumaki Tsukahana used when the Kagaya clan invaded Yuzu 500 years ago. The sword that is said to be blessed by the sun goddess Amaterasu herself. Zabuza asked with incredulity, while Haku looked at the two in confusion. Seeing the confused look, Zabuza clarified, Uzumaki Tsukahana was a legendary swordswoman. Her sword had the ability to summon the flames of Amaterasu-sama herself. The black flames that completely consumed only the target, leaving the rest unharmed. Tsukahana-sama fought against the 300 Kagaya alone and lost her life. It is said that as she was dying, she merged her spirit with the sword, allowing it to become sentient, granting it even greater power. A new form that is said to be able to reduce the world to ashes. As her last act, she released an inferno that reduced every enemy in the battlefield to ashes, leaving the trees and allies unharmed. To forge a new sword that can rival such a legendary artifact, you can see why I am shocked. Haku nodded in understanding before Naruto interrupted, the story is not completely true. In truth, Tsukahana-san didn't infuse her spirit into the sword as she died. She infused her spirit as the sword was being forged. And she died using the sword's most powerful technique, Zenjutsu Gakui. It classifies the user in black flames that makes the user completely impervious to any physical attack. Only high power can penetrate the flames as it absorbs all other fire and incinerates corporeal elements. Anything touching the black flames will be instantly incinerated. Keeping the technique active too long will cause the flames to consume the user as well. If I did accept, why would you trust me? I don't have the stellar track record of being loyal. Though I have ways to ensure loyalty, but I don't think I will need them. Instead I will apply a seal that will paralyze you if you think of betraying me or mine. Now to the young lady. Haku, right. Haku nodded confused at what Naruto wanted with her. I know your ability. You are one of the last Hampton users in the world. The last of the Yuki clan. I can feel the icy chakra flowing through you. I will allow you to recreate your clan in Yuzu and grant you the rank of nobility in my country. There are a few more survivors spread around the world, I am sure of it. I will help you find them as well. No one can hide from my sensory abilities. The only catch is absolute loyalty to Yuzu. You would allow me to reform my clan and elevate it to noble status? Haku asked with surprise. I will only do it with the first 6 clans to join or form in the reformed Yuzu. Now that I think about it, Zabuza, I will allow you to create your own clan, as long as you find a worthy enough reason to be allowed to form a clan. The sword I will forge shall be your family heirloom. So what do you say? Can we get some time to think about it? You offer much and all of it life-changing. It isn't an easy decision. We will tell you our decision in 3 weeks on the bridge. We won't attack before then. Naruto nodded before fading from existence. He was a clone. Haku asked in shock. Zabuza just nodded before saying, what do you think, Haku? Should we accept his offer? I don't know, Zabuza-sama. To be served such an offer on a golden plate, I can't help but suspect subterfuge. Haku said with concern. Zabuza nodded before saying, we have 3 weeks to accept or deny the offer. If we deny, then we will also have to forfeit our lives. I don't think he would kill us if we abandon our mission and never show up at the bridge. Haku said with uncertainty. That may be true, but what if he takes offense and hunts us down? He is a daimon after all. Nobility, permission to create a clan, recreating your case and clearing of all charges. If he is sincere, then we would have more than ever before. At least a safe home, even if he doesn't give the former. So retreat isn't an option. Haku nodded in agreement before walking out of the hut calling out, I will be back soon with the medicinal herbs, Zabuza-sama. Please don't strain yourself while I am gone. Zori, send word to Iwa. I have a job for them. Gatem said with confidence. Are you sure, boss? You know that we can't get out of a deal with a village. Zori said with a nervous expression. Who says we kill the survivors and say they all died against the enemy? Then we don't pay them because we had to kill the targets ourselves, Gatem said with a grin. Not like anyone can survive an onslaught of hundreds of samurai. Zori just shared an unsure look with Waraji before nodding. As you wish, boss, but don't come complaining to me when the deal turns sour. Team 7 and 10 sat quietly as they had dinner with Tazuna and his family. Everyone was quiet because of the irritated aura Naruto was giving off and glaring at Asuma from time to time. Everyone could feel the tension in the room. After dinner was finished, Sakura, Ino and FK offered to help with the dishes and quickly retreated from the room in fear of the impending fireworks. Shikamaru was warily looking from his sensei to Naruto and back. Chunjai was for once not eating anything, nervously looking at the scene from the back of the room. Sasuke and Kakashi were leaning on the wall beside the main door and watching with hidden amusement. Tazuna was on his back, completely unconscious from over-drinking. After a few more minutes of tense silence, Asuma finally spoke up. Did I do anything to irritate you, Naruto-sama? You tell me. Naruto said with an emotionless tone. Asuma sweated in realization of what he had done to irritate Naruto, but decided to play dumb in hopes of not being scolded too much. He was not going to be able to live down a second scolding. Not with Kakashi watching it. I don't think I have done anything to offend you. Really? Then what about laziness? What about not training your genin team enough before taking them on a C-rank mission? What about not training yourself back to your prime? The same power you had when you were a member of Hideyoshi Dono's guard. Asuma flinched at each of the points Naruto made. Normally, Asuma would have told Naruto that he had no authority to scold a genin on his actions, but with the Fire Daimon and the Hokage giving Naruto the orders to train a select few shinobi, among whom he, himself was included, Naruto had all the right to scold him. You're pathetic. The very first training session you participated in to learn ninju, you saw that your stamina had diminished. Your chakra has grown, but you haven't trained to maintain your control. You failed to train your genin to increase their chakra reserves appreciably. If I am not mistaken, you wouldn't have taught them the tree climbing and water walking techniques yet. Luckily I did during ninju training. Most of all, you should have easily defeated Zabuza. Both in skill and if you had bothered to learn a few more powerful futon ninjutsu, not to mention if you use ninju. You have earth for Kami's sake. You could have easily defeated Zabuza with earth. But you never thought of using ninju at all. You panicked and reverted to old habits. In doing so, you endangered your students and your client. You shouldn't have accepted the mission in the first place. We all know C-rank missions can easily escalate to higher rank. You have failed in being a sensei and a shinobi of Konoha. I am very disappointed. If you are not interested in applying the arts of ninju to your style, then don't bother coming back to learn, but make sure to be a better sensei. Your father trained 3 legendary shinobi, even if one of them became a traitor, he was a great sensei, and he did that while he was Hokage. Hell, even Konohamaru would be a better sensei, only because he isn't lazy. Clean up your act, Asuma, before you get your team, yourself and your comrades killed. Naruto stood up and left without another word, leaving the rest in an uncomfortable silence. After a couple of moments, Shikamaru sighed and said, damn, that was a terrifying, troublesome blonde. No emotion. I didn't even think Naruto could become emotionless like that. You should clean up your act as well as Shika before Naruto turns his attention to you. You and Sensei have been lazy playing shogi so much. Even Ino has been training hard. Did you see how easily she defeated the Oni Kimdai with only her air ninju? Tomorrow morning, meet me for training at 5 AM sharp. Kakashi, make sure you aren't late, and I already let the girls know. I will take first patrol tonight and scout for a training area nearby as well. Naruto said, phasing into existence before phasing out. That is scary, how he can create and dispel his clones without smoke. Chunjai said with a nervous laugh. Asuma, don't take Naruto's words too hard. He is only looking out for us. Also, strategy is good, but being unable to implement it helps no one. You always had that problem. Now I am going to bed. I really don't want Naruto to put those stupid resistance and gravity seals on me again," Kakashi said before leaving the room. Sasuke followed his sensei, but just before leaving he smirked and said, "I advise you all to have a good night's sleep. Naruto's training will make you wish you were in the ninth circle of hell." "He didn't really mean that, right Shika?" Chimjai asked with uncertainty. "If Sasuke is saying that, then I have no reason to doubt it. Troublesome, no wonder Naruto and Sakura are so strong." "Tsuchikage-sama. I have urgent news for you," Chunin said, rushing into the Tsuchikage's office. "Well, what is it? I don't have all night, you know," Lunoki said with a frown as the Chunin caught his breath. After a few moments of panting, the Chunin stood up and handed the aged Tsuchikage a scroll. The Tsuchikage read the information, which seemed to be a request for an assassination mission. As Lunoki read further, his eyebrows rose higher at the information. Placing the scroll down, Lunoki took out a bingo book and opened it to the target page. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Title: Bij Senin. Gender: male. Age: 12 plus. Father: Namikaze Minato. Mother: Uzumaki Kushina. Rank: Genin Senin. Ninjutsu: High Ninjutsu, High Shinjutsu, Mid-Afghan Jutsu, High S Uzumaki Bukijutsu. And a Chakra: High Bij Level Affinity. All. Threat ranking: High Assessment. Do not engage unless in a team with an S-ranked individual bounty. NA. Notes: fully realized Jinchuriki of the Kikbi no Imp. Accomplished sensor with the ability to sense emotions and life force. During an evaluation, was able to defeat a number of mid to high A-ranked on team versus 1 combat. Raikage personally observed the evaluation and has come to this assessment. Lunoki looked at the entry with a horrified visage. He couldn't believe what he was reading. If what Kumo had published was true, then they had a dangerous enemy out there. How his spies missed the information, he didn't know, but this was information that could tip the balance of power. Banbu, get the council together. I don't care if they are sleeping or busy. Have them in the council chambers within 10 minutes, even if you have to drag them out in their pajamas. Lunoki ordered as his son walked into the room. What's going on, father? Kitsuchi asked with concern. It seems you are expecting an invasion. Ah, Kitsuchi. It's good that you are here, here read this. Lunoki said, giving Kitsuchi the bingo book with the page open. Kitsuchi nodded and read the information before paling in realization of what he read. That man had a son. Lunoki nodded, causing Kitsuchi to pale even further. What are we going to do? We are still enemies with Konoha. If Konoha decides to attack, with that kid leading, it will be a massacre. Especially if Uraya and Tonati of the Sannin join in. We can't let Kuritsuchi know. She will head out and try to kill him herself. I know. I don't want to anger Konoha, but we were asked for an assassination mission. The target is being guarded by Uzumaki, Hada Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma. Do you think I should accept? We can try and kill Uzumaki during the mission without fear of repercussions, but should we? I don't know, my father, but my vote is to not involve ourselves with this affair. We aren't ready for a war, nor do I think we will succeed in trying to kill Uzumaki. Are you calling the council meeting to discuss this? That's right, you think I shouldn't? I would say yes, but not letting them know now would come back and bite you later. Besides, you don't need to accept any of their demands. Iowa is not a democracy after all. You're right, Kitsuchi. Even if they want, I don't have to accept the mission if I think it is not worth it. Sasuke and Sakura were holding Shikamaru between them. Behind them FK was supporting Chimjai while carrying a barely conscious Ino on her back. In front of them Kakashi and Asuma were walking, but if one observed carefully, they could see they were barely standing. Naruto is a slave driver. A real demon. Ino whispered, causing FK to giggle. I didn't think it was that bad. Speak for yourself, sister. Stupid Jinchuriki and their massive stamina. Ino grumbled, causing FK to giggle even more. Don't complain, Ino, if Naruto hears you complain, he will only increase your reps. Sakura said with a grin, causing the blonde-haired girl to audibly groan. I can't feel my legs. Shikamaru grumbled, causing Sasuke to smirk and say, at least you are still conscious. I was out cold the first few times. What did I do to deserve such punishment? Chimjai groaned, not even having any energy to eat his potato chips. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the other videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.